then the Iranian response, and then what you call a turn 3. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen in Iran. This regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only do they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which is particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that they would somehow halt these executions. You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former National Security Advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said, you know, that they halted executions and amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. Their regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guard. But then they also send out their diplomats.
It is shameful.
Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime.
This is in line
with
the
brutal
United
oppression.
States regime,
and the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out
days
ago
that the Iranian to the world as representatives,
I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about.
Their acts and statements regarding Iran are far from civil.
I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
And they have long divorced from Iran's society.
At the end of the
they
Islamic Republic, I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a succession crisis once he passes from the seat. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
The White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
Heavy and grieving heart
we're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good
and to the families of many victims. In recent weeks, Iran has lost numerous
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a two-week window for negotiations and keep his options
in acts of extreme violence resulting from the atrocities committed by ISIS. Many of our police officers sacrifice their lives in the line of duty to protect civilians and preserve public order. I speak today on behalf of a nation in mourning. It is deeply regrettable that the representative of the United States regime who requested this meeting has today resorted to lies, distortion of facts, and deliberate
last year. Is he likely
misinformation.
to do it again? What is he weighing?
to conceal his country's direct involvement in steering unrest in Iran to violence.
Simmering down and dying, and perhaps the regime might be ending its crackdown. But look, trying to predict what Trump is going to do is a fool's errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all scenarios. And he does have a lot of options at his disposal.
He did say, though, on Tuesday to protesters that help is on the way. And
in fact,
warned
the
Americans
United
to
States
evacuate.
request for this meeting
What does that signal?
is shameful.
Yes, and
to
actually
conceal
some Americans
their
have also
direct
been
complicity
moved out of some
in the
bases,
crime their mercenaries have committed against our nations from 8 to 10 January.
We can send missiles, other types
As
of
part of
airstrikes.
Israel's
We can even launch
malicious
them from
attempt
US soil
to
if we
drag
need to.
America into
But we
another war
don't
of
have
aggression
a carrier
against
in
Iran,
the region at the moment,
under
although there's
the
reports that
hollow
one is heading
pretext
to the
of
Middle East.
concern
Many
for
of our
the
assets are
Iranian
in Latin
people
America right now
and
because
claims
Venezuela.
of support for
But he
human
also has
rights.
other options.
The
In fact,
United
they announced
States
new
regime
sanctions
is
today
attempting
on Iran.
to portray
We have
itself
cyber
as a
options,
friend of
any
the
number
Iranian
things.
people,
And look, at the end of the day,
while
if things do calm
simultaneously
down in Iran,
laying
Trump could
the
say,
groundwork
look, the rhetoric
for
that I used
political
already is the
destabilization
reason that
and military
the
intervention
regime is
under
kind of
a
backing
so-called
off at the moment
humanitarian
and
narrative.
not carrying out some of the executions
These
that it has
claims
promised to
are
carry.
particularly
Yeah, I mean, he claims his
cynical
threats has stopped
when viewed
those
against the
executions of
United
protesters.
States
Just how
regime
much credit can he
long
take for
and
that?
well-documented record
I
of
think it's fair to
unlawful
say
military
that the
interventions,
Iranians themselves
regime
want to
change
avoid a military
operations,
confrontation with the
and
U.S.
systematic
They are trying to
violations of
stay in power,
international
and
law
so
and the
if this
Charter
kind
of the
of
United Nations.
basically calms Trump down, he might
Across
go
the
for
world,
it, and they might be
these
willing to let him
policies
have that
have
credit.
led to
But
mass
look, Trump
civilian
also does have a
casualties,
history of head fakes,
the
right?
collapse of
He
states,
seemed like he was willing to
prolonged
engage in some
humanitarian
diplomacy last year with the
disasters,
Iranians,
and the emergence
and then he,
and
watched
empowerment
as the Israelis began
of
bombing.
extremist and
So
terrorist groups.
It's
This is
always
not a
best
matter
to
of
prepare
opinion.
for any scenario. And
It
if
is
I
a
was the
matter of
regime in Iran,
historical
I would be
record
preparing
and
for the
fact.
worst case scenario when it comes
The
to
Iranian people
And Nahal, you also
for
wrote
decades
that
have
Trump's
experienced
involvement
the true
with
meaning
Iran
of the
is a flashpoint
so-called
for his
support.
MAGA base.
The
Just
United
explain
States
why.
pattern of coercion and interference under the
there are
deceptive
many in MAGA
pretext
who, as much as
is
they
against
despise the
the
Iranian regime
democratically
and
elected
Islamism and
government
things like
of
that, they
Dr.
don't want
Mossadegh,
the United
to
States to
its
get involved in
extensive
another Middle
political,
Eastern war.
military, and intelligence
so
backing
last year
of
they could forgive
Saddam's
Trump
regime
for
war
the nuclear
of
strikes,
aggression
the strikes on
against
Iran's
Iran.
nuclear facilities, because it was basically
From the
a
downing
quick thing, in and out, done a lot of damage.
of
But
Iran
we didn't
Air
have to send troops,
Flight
and we were able
655
to
in
respond
1988,
to the
killing
Iranian
290
retaliation.
innocent
This
civilians,
time, though, if it's more
to its
open-ended
complicity
and there's the
in
possibility of a
assassinations,
bigger Middle
sabotage,
East
and
conflagration,
attacks
many in
against
the MAGA
Iranian
base
civilian
are likely
and
to
infrastructure,
be kind of confused and
including
unhappy
the
with
war
that, especially
of
when we
aggression
also are now
carried
involved
out
in
in June
Venezuela and threatening
2025.
Greenland.
And from
So,
decades
you're also
of
seeing, by the
unlawful
way, many in the Gulf,
unilateral
Israel,
sanctions
as well,
to systematic
telling Iran
economic
reportedly
coercion.
and the United States to please try to calm things down and
These
not
measures
engage in
have
war.
gravely violated
Nahal,
the Iranian
great to
people's
have your
fundamental
analysis. Thanks for
rights,
joining us.
including
Well, more
the,
breaking news tonight.
their
A source tells
inherent
CNN that the
right
Pentagon
of
is now
life,
moving a carrier
health,
strike group,
and
most likely
development.
led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle
Unfortunately,
East. It is
several
due to the
Western members
anti-government
of
uprising,
this
obviously, in
council,
Iran and the regime's
including
brutal crackdown on
France and
protesters.
United
At least
Kingdom
2,400
regimes
people reportedly been killed by security
have
forces, though
once
the actual
again
number,
adopted
frankly, is
their
not known and may
familiar
be much higher.
double
President
standards,
Trump has warned the U.S.
while
will help
claiming
protesters if the
to
killings
champion
continue.
human rights
And the
and
White
to
House says
support
all options
the
are on the
Iranian
table.
people.
But tonight,
They
sources
have
say that Israel and several Gulf states have
alongside
asked
the
the White
United
House to
States
hold off
regime,
on striking Iran.
imposed
Joined by
some
Democratic
of the most
Congresswoman Maggie
severe
Goodlander
and
of New
unlawful
Hampshire. She's a
sanctions
member of the Armed
in modern
Services
history.
Committee and was a Navy intelligence
Sanctions
officer.
that have
Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this
widespread
carrier group to the Middle
suffering
East would
on
suggest
civilians.
at least being in a forward
At the same
posture that would
time,
allow
they
military
have
action.
failed
President
to
Trump
condemn,
has really ratcheted
let alone
down
sanction,
his rhetoric in the
the
past 24
Israeli
hours,
regime
especially
for
after he
its
was
acts of
allegedly told by
genocide
Iran that they would
and
halt
crimes
the executions
against
of prisoners.
humanity.
Where do you think this is headed?
Mr. President, between 8 and 10
Anderson,
January
I think
26,
part of the challenge of this
the
moment
people
is it's
and
anyone's
government
guess.
of the Islamic Republic
The
of Iran
president
were
has
confronted
been
with
dizzying
ISIS-style
in
acts
the
of
cavalier way that
terrorism
he's talked about
and
the
extreme
use of force and the way that he's deployed military force.
violence across
Look,
the
there
country.
is a strong bipartisan
Peaceful
coalition
protest
in Congress
that began on
shares his
28
basic
December
view that the Iranian
2025
regime is a
with
brutal and
legitimate
determined
economic
enemy of the United
demands
States.
were deliberately
And the president should
hijacked
work with
by
Congress on a
organized
bipartisan
armed
basis practice to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American
Documented
people.
cases
Unfortunately,
include
that has not happened.
beheading,
does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to effect change on
police
the ground
officers
in
and
Tehran
ordinary
and
citizens
throughout the country?
beaten to
Obviously,
death,
you know, internet has been shut down. Communication is very difficult for protesters. The president has encouraged, you know, days ago, protesters to continue protesting, try to take over government offices, security apparatuses.
These were not isolated
the U.S.
incidents.
could do much if they wanted to?
They reflect a clear and systematic pattern of organized violence.
Military that the world has
a significant number of police officers were killed or severely injured.
The president
These
has
heavy
not
casualties
worked with Congress in the way that we've
demonstrate
seen
the extreme
presidents
brutality
throughout our history work
of
with Congress
terrorist
to really
elements.
come forward with a sound plan. Look,
The situation is,
Iranian
in fact,
people
very simple.
are showing extraordinary courage. I
The
represent
United States regime
the state of
and
New
its
Hampshire, whose motto is
accomplices,
live free or die. And what we
particularly
see
the Israeli
happening
regime,
in Iran
cannot
is inspiring,
evade responsibility
and we stand with the Iranian
for
people.
for
But if
the
the president is going to
innocent
deploy
blood
military force,
that
he
has
needs to
been
have good
shed in
reasons
my country.
and clear answers to questions that he's going to
Unable to achieve
account
their
for to the American
objectives
people. What comes
through
next?
the
And what are we
12-day
really going
war
to
of
achieve
aggression
here?
against
We're putting
Iran in
American
June
lives on the line.
2025.
We've learned that
They
U.S.
have
Attorney
now
Janine
seek
Pirro's
to
office is
pursue
investigating you
the
and other
same
veterans serving
goals
in Congress who
through
appeared in
political
that highly publicized video in which you, inform service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sending for an
This
interview with
strategy
federal
relies
investigators? Is
on
it clear to you
manufacturing
what law they think you might have
casualties,
broken?
spreading false and inflated figures,
Anderson,
and
I worked at the
creating a
Justice
pretext
Department for years,
for
and in
foreign
this job
intervention.
in Congress, I work
It is
alongside
a
law
familiar
enforcement every day.
script,
If there is a
one that has
legitimate
been used
investigation, I will of course
repeatedly
participate in
from
it.
Iraq
But
to Libya
what's happened
and
here
to Venezuela.
is that the president has targeted us for doing our jobs. We said something very clearly and
President,
simply. We stated
allow me to
an
recall only a few
uncontroversial
of
principle of American law.
interventionist
At a moment
and
when we
reckless
need
statements
clarity,
made
moral
by U.S.
clarity and legal
officials,
clarity in this country
which
now
clearly
more than ever
demonstrates
before. The
Washington's
president's response to
direct
this was to become
involvement
so
in
unglued
these
that he threatened
unrest.
violence against us, and now
On
the
29
Department of
December
Justice is targeting us for doing our
2025,
jobs.
during a joint
There
press
is no
conference
crime here. It is not
with
a
the
crime
Prime
for
Minister
me
of
to do my
Israel
job. It is my
regime,
solemn responsibility.
the President
It's me upholding
of
my
the
oath to the
United
Constitution,
States
which is what
regime
I plan
declared,
to do and will do
if
every
Iran
day
continues
that
with
I am
its
blessed to be
missile
serving in this
program,
role.
yes,
Congresswoman
I
Maggie
support
Goodlander, I
a
appreciate
strike.
your time. Thank you.
If they
Joining us now,
continue
CNN
with
Global
their
Affairs analyst
nuclear
Brett McGurk.
program,
He previously served as Middle
the
East and North
strike
Africa coordinator for the National
should be
Security Council.
immediate.
Brett, first of all, what do you make of
He
the
further
mixed
threatened,
signals, if
"You are
it is
going
that
to
from the White
have
House in the last
to
24 to
knock
48
them
hours
down.
about the plan for
We'll
Iran?"
knock them down.
I think,
We'll
Anderson, we
knock the
previewed
hell
some of this on
out of
Tuesday
them.
night because we said to do a strike in
On
Iran,
2nd January,
it's going to be a significant
former
operation.
U.S. Secretary
And I'm
of
thinking, I was
State
serving in the Trump
Mike
administration
Pompeo
when he did his first
openly
military
acknowledged
operation in the
the
Middle
presence
East,
of
in
Mossad
Syria. In 2017,
among
Bashar
the
al-Assad
riot
had used chemical
attackers.
weapons against his own
I
people.
quote
President
the
Trump
same
fired
wording
59
he used
Tomahawk
in his
missiles at the
message
air
in
base
X.
where that strike had
Happy New
taken
Year
place.
to
Kind
every
of a one and
Iranian
done.
in the state.
Iran is very different.
Also
and,
to
and
every
being in the
Mossad
planning of this in the
agent
situation
beside
room,
them.
the nomenclature
End of the
is
quote.
turns. So turn
On
one
3rd
would be our
January
strike.
2026,
And unlike Syria,
the president
in which they don't
of
have
the
really an option
United
to respond
States
against
regime
us, Iran
stated,
does have some options. So you
"We
have to
are
be prepared
locked
not only for the
and loaded
strike, then the Iranian
and
response,
ready to go."
and then what you call a turn
On
3.
10
And that would
January
be a much more
2026,
significant operation.
Senator
Bottom line, you can't
Lindsey
do all that
Graham
without a
publicly
carrier strike group,
incited
aircraft
violence
carrier in the
action,
Middle East region. We don't have one. So I
stating
think what happened here is as
when
all the facts
President
came
Trump
in
says,
and other regional partners are weighing in,
"Make
as you
Iran
reported
great
just
again,"
said,
it
the
means
president held
protesters
back. But
in
now
Iran
there is
should
an
defeat
aircraft
the
carrier
Ayatollah.
coming in. The dynamic in
On
Iran
12
has
January,
not changed, Anderson.
the
I
White
think
House
Iran might be
spokesperson
telling people through
confirmed that
diplomatic
President
channels
Trump
they're not going to
would not
execute anybody.
be
They're going to stop the
hesitant to
massacres
use
in the
military
streets.
force
I
against
doubt that's
Iran.
going to happen in Iran. This regime is
On
still
the
the
same
regime.
day,
So I think this has some time
Graham
to play out.
declared, I quote,
Yeah, I mean, I heard in the
"Iran's
past the Iranian
leadership
regime, not only
must
do they
be
hang
destroyed.
people, but they don't
This
hang
is the
people
best
by
opportunity
dropping them.
since
They hang people by raising them
Cranes.
to
Yeah.
change
with
the
cranes,
Middle East."
which it's particularly
On
gruesome
13
because
January,
it doesn't break
the
somebody's
US
neck
president
instantly. It's a
stated,
slower, more
and I
painful,
quote,
agonizing death
"Iranian
as somebody
patriots,
suffocates to
keep
death."
protesting.
So the idea that
Take
there
over your
would somehow
institutions.
halt these
Help is on its
executions
way.
You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former National Security Advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran
these are not isolated remarks.
Executions amounted to,
they constitute explicit calls for regime change,
maybe. Look, this is what Iran does.
And
the
military
regime is
aggression.
The regime. They spread terrorism, they repress their own people.
The exploitation of peaceful
system.
protests
that is the supreme
for
leader,
geopolitical purposes,
but then they also send out their diplomats.
Endangerment of civilian
Abbas
lives,
Araghchi, their foreign minister,
fully
was
aligned
on
with the
Fox
disruptive
News
role
yesterday, kind of
and
sending
unlawful
messages to the United States. They
unilateral
send messages through
sanctions
back channels. I'm sure they're in direct
have
contact
played
through their foreign
in
ministry.
creating
I've
this
dealt with
situation.
those Iranian diplomats.
Claims of
I've also
concern
dealt with some of their
for
intelligence
human rights
officials in hostage
ring al-hollow
negotiations.
when
But the
made by
regime is the
those
regime,
who
Anderson. They
systematically
rule by brutal
violated them.
oppression. And
3 days ago,
the
millions
protests in the
of
streets
millions
might
of
pause
Iranians
because they can be
marched
suppressed
to
because they've
restore
been
calm
mowed down over
in
the
our
last
cities
5
to
days.
support law and
practically.
order,
But this is
and
going
to
to
reject
continue.
reckless
And
attempts
the fact
to
that we
push
are
our
moving
country
military
towards
forces into the
civilian
region tells
conflicts.
me that the decision-making here is
President
still
Trump
very dynamic. And I
chose
think if
to
Iran
ignore
does make a wrong move,
this
the
historic
president still has some
display
options. So, again, I look at
of
that
unity
Syria
and
example in
restraint.
2017, which I very
Instead,
much lived through. I was
he
working on
issued
Syria
a
at the time. But
provocative
here you got to be
statement
prepared for that turn
aimed
2 and turn
at
3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Unrest.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the
But
Iranian
people of
Revolution
Iran,
in '79,
nationwide,
I mean, that took place over the course of a year,
his
which I had
invitation
completely
for
forgotten
further
about. I was much younger during
violence,
then and wasn't a
and this
reporter,
is why
but I
calm
looked it
has
up. I
been
mean, that's a fascinating
re-established across
statistic.
the country.
Again, I think
Mr. President,
I've said this is the beginning of the end of the
any threat
Islamic
to use
Republic.
of force
I think change
against
is
the
coming
Islamic
for a number
Republic of
reasons.
Iran
They've lost support
under
of their
any
people.
pretext,
This is going to continue.
including
The Supreme
calm,
Leader,
including
who's
claims
86
of
years old, there will
protecting
likely be a succession
protesters
crisis once he
or
passes
supporting
from the
the
seat.
Iranian people
So this is all
constitute
moving.
a grave
the US
and manifest
has some
violation
options,
of
but
international
I don't
law
think the president
and the UN
decided
Charter.
exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Such
the White
unlawful
House says
actions
US President Donald
directly
Trump is
breach
deciding whether
Article
to take
2.4,
any military
which
action
prohibits
in response
the
to
threat
Iran's
or use
targeting
of
of
force,
anti-government
and Article
protesters. The White House
2.7,
insists
which
that all
enshrines
options
the
remain
principle
on the
of
table.
non-interference.
In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to
No rule
suggest
of
that things
doctrine,
were looking up.
narrative, or political justification
watch and see what the
can legitimize
process is, but we were
unilateral
given a very
military
good,
action or
Very
coercion
good statement by people that are
without explicit Security
aware of
Council
what's going on.
authorization under Chapter 7.
This is not the first time that Mr.
Invoking
Trump has had
humanitarian
to decide
rhetoric
whether to strike Iran.
to justify
You might recall
force
last year during intense speculation
in
about
a
U.S. strikes,
deliberate
Mr. Trump
abuse
said he
of
would open a
international law.
two-week window for negotiations and keep his options
The
open.
Security Council, its members, and the Secretary General bear a clear legal, moral, and political responsibility to unequivocally reject and condemn such unlawful
Well,
actions.
just days after those comments, the
Before it
United
is too
States
late.
launched strikes on Iran's
The
nuclear
credibility
facilities.
of the United
So
Nations
what we don't know
and the
is
survival
President
of the Charter
Donald Trump
itself
trying to keep
now
Iran
depend
guessing over
on
U.S.
whether
military
this
action.
fundamental
Joining me now is
prohibition
Nahal
is
Tusi, a senior
upheld
foreign correspondent
or
at Politico.
eroded
Good to have you with
by
us.
one of its own permanent
Thanks for having me.
members.
So Trump launched those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities back in June last year. Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
He is weighing any number of factors,
Mr.
including
President,
the fact that
Iran seeks
it
neither
seems as if
escalation
the protests
nor
in Iran
confrontation.
are
However,
simmering down and
any
dying,
act
and
of
perhaps
aggression,
the regime
direct
might be ending
or
its crackdown.
indirect, will
But
be
look,
met
trying to predict what
with
Trump
a
is going to do is a
decisive,
fool's errand.
proportionate,
It's usually best just to be
and
prepared
lawful
for all
response
scenarios. And he does have a lot
under
of
Article
options at his
51
disposal.
of the Charter.
He did say, though, on Tuesday,
This
to
is not a
protesters
threat.
that help is
It
on the
is
way.
a statement of
and
legal
warned Americans
reality.
to evacuate. Americans in Iran to
Responsibility
evacuate. What does
for
that
all
signal?
consequences will rest solely with
Yes,
those
and
who
actually some
initiate
Americans have also
such
been
unlawful
moved out of
acts.
some bases in
Mr.
the
President,
Middle East. So
the
that
government
signals
of the Islamic
potential
Republic of
military
Iran
action, and the
remains
US does have
fully
options there.
committed
We
to
can
its
send
human
missiles,
rights
other types of
obligations,
airstrikes.
including
We can
the
even
right
launch them
to
from
peaceful
US soil if
protest.
we need to.
It has
But we don't
exercised
have a
maximum
carrier in the
restraint
region at the
while
moment, although there's reports
fulfilling
that one
its
is heading
duty to
to the Middle
protect
East.
its
Many
people
of our assets are in
and
Latin America right now
preserve
because of
public
Venezuela.
order.
But he also
However,
has other options.
the
In fact, they announced
incitement
some new
to
sanctions
violence,
today on Iran.
encouragement
We have
of
cyber
internal
options,
destabilization,
and look, at the end of the
an
day,
explicit
if things
threat
calm
of
down
military
in Iran,
action against
Trump
a
could
sovereign
say, look,
member
the
state
rhetoric that I used
constitute
already is
a
the
threat
reason
to international
that
peace and security
the regime
within
is kind
the
of backing
meaning
off
of
at the
Article
moment
39
and not
of the
carrying
Charter.
out some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, I mean,
in conclusion, Mr. President, we categorically reject all politically motivated accusations made today against my government.
The Iranians
the facts
themselves
on the ground
want to avoid a
contradict
confrontation
the
with
fabricated
the US.
narratives
they are trying
presented
to stay in power,
by the United States regime
if this kind of
and its allies
basically
at this meeting.
calms Trump down,
U.S. fabrications of the senseless killing of protesters neither reflects reality
right? He
on the
seemed
ground,
like he was willing to
nor
engage
would
in
it
some diplomacy last year with the Iranians.
whitewash
And then
Americans'
he,
crimes
watched as
against
the
the great
Israelis
people of
began
Iran.
bombing. So
The allegation that
again,
the government
it's always
of the
best to
Islamic of
prepare
Iran
for any scenario,
has
and if I was
killed
the regime
peaceful
in Iran, I would be
protesters
preparing for
is
the
quite
worst-case scenario when it
distortion
comes to Trump.
of the facts
And Nahal, you
on
also
the
wrote
ground.
that Trump's involvement
What the Iranian
with
security
Iran
forces
is
did
a flashpoint
confront
for his MAGA
firmly
base. Just explain
and
why.
responsibly were armed ISIS-style terrorist cells
many in MAGA
and
who,
violent
as much as
separatist
they
groups
despise the Iranian
funded
regime
and armed by a
Islamism and
few
things like that, they
foreign
don't want the
entities,
United States to get
including the
involved in
Israeli
another Middle
regime.
Eastern war.
These
And
groups
so
deliberately
last year they
targeted
could forgive Trump
civilians
for the
and
nuclear
law
strikes,
enforcement
the strikes on
officers
Iran's nuclear facilities,
in an
because it was
attempt
basically
to
a quick
ignite
thing, in and
civil war
out, done a lot of
and
damage.
create the conditions
But we didn't have
for
to send
foreign
troops,
intervention.
and we were able to respond to the Iranian retaliation. This time, though, if it's more open-ended, and there's the possibility of a bigger Middle East conflagration, many in the MAGA base
to
are likely
conceal
to
harm
be
to
kind
our
of
own people
confused and unhappy
is
with that,
equally
especially when we
false.
also are now involved in Venezuela and threatening Greenland.
On the contrary,
so you're also seeing, by the way,
temporary
many in the Gulf,
limitations
Israel,
were necessary
as well,
to protect
telling
Iranian
Iran
nation
reportedly
from
and the United States to please try to calm
operations
things
that
down
foreign
and
agents,
not
including
engage in a war.
Israeli one, are
Nahal,
conducting
great
against
to have
the
your analysis.
safety
Thanks for joining
of the
us.
nation.
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly have been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. Joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is
the Security Council will now begin
guess.
its consideration of
the
item 2
president
of the agenda.
has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about the use of force and the way that he's deployed military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States. And the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis
for nearly 3 weeks,
to make sound decisions that are rooted
protests
in
the
facts
Islamic
and that are in the
Republic
best
of Iran
interest of the American people.
have rapidly evolved into nationwide upheaval.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to affect
loss of
change
life.
on the ground in Tehran and throughout the
Demonstrations
country? Obviously, internet
on
has been
28
shut
December
down. Communication is very
2025,
difficult for protesters.
as
The
a group
president
of
has encouraged
shopkeepers in
days
Tehran's
ago
Grand
protesters
Bazaar
to continue protesting, try to take
protest
over
the sharp
government
collapse
offices,
of the currency,
security apparatuses.
the soaring inflation, amid
do
a
you think
wider economic
the U.S. could do much
downturn
if they wanted
and
to?
worsening living conditions. In
You know,
the
we've
following
got
days,
the most extraordinary military that the world
demonstrations
has ever
quickly
known.
spread
Our
throughout the country
capabilities are
and
truly
turned into mass
unmatched.
anti-government protests.
The president has not worked with
largest
Congress in the way that
since the
we've
Woman
seen
Life Freedom
presidents throughout our history work with
of
Congress
2022.
to really come forward with a sound plan. Look,
Protesters
the
voiced
Iranian people
grievances
are showing extraordinary
that went
courage.
beyond
I
long-standing
represent a state,
economic and
the state of New
financial
Hampshire,
hardships.
whose motto is "Live Free or Die." And what we see happening
Marchers
in Iran
called for the
is
downfall of the
inspiring,
government
and we stand with the
and
Iranian
demanded
people.
freedom,
But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to
dignity,
have
and
good
human
reasons
rights,
and clear answers
with some
to questions that
protesters
he needs to account for
pro-monarchy
to the American people. What comes next, and what are we
the
really going to
protests were
achieve here
initially peaceful,
when we're putting American
with
lives on the line?
scattered clashes.
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Janine
between
Pirro's office is
protesters
investigating
and
you and other
security
veterans
forces,
serving in Congress who
according to
appeared in
reports
the
by the
highly
media,
publicized video in which you,
observations of our United
inform
Nations
service members
colleagues
they
in
don't
the
have to
country,
follow illegal orders.
and accounts
Do you
by the
plan on sitting
government
for an
of Iran.
interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you
However,
what law they think you
on
might
the
have broken?
evening of 8th January, protests spread
Anderson, I
throughout
worked at the
Tehran
Justice
and major
Department for
cities.
years, and in this job in Congress,
response,
I work alongside law
Iranian
enforcement
authorities
every day.
imposed a
If
near
there's a
total
legitimate
communications
investigation, I will of
blackout,
course participate in it.
which remains
But
largely in
what's
place
happened
today.
here is that the president has
The
targeted us for
authorities
doing our
also
jobs.
ordered
He
university
said
dormitories to be evacuated,
something very clearly and simply. He
erected
stated an
concrete barriers around
uncontroversial
city
principle and
centers.
legal clarity in this country now more than ever
According
before.
to media
The
and
president's
human rights
response to this was to become so unglued
security
that he
forces
threatened
reportedly
violence against
killed
us,
hundreds
and now
or
the Department of
possibly
Justice is targeting
thousands
us
of
for doing our
protesters
jobs.
and bystanders
There is no crime here.
between
It's not a
8th
crime
and
for me
10th
to do my
January.
job. It is my solemn
The
responsibility,
United
and it's
Nations
me
is unable
upholding my
to
oath to the
verify
Constitution, which is
these
what
figures.
I plan to do and will do
The
every day
government of
that
Iran
I am blessed to be
has
serving in this
stated
role.
that it was
Congresswoman Maggie
compelled
Goodlander, I appreciate
to
your time.
act
Thank you.
after what it deemed
Joining us now is CNN Global
organized
Affairs analyst Brett
terrorists
McGurk. He previously
and
served as
rioters
Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the
infiltrated the
National
protests
Security Council. Brett, first of
and
all, what do you make
opened
of
fire
this
on both
mixed
security
signals,
forces
if it is that
and
from the White House
demonstrators
in the last 24 to 48
aiming
hours
to
about the
provoke
plan for
foreign
Iran?
military
I
intervention?
think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we
It
said to
has
do a
also
strike in
blamed
Iran,
these
it's going to be a
elements for the
significant
killing of
operation.
hundreds of
I'm
civilians
thinking, I was
and
serving in
members
the
of
Trump
the security
administration when he
forces.
did his first military operation in
Mr.
the Middle East,
President,
in Syria,
the Secretary
in
General has
2017.
expressed deep
Bashar
concern
al-Assad had used chemical
over
weapons
the
against his own
reported
people.
excessive use
President
of
Trump
force in
fired
Iran
59 Tomahawk missiles at
stressed
the air
the
base
urgent
where
need
that
to
strike had
prevent
taken
further
place.
casualties.
Kind of a one and done. Iran is very
Secretary General
different,
underscored
and being in the planning of
that
this in the
all
Situation Room,
Iranians
the
must
nomenclature
be able to
is
express their
turns.
grievances
So
peacefully
turn one would be our
and without
strike.
fear.
And unlike Syria, in which
He
they don't have
stressed
really
that
an
the
option
rights
to
to
respond
freedom
against
of
us,
expression,
Iran does have some options. So you have to be
association, and peaceful
prepared
assembly
not only for the strike,
enshrined
then the
in
Iranian
international
response,
law
and then what you call a
must
turn
be fully
3. And that would be a
respected
much
and
more significant
protected.
operation. Bottom line, you can't
He
do all
further
that
urged
without a
steps
carrier
to
strike group,
restore
aircraft
access
carrier
to
in the Middle
information,
East region. We don't have
including
one.
lifting
So
the
I think what happened here is as all the
communications
facts came in and other regional
Human
partners are
rights
weighing in, as you're
monitors
reporting it just said,
report
the
mass
president
arrests
held
in
back. But
Iran
now there is
in
an aircraft
connection
carrier
with the
coming
current
in.
wave of
The
protests,
dynamic in Iran has
with
not changed,
estimates
Anderson. I
exceeding
think Iran might be
18,000
telling people through
detainees
diplomatic channels
as of
they're not going
mid-January
to execute anybody.
2026.
They're going to stop the
Although
massacres
the
in the
UN
streets.
cannot
I
verify
doubt that's
these
going to happen in
figures.
Iran. This regime is still the regime.
We call
So
on
I
the
think this has
authorities to
some
respect
time to
due
play out.
process.
Yeah, I mean,
and
I've
fair
heard in the
trial
past the Iranian
rights
regime,
for
not
all
only do they hang
detainees.
people, but they don't hang people by
All must be
dropping them.
treated
They hang
humanely
people by raising them
and allowed access
with
and
cranes,
visits by their
which
families.
it's particularly gruesome because it
In
doesn't break
particular,
somebody's neck instantly.
we
It's a
call on
slower,
Iran
more
to
painful,
halt
agonizing
any
death
executions
as somebody
linked to
suffocates to
protest-related
death.
cases.
So the idea that they're
All
would somehow
deaths
halt
should
these
be promptly,
executions. You know, last night we
independently,
talked to John
and
Bolton from National
transparently
Security Advisor.
investigated.
He said that he thought,
Those
you know,
responsible
the
for
president
any
emphasizing that
violations
Iran
must be
said,
held to
you know, that
account
they'd halted executions
in line
amounted
with
to, in
international
Bolton's words,
norms
Trump
and
looking for an
standards.
off-ramp.
Maybe.
Mr.
Look,
President,
this is what
the
Iran does.
situation
The
in
regime
Iran
is the
is
regime.
fluid
They
and
spread
deeply
terrorism.
concerning.
They repress their own people.
Protests
That is the
continue,
system. That is the supreme leader. That
albeit
is the Revolutionary
reportedly at a
Guards.
smaller
But then they
scale
also
than
send
last
out their
week.
diplomats.
In this
Abbas
context,
Araghchi, their foreign minister,
we
was
note
on
with alarm
Fox News yesterday,
various
kind of
public
sending messages to the
statements
United States. They
suggesting
send
possible
messages through back
military
channels. I'm
strikes
sure they're in
on
direct
Iran.
contact through their foreign
This
ministry. I've
external
dealt with those
dimension
Iranian diplomats.
adds
I've also dealt with
volatility
some of their
to an
intelligence
already
officials in hostage
combustible
negotiations.
situation.
But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression, and the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically, but this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much
that could lead to further loss of
Syria
life.
at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
The Secretary General
and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table.
Everyone.
In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
My name is Masih Alinejad. I am a woman from Iran. Mr. President, Excellency, members of the Council.
Very good statement by people.
I am honored to be invited by the United States to testify before United Nations Security Council.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike
on behalf of millions of Iranians.
You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open
against a regime that do not understand the language of diplomacy. The United Nations has failed to respond with the urgency this moment demands. The Security Council himself, the Secretary General himself, has not spoken publicly against the massacre unfolding in Iran.
So what
only a written statement through his spokesperson
Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action.
Send a signal,
joining me now is Nahal Tusi, a senior foreign
to the killers
correspondent at Politico.
of
Good to have you with
protesters alongside their family members.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump
I strongly
launched
believe
those strikes
that the regime
on
in
Iran's
Iran
nuclear
heard
facilities
the clear
back in
message
June last
from the
year.
Secretary General.
Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
I think the members of this body have forgotten the privilege and responsibility of sitting in this room. Secretary General, I know you hear me. I want to directly talk to you.
But look, trying to predict
why are you afraid of the Islamic Republic?
It's usually best
millions of unarmed Iranians.
And he does have a lot of options.
Innocent and unarmed protesters have been silenced with bullets, mass arrests, prison, and
warned
a total
Americans
communications blackout.
Americans in Iran to evacuate.
No internet, no cell phones, and no landlines.
Yes, and actually some Americans have also been moved out of some
Iran
bases
in a total
in the
darkness.
Middle East. So
I am here to bring their voices here in this room.
Action, and the
I am here to tell you that a brutal slaughter has taken place in my beloved homeland, Iran, and it will get much worse
don't have a
if the world do not take
at the moment,
serious
although
action.
there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East.
Iran
Many
is
of our
facing a nationwide uprising
Venezuela.
that cuts
but he also
across
has other options.
Iran,
in fact, they
across
announced new
the
sanctions
society
today
with
on
a clear
Iran.
demand to end Islamic Republic.
Any number of things. And look, at the end of the day,
at the same time, a nationwide campaign by the Islamic Republic
look, the rhetoric
to erase
that I
it,
used already
to silence
is the reason
the protests start on December 28th, sparked by collapse of Iranian currency, but immediately
yeah, I mean, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters.
A revolution,
just how much credit can he take for that?
A total rejection against 47 years of tyranny and oppression.
I think it's fair to say that
protests
the Iranians
spread
themselves want to avoid a military confrontation with the U.S.
and involved every
they are
layer
trying to
of the
stay in power,
society.
and so if this kind of
workers,
basically
teachers,
calms Trump
nurses,
down, he might go for it, and they might be willing
those
to let
who
him
wave
have that credit.
the historic lion and sun flag, and those ethnic minorities, including Kurds, Baluch, all other minorities, men and women.
So
shoulder to shoulder
again,
in the streets.
It's always best to prepare for any scenario.
When it
and
comes
if I was
to
the regime in Iran, I would be preparing for the
Iran,
worst case scenario.
I have to say that loud and
Nahal,
clear.
you also wrote that
all Iranians
Trump's involvement
are united
with Iran is
from
a
Tehran to
flashpoint
Tabriz,
for his MAGA base.
to
Just
Rash
explain
to
why.
Ahvaz, from major cities to
I mean,
small towns
there
and villages
there are many
that we
in MAGA
barely even
who,
heard the
as much
names
as
of
they
those small
despise
towns
the
and
Iranian
villages
regime
in the
and
media.
Islamism
They are
and
in
things
the
like
street.
that. They don't
Millions
want
of
the United
Iranians
States to get involved
flooded
in
into
another
the
Middle Eastern
streets,
war.
demanding
And
that
so
their
last year
money
they could forgive
stop
Trump
being
for the nuclear
stolen
strikes,
and
the strikes
sending
on
to
Iran's
Hamas,
nuclear facilities, because
to
it was
Hezbollah,
basically
to
a quick
Houthi,
thing, in and out,
the money of
done
the
a lot of
workers,
damage.
the money of innocent
but we
people
didn't have to send troops,
who do not have
and we were able to
now the capability of
respond
to buy a
to
bread.
the Iranian retaliation.
The entire nation
this time,
looking
though, if it's more
at
open-ended
freedom right
and
now.
there's the possibility
What
of a
followed
bigger Middle
was
East
regime
conflagration,
using military
many in the
weapons,
MAGA base are likely to
AK-47
be
against
kind of
innocent
confused
people.
and
According
unhappy
to
with
Iran
that, especially
International
when we
Media
also are now
Broadcasting,
involved in
the
Venezuela
death
and threatening
toll has
Greenland.
passed more than
So, you know, you're also
12,000.
seeing, by the way, many
Just a
in the
day
Gulf,
later,
Israel as
CBS
well,
reported
telling Iran
more than
reportedly,
20,000 people have been
and the
killed,
United States
and they are
to
not the
please try to
numbers.
calm
They are
things
not the
down
statistics.
and not engage
We don't
in war.
even know the real
Nahal
numbers.
Tusi, great to have your analysis. Thanks for
Citizen
joining us.
journalists from inside
More
Iran
breaking news
have
tonight. A
sent
source tells
videos showing
CNN that the Pentagon is now
piles
moving a
and
carrier
piles
strike
of
group, most likely led by the USS
body
Abraham
bags
Lincoln,
on
to the
the
Middle
top
East.
of each
It
other.
is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously,
Iranians
in Iran and the
exiled.
regime's brutal crackdown
Because
on
of the
protesters.
internet
At least
shutdown,
2,400
they zoom
people
in
reportedly been
to
killed
make
by
sure
security
whether their
forces, though the
relatives and
actual
their
number,
beloved one
frankly, is
are
not
on the
known and may be much
body
higher.
bags
President Trump
or
has
not.
warned the U.S. will help
I
protesters
myself
if the killings
have
continue.
received urgent
And the White
phone
House
call
says
and
all
phone
options
messages
are on
from
the table.
Iranians
But tonight's
thanks to
sources say
Starlink
that Israel
inside
and
the
several
country
Gulf states have asked the White House to hold
outside
off on
word
striking Iran.
for urgent
Joined by
help.
Democratic Congresswoman Maggie
They
Goodlander of
welcomed
New
when
Hampshire. She's a
President
member of the Armed
Trump
Services
offered
Committee,
to
was a Navy
rescue
intelligence
unarmed
officer.
people being
Congresswoman,
shot
thanks for being here.
in
The
their heart,
deployment
in
of this
their
carrier
chest
group to the
by
Middle
the
East
security forces
would
inside
suggest
Iran.
at least being in a forward posture that
One
would allow
activist
military action.
who
President Trump
cannot be
has really
named for
ratcheted
his
down
safety
his rhetoric
told
in the
me
past 24
the
hours,
streets
especially after
are
he was
full of
allegedly
dead
told by
bodies.
Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners.
They are
Where do you think
finishing.
this is headed?
They are finishing off the injured in the street. They told
Anderson,
me
I think
the
part of the
security
challenge
forces
of this
have
moment
stormed
is
into
it's anyone's
hospitals
guess.
and taking
The
away
president
the
has
injured.
been
I have
dizzying
also received
in
multiple
the
messages
cavalier way that he's
from
talked
families
about
of victims
the use of force
who
and the
say
way that
the
he's
security
deployed
forces
military force.
forced them to
Look, there
pay
is a
money
strong
to take the
bipartisan
dead body
coalition
of their
in Congress,
beloved one to bury them.
shares his basic
On
view
January 8,
that the Iranian regime is a
2026,
brutal and determined
the
enemy
Islamic
of the
Republic
United
shut
States,
down the internet.
and the president should
internet
work with
and
Congress on a
impose
bipartisan
technical
basis to
blackout.
make sound
Not to
decisions that are
stop
rooted
protests, because
in
people
facts
are
and that are
fed
in the
up and
best
they are
interest
in
of the
the
American
streets
people.
anywhere.
Unfortunately,
but
that has not
to
happened.
hide their crimes, their brutality.
Does it seem to you that the
This
U.S. has
was
many
not a
options to
technical
affect change
mistake
on the
or
ground
failure.
in
It was
Tehran
deliberate.
and throughout the country? Obviously,
When a regime
internet
turns
has
off
been
the
shut
internet
down.
during
Communication
mass
is very
killings,
difficult for
and at the same
protesters.
time,
The president has
leaders of the same
encouraged
regime
days ago
using
protesters
the
to
privilege
continue
of freedom of
protesting,
speech
try
on
to take
social
over
media to
government
mislead
offices,
the rest of the world.
security apparatuses.
It is not about restoring
think
order.
the
It
US
is
could
about
do much if they
destroying the
wanted to?
evidence. If it was not for
But
starting
we've got
inside
the
Iran,
most extraordinary
we couldn't
military
have
that the
been
world has ever
able
known.
to have even
Our
these
capabilities
informations.
are
The
truly
Islamic Republic
unmatched.
does not limit its crimes
The president has
within
not
its own
worked
borders.
with Congress in the way that
They
we've
kill their
seen
opponents
presidents throughout
at
our history
home
work with
and
Congress,
target those who
to
expose
really
their
come forward with a
brutality
sound
abroad.
plan. Look,
Here,
the
even
Iranian
here,
people
on US
are
soil.
showing extraordinary courage. I
And every
represent
corner of
a
the
state,
world.
the state of New Hampshire,
In Europe,
whose motto is
in
live
Canada,
free or die.
in
And what we see
Australia,
happening
everywhere.
in
And they are
Iran
not alone.
is inspiring, and we
is
stand
called
with the Iranian
transnational
people.
repression,
But if the president is going to
and
deploy
the
military
Chinese government
force,
helping
he needs
them,
to have good
Venezuelan
reasons
dictators are
and
helping
clear
them,
answers
Russian
to questions
mobsters being
that he's
hired by the
needs
Islamic Republic to
account
target
for
their
between
dissidents
American
and
people.
opponents
What comes
beyond their own
next?
borders.
And what are we really going to achieve here? here.
I now address the representative of the Islamic Republic
directly.
directly.
Janine Pirro's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you, informed service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
In the United States of America, in the courthouse,
Anderson,
I have seen my would-be assassins confessing that they have been hired by the Revolutionary Guards
every day.
To end
if there's
my
a legitimate
life.
investigation,
My crime?
I will of course participate in it.
Simply
but
echoing the voice of innocent people that you killed.
The president has targeted
your
us
leader,
for doing our jobs.
Ali Khamenei.
We said something very clearly and simply. We stated
he ordered my killing.
Uncontroversial
he said that American agent
of American law.
Who compared compulsory job to the Berlin Wall must be killed. I am that woman, and I am not the agent of America. I have agency, but I am thankful to American government and the law enforcement to protect my life.
And now
it was
the
not,
Department of Justice
if it was not the protection of the law
jobs.
Enforcement, I wouldn't.
There is no crime here.
I couldn't have been here to testify for millions of people who are facing the same killers,
me upholding my oaths to the
same
Constitution,
terrorist
which is what
regime
I
in my
plan
country.
to do
Yes,
and will do
protection
every day
matters.
that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that for the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for Iran?
With the same
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and in being in the planning of this, situation room, the nomenclature is turns. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what you call a turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
I know.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to
30 years
death.
old.
So the idea that they're would somehow halt these executions. You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Because President Trump promised
look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guard.
20 years old.
But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araqchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression.
Names goes on and on.
The protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down
knew they would
over
face
the last,
guns and bullets.
5 days, tragically.
But they wanted justice.
But this is going to continue.
So now let me name their
killers. The fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that
who declared
the decision-making here is still very
in their
dynamic.
place.
And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So, again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger then and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating
statistic. Like the other children and relative of the Ayatollah saying death to America.
I've said this at the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We have more names to remember. In 2009, Neda of Sultan, symbol of more than 100 people who got killed. They named President Obama to protect them.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran.
Open the doors
you might
of
recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
We've seen this in 2019.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't read a file. I like to make the final decision in 1 second
in front
before
of
it's due.
the eyes of his mother. No,
especially with war. Things change with war.
At the same time, President Biden was trying to keep the doors of diplomacy open,
just days after
handing out billions of dollars
launched
to the
strikes
regime
on Iran's nuclear facilities.
Forced the family members
so what we
to
don't
give
know
money
is
to the regime to take the dead body of their
trying to
beloved
keep Iran
one back.
guessing over U.S. military action.
Faced
Joining
with
me
the
now is
regime
Nahal
using
Tusi,
military
senior foreign
weapons
correspondent at
against
Politico. Good to have you with us.
The Iranian people are asking the world to help
so Trump
through
launched
actions,
those strikes
not
on Iran's nuclear
back-to-back
facilities
meetings and
back
empty
in June
condemnation.
last year.
We don't
is he
need
likely to do it
words.
again? What is he weighing?
People of Iran are asking the Islamic Republic,
any number of factors,
are telling the Islamic Republic no longer can be reformed, and asking you that the Islamic Republic no longer be treated
might be ending
as
its
a
crackdown.
legitimate government.
But look, trying to predict
Today,
what Trump is going to do
the number
is a
of
fool's
those
errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all
much
scenarios.
higher than
He does have a
I
lot of
told you.
options at his disposal.
This regime,
he did say, though,
again
on
and
Tuesday,
again,
to protesters
cannot be
that
reformed.
help
Let me
on the
be
way,
very clear. The Islamic
and warned
Republic
Americans to evacuate,
behave
Americans
like
in Iran
ISIS.
to evacuate. What does that signal?
And the Islamic Republic must be treated
and
like
actually
ISIS.
some Americans have also
This
been
is how
moved out of some
you can
bases
save
in
lives.
the Middle East. So that signals
Thank you so
potential
much.
military action, and the U.S. does have options there.
I thank
We can
Ms.
send missiles,
Al-Najjad
other
for
types
the
of
briefing.
airstrikes. We can even launch them from U.S. soil if
I
we
now
need
give
to.
the floor to
But
Mr.
we
Ahmed
don't have
Latif.
a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our
Good
assets are in
afternoon,
Latin America
ladies
right
and
now because
gentlemen.
of Venezuela.
I have a note here,
but he also has other
but I
options.
don't want
In fact, they announced
read
some new
from this note.
sanctions
I want to
today
talk
on
from my
Iran.
heart here
We have
and
cyber
share my
options,
experience
any number of things. And look, at the end of the
when I
day,
was in the
if
prison
things
of
do calm down in Iran,
Islamic
Trump
Republic.
could say, look, the rhetoric
My
that
name
I
is Ahmed
used
Latif,
already
Iranian
is the
American
reason
journalist
that
and human rights
the
activist.
regime is
A few
kind of
years
backing
ago,
off at the moment
when I was a student, the
and not
Iranian
carrying
regime
out some of the
arrested me and
executions
sent
that
me
it
in
has
jail
promised
for
to carry.
attending
Yeah,
a demonstration,
he claims his
exactly
threats to
that
stop
thing
those
we see in the street
executions of
right now in
protesters.
Iran.
Just how much credit can he take
And they
for
said that demonstration against the government, Islamic regime in Iran, is fighting with the government, and we are representative of the God, of Allah on the
They are
earth.
trying to stay in power,
And when you fight with our regime, it means you fight with God. And based on the Islamic rule,
they might be
Sharia,
willing to let him have that credit. But look,
your
Trump also
punishment
does
is
have a
death.
history of head
They
fakes,
gave me
right?
capital
He
punishment.
seemed like he was willing to
They
engage
sent
in
me
some
jail. They
diplomacy
kept me
last year with the
2
Iranians.
years in
And then
solitary
he,
confinement.
watched
They
as the
tortured
Israelis
me,
began
many
bombing.
torture,
So
including
it's,
fake
again,
execution.
It's
They
always best to prepare
killed
for
other
any
people
scenario,
and
if I was
kept
the
me
regime in
there.
Iran, I would
I
be preparing
watched
for the
them,
worst case
how they
scenario when it comes to
died.
Trump.
And Nahal, you also
torture me.
wrote that
For
Trump's
3 times they
involvement
did that.
with Iran
They cut
is
my
a
body and put
flashpoint for his
salt
MAGA
on my
base.
body.
Just explain why.
I can show you, if you do not believe me, I
Yeah,
can show you my body
there
right now
are many
to see
in
the sign
MAGA
of these
who,
cuts.
as much as they despise the Iranian
They
regime and
torture
Islamism and things
mentally
like that, they
and
don't want the
physically.
United States to get
For
involved in another
many
Middle
reasons.
Eastern
One
war.
of the reasons,
And
one of the
so
demand
last
they
year they
had
could
was
forgive
bring
Trump
me
for the
front of
nuclear
the
strikes, the
camera
strikes
of
on Iran's
state
nuclear facilities,
TV
because it was basically
to
a
tell to
quick
people,
thing. In and
I'm a
out,
spy
done
of
a lot
United
of damage.
States. They're torturing
But
me.
we didn't have to send
I
troops.
go and say,
and
I
we were
got
able
money
to
from the United
respond
States,
to the Iranian
Mossad,
retaliation.
Israel,
This time, though,
CIA,
if it's more
to
open-ended,
run demonstration
and there's
against
the
the
possibility
government.
of a bigger
I never
Middle
did
East
that, but they
conflagration,
tortured me
many in the MAGA
to
base
do that.
are likely to be
Exactly
kind
same
of confused
situation
and
we
unhappy
have
with
in
that,
Iran
especially
right
when we
now. If you
also are
see
now
the
involved in
state TV, you
Venezuela and
see
threatening
many
Greenland.
innocent people. They
So,
came in the
you know,
streets,
you're also seeing,
just
by the way, many in the Gulf,
chant
Israel,
their rights,
as well,
and the
telling
Iranian
Iran
regime
reportedly,
put them in front of the camera,
and the
and
United
they say
States
that yes,
to
we
please
are
try to calm
agent of
things
this
down
Mossad.
and not engage
And
in
right
war.
now I'm here.
Now, Tusi, great to have your analysis.
After 1 decade of the prison, I had
well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. Joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
But it doesn't work anymore. I'm here.
Anderson, I think part of the challenge in this moment is it's anyone's guess.
You cannot kill all the people.
Has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about. The use of force and the way that he's deployed military force.
And you have to go court
look, there
and
is
answer
a strong
for all those things you do here today, sir. Don't laugh at me.
Shares his basic view that the Iranian
2 days ago, I was talking to someone who worked for government. He said
the president should work with
in the media you see that they
to
say
make sound
12,000
decisions
people
that are
died
rooted
just
in
during
facts
these
and that are
days
in
we
the
have
best interest of the
demonstration.
American people.
That's correct.
Unfortunately, that has not happened.
But the accurate number is much more than that.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to effect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the country? Obviously, internet has been shut down.
They do not
Communication is
give
very
chance to their
difficult
family
for
even
protesters.
go
The
and
president
get
has
their body and they bury them
days
in
ago,
unknown
protesters to continue protesting,
the number
try
of
to take
dead people is much more
government
than this.
offices, security apparatuses.
I was talking to an activist in Iran.
Do you think
he said that
the U.S. could do much if they wanted to?
Many of those people right now killing people in the street, they are Iranian regime proxy forces.
The most extraordinary military that the
Hashd
world
from
has ever
Iraq,
known. Our
Hezbollah
capabilities
from
are
Lebanon,
truly unmatched.
Fatimiyun or
the president has not
Zainabiyun, they are
worked with
Afghan
Congress
people.
in the way that
He said that many of these people shoot us. They cannot even talk Farsi and they
to
talk
really
Arabic
come forward with a sound
Iraqi
plan. Look,
accent.
the Iranian people are showing extraordinary courage.
Everything I have to
represent
say details.
a state,
Massey said
the
that
state
I
of New
don't want to
Hampshire,
get the
whose
time.
motto
But
is
the
live
only
free
thing
or
you
die.
have
What
to
we
know
see
that,
happening
you saw
in
a
Iran
lot of
is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian
during
people.
these days from Iranian
but if the president
people.
is going to deploy military force, he needs to
But
have good
it's
reasons
not enough. You
and clear
cannot
answers
go fight
to questions
with a
that
demonic
he
regime
needs to account
Islamic
for
Republic,
to the American
which has
people. What comes
gone
next? And what are we really going to
money,
achieve here?
power, and everything.
When we're putting American lives
we
on the line.
need your help.
We've learned that U.S. Attorney
Not
Janine Pirro's
just
office is investigating you and other veterans serving
say
in
that,
Congress
no,
who
it's
appeared
bad, don't do
in
it.
the highly publicized video
We
in which
need
you inform service members they don't have to follow legal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what
Mr.
law
Donald
they think
Trump,
you might have
I
broken?
appreciate you, President. Everything you do is awesome.
Anderson, I worked
but
at the
during
Justice
these
Department
days,
for years,
you
and in this
encourage
job
people
in Congress,
to go in the street.
I work alongside law enforcement every day.
Good
If there's a
thing,
legitimate
but
investigation,
don't
I will
leave
of
them
course
alone.
participate
They
in it.
need your
But
help. You
what's
encourage
happened
them,
here
and
is
they are
that the
in the
president
street.
has
Please listen to
targeted
them.
us for
They
doing
are
our
chanting.
jobs.
They say what they want. They need
something
your
very
help.
clearly and
if
simply.
you
We
leave them
stated
alone, if
an
all,
uncontroversial
I'm talking about all
principle
official leader
of American
the world,
law.
we need
At a moment
your
when
help.
we need
If
clarity,
you
moral
leave
clarity
them
and legal
alone,
clarity
we
in this
cannot
country
change
now
the regime
more than
in
ever
Iran.
before. The president's
and we
response to
continue
this was to become
mass
so
killing and
unglued
genocide
that
in
he
Iran.
threatened violence
Thank
against
you so
us.
much.
And now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs.
Mr. Batibi for
there
the
is no
briefing.
crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my solemn
I now give the
responsibility,
floor
and
to
it's
those council
me
members who
upholding
wish
my
to
oaths
make
to the
statements.
Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will
I
do
give the floor to
every
the
day
representative
that
of
I am
the
blessed to
United
be
States.
serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander,
Thank you, Mr. President, for chairing today's important meeting.
Analyst Brett McGurk. He previously
And
served
thank
as
you
Middle East and North Africa
to our
coordinator for the National
briefers,
Security Council. Brett,
both of whom have been personally
if
targeted
it is that from the White
for
House
assassination,
in the last 24 to 48
both
hours
of whom
about
have
the plan
been
for Iran.
tortured,
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday
at the hands of this brutal regime. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your strength.
And, I'm thinking,
and for coming today to speak on behalf of the Iranian people. Colleagues, let me be clear. The level of violence, the level of repression that the Iranian regime has unleashed on its own citizens, its own people,
where that strike had taken place,
has repercussions
Iran is
international
very
peace and
security.
You're going to hear today that it doesn't, that it's an internal matter.
Turns. So
absolutely wrong and false. This demands
Syria,
this council's attention.
The
people of Iran
so you have to be prepared,
are demanding their freedom like never before in the Islamic Republic's brutal history.
Bottom line, you can't do all that without
peaceful people who love their country
in the Middle East region
are taking to the streets
so
in pursuit of their legitimate aspirations
and other
for a
regional
better
partners
future.
are weighing in.
Well, this is our message.
President
Donald J. Trump and the United States of America stands by the brave people of Iran.
Anderson, I think.
Period.
Iran might be telling
and regardless
people
of its excuses, and you will hear many today from the Iranian regime and from its friends,
I doubt that's going to happen.
The regime is solely,
so I think this has some time
solely
to play out.
responsible for the economic misery of the Iranian people and the repression of their freedom, and they
dropping
will be held
them. They hang people by raising them.
The estimates of the numbers of protesters killed by the regime so far range from the thousands to the tens of thousands. Although visibility into the totality of the violence has been obscured deliberately by the regime's nationwide internet
John Bolton,
blackout.
National Security Advisor, he said,
why has the internet been shut down for weeks?
The president
why have the
that
phone
Iran
lines been cut?
That
why
they halted executions,
are commercial satellite communications
looking for an off-ramp.
being jammed in a very sophisticated manner? We've had a complete blackout.
Their own people.
No internet, no phones, no nothing.
That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out the diplomats. Abbas Arati, the foreign minister, was on
do we even have some window, a limited window, into the atrocities that are ongoing? Well, President Trump has been
I've dealt
clear.
with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials
he will not,
in hostage
nor should the international community
but the regime is the regime,
tolerate
they
innocents being slaughtered
oppression
in the streets.
And this,
Since 1979, for decades, the regime has posed a threat to peace and security in the name of a religious ideology.
Continue. And
the regime calls for death to America and the annihilation of Israel.
The decision-making here
even
is
as its own citizens cannot afford the very basics.
The president still has some options.
Drinking water.
Again, I look at that
very
Syria
basic medicines.
example in
It
2017,
spends billions
lived through. I was working
to
on Syria
develop
at the time.
its nuclear and
ballistic
ballistic missile programs
for that
threaten
turn 2 and turn 3.
its neighbors in the world and its
region.
support of terrorism.
Anderson, this has a ways
from
to
its
play out, I think.
inception, the
and I think
regime
it was you who pointed
has
out
been
days
the
ago
world's
that the
#1 state sponsor
that
of
took place over the
terrorism,
course of a
so
year, which I
declared
had
year
completely
after
forgotten
year,
about.
bringing unaccountable,
and wasn't a reporter, but
uncountable,
I looked it up.
excuse me,
that's a
death
fascinating
and suffering
statistic.
to innocents from
Again,
Beirut
I think
all the way to
I've
Buenos
said this
Aires.
at the beginning of the end of
While
the
its rulers have
Islamic
become
Republic,
rich
I think change is coming
off of
for a number of
oppression
reasons. They've lost support
and
of their
misery
people. This is going to
meted
continue.
upon the
Supreme
Iranian
leader,
people. The Iranian
who's 86
regime
years
has
old,
also
there
been
likely
a
be
serial
secession
human
crisis
rights
once he
abuser
passes from the scene.
from its
So this
very
is all-
first
this
day
is all
in
moving,
power.
And
as
the
you
US
heard
has some
today,
options, but I don't
young
think the
women,
president's decided exactly what to do.
young
That's very
women,
clear.
like
the White House
Masa
says
Amini,
U.S. President Donald Trump is
have been
deciding whether to
murdered
take any military
for daring
action
to
in response to
uncover
Iran's
their hair
targeting of anti-government
in public.
protesters. The White House
While
insists
religious
that
minorities
all
have
options
been
remain
subjected
on the
to the
table.
most
In the
severe
Oval Office on
persecution.
Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest
These abuses
that
have been
things were
documented
looking
right
up.
here by this body, have been documented at length by the United Nations, have been documented by the Secretary General's own regular reports on the situation of human rights in Iran, the most recent of which was released just last year in 2025.
You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options
in addition to the gross
open.
human rights abuses In addition to its illegal march towards a nuclear weapon, in 1979, the regime we now know, led by Ayatollah Khomeini, gave support to radical students who attacked the United States Embassy in Tehran, took over 50 Americans hostage, and held them in captivity for over 400 days. That was followed by the bombing attack on the United States Embassy in Beirut, killing 17 Americans and scores of Lebanese civilians, followed by the supported and direction of terrorists who drove 2 trucks filled with explosives into U.S. and French barracks in Beirut.
What is he weighing?
Killing 241 American soldiers and 58 French military personnel, all part of a multinational force invited by the Lebanese government. It's responsible for the deaths of over 600 American service members and countless others in Iraq. Bottom line is Iran's partners and proxies with Iranian weaponry, documented by the United Nations Yemen panel of experts, have repeatedly attacked our partners in the Gulf and attempted to damage global energy infrastructure.
Americans have also been moved
and then finally, the Iranian regime, state television amplifies calls for a, quote, one-bomb solution to wipe Israel off the map, which ironically would be not only a massacre of all Israelis, but also the Palestinian people whom the regime claims to support. In 2011, the regime attempted to assassinate the Saudi ambassador to the United States in Washington, D.C., but luckily the attempt was thwarted, and further, the regime has continued to plot assassination attempts against the President of the United States, against President Trump, and other senior U.S. government officials, in addition to those who dare speak out living here in the United States.
Those executions of protesters.
Colleagues, Iran has destabilized the Middle East for decades. It has supported and enabled Hamas's brutality,
the Iranians
its hostage-taking, its heinous October 7th attacks. It has funded Hezbollah. It has funded the Houthis, Iranian-aligned militia groups in Iraq, including Kataib Hezbollah, have attacked the United States and the region again and again.
He seemed like he was willing to engage
It's
in
backed the brutal Assad regime, and at every turn, the regime has put terrorist proxies in other nations before the welfare of its own citizens. And as a result of the regime's actions, putting money in the pockets of terrorists, funding its nuclear and missile programs instead of the basic needs for the people of Iran, Iranians have had enough. The regime's dereliction of duty to its own citizens is what has put the Ayatollahs in the positions they are in today, with hundreds of thousands, if not millions, protesting in the streets after decades of neglect and abuse. So everyone should ask themselves,
because it was basically
everyone sitting here
in and out, done
today,
a lot of damage.
How many people are dead? How many people are wounded, maimed, and abused in the Middle East, in Israel, in Gaza, in Syria, in Lebanon, Yemen, Iraq, even Venezuela, because of the regime's support for terrorism? It's the largest state sponsor.
And unhappy with that, especially when
I would like to address the allegation put forward by the regime that these inspired protests are somehow a foreign plot to give a precursor to military action. Everyone in the world needs to know that the regime is weaker than ever before, and therefore is putting forward this lie
Well, more breaking news
of
tonight.
the power
a source tells
of the
CNN
Iranian
that the Pentagon is now
people in the
moving a
streets.
carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln,
They're
to the Middle
afraid
East.
of their
It
own
is
people.
due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran, and the
Iran
regime's
says it's
brutal
ready for
crackdown on
dialogue.
protesters. At least
its
2,400
actions
people
say
reported have been killed by
otherwise.
security forces, though the
This is a
actual
regime
number,
that rules through
frankly, is not
oppression,
known and may be
through
much higher.
violence, and
President
through
Trump has warned
intimidation,
the U.S. will help protesters if the killings
and has
continue.
destabilized
And the White
the
House
Middle
says
East
all
for
options
decades.
are on the
Well,
table,
enough
but tonight sources say
is
that
enough.
Israel and several
We
Gulf states
all
have asked
have
the
a
White House to hold
responsibility
off on
to
striking
support
Iran.
the Iranian
Joined by
people
Democratic
and to
Congresswoman
put an
Maggie
end to the
Goodlander of New
regime's
Hampshire. She's a
neglect
member of the Armed
and
Services Committee
oppression
and was a Navy intelligence
of the Iranian
officer. Congresswoman,
nation.
thanks for being here. The
Colleagues,
deployment of this carrier group to
let
the
me be
Middle East
clear.
would suggest at least being
President
in a forward
Trump
posture that would
is a
allow
man
military
of
action.
action.
President Trump has
not
really
endless
ratcheted
talk
down his
like
rhetoric
we
in the
see
past 24
at
hours.
the United
especially after he
Nations.
was allegedly
He has
told by
made it
Iran
clear
that they would
all
halt the
options
executions of
are on the
prisoners.
table
Where do you think
to
this is
stop
headed?
the slaughter. And no one should know that
Anderson,
better
I think part of the
than
challenge
the
of this
leadership of the
moment
Iranian
is it's
regime.
anyone's guess.
Thank you, Mr. President.
The president has
I thank the representative
been
of the
dizzying
United
in
States for
the
statement.
cavalier way that he's talked about
I give the floor
the use
to
of
the
force and the way that
representative
he's
of
deployed
Liberia.
military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States. And the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to affect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the country? Obviously, you know, internet has been shut down. Communication is very difficult for protesters. The president has encouraged, you know, days ago, protesters to continue protesting, try to take over government offices, security apparatuses.
To the
Do
remarks
you think the U.S. could do much if they wanted to?
By civil society representatives.
You know, we've got the most extraordinary military that the world has ever known. Our capabilities are truly
the Islamic
unmatched.
Republic of Iran.
The president has not worked with Congress in the way that we've seen presidents throughout our history work with Congress to really come forward with a sound plan. Look, the Iranian people are showing extraordinary courage. I represent a state, the state of New Hampshire, whose motto is live free or die. And what we see happening in Iran is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good reasons and clear answers to questions that he needs to account for to the American people. What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here? And we're putting American lives on the line.
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Jimmy Piero's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you informed service members they don't have to follow legal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Workers and members of minority
Anderson,
communities.
I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate investigation,
that the reaction to the protests and demonstrations
what's happened here is
has
that the
led
president has targeted
to a
us for doing our jobs.
number of
We
deaths,
said something
arrests,
very clearly and simply.
and
We stated
destruction of
an uncontroversial principle of American law.
Reports
at a moment
of the
when we
use
need
of excessive force,
clarity and legal clarity in this country
including
now more than ever before. The president's response to this was to become so unglued that he threatened violence against us, and now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs. There is no crime here. It's not a crime for me to do my job.
The
It is
letter
my
of the
solemn
Iranian
responsibility,
government
and it's me upholding my oaths to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving this role.
Socio-economic drivers of these protests.
Joining us now, CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that from the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for Iran?
I think Anderson previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and being in the planning of this in the Situation Room, the nomenclature is turned. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what you call turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions, you know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor, and he said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said, you know, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Security,
maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime. Understand? They rule by brutal oppression. And the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that, the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So, again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working in Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this at the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking
all
up.
efforts geared toward accountability,
including within this council.
And in cooperation with regional partners, tend to facilitate a peaceful,
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
Representative of the Russian Federation.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision
Mr. President,
before it's due, because things change.
Since the end of December, the whole world has been watching as the United States continues to escalate tensions.
Well, just days after
fuel
those comments,
hysteria
the
around
United
Iran,
States launched strikes on Iran's
declaring
nuclear
that
facilities.
help is already on the way.
So what we don't know is
what's more, in its official statements, Washington has not even tried to cover up the genuine reasons for its alleged concern over the country's internal political situation.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump launched
new
those
strikes against Iran
on Iran's nuclear facilities back
Today's
in
meeting,
June last year.
Convened
Is
by
he
our
likely
American
to
colleagues,
do it again? What is he weighing?
Is nothing more than yet another attempt to justify blatant aggression and interference in the internal affairs of a sovereign state. And if, as Washington puts it, Iran's authorities do not come to their senses, then Washington will solve the Iranian problem in its favorite way by through strikes aimed at overthrowing an undesirable regime.
To protesters that help is on
to lend credibility to their actions
and warned Americans to evacuate.
And to justify them, they haven't invited today's briefers. Individuals who have been living in the United States for some 20 years and promoting an anti-Iranian agenda in Washington's interests.
So that signals
these so-called
military
briefers
action, and the U.S. does
cannot
have options
speak
there.
on behalf
we can
of
send
the Iranian
missiles,
people.
other types of airstrikes. We can even launch them
firmly
from
reject
US soil
any
if we
attempts
need to.
by the U.S. to waste council members' valuable time on briefings
although there's reports that one is
that are
heading
meant
to the Middle
only
East.
to serve the interests and the position of those who convened this meeting, and briefings that are in no way related to issues of international peace and security.
On Iran. We have cyber
what
options,
just took place overall was nothing more than a circus, an embarrassment, a cheap show that is unbefitting of members of the council.
That the regime is kind of backing off at the moment and not
have
carrying
carefully
out some
studied the letters circulated in the Security Council in recent days from the Iranian mission. We express our solidarity with the people of Iran and mourn all innocent victims. We see that hostile external forces are attempting to exploit the current situation in order to overthrow a government they find objectionable and destroy the Islamic Republic of Iran as a sovereign and independent state.
He might go for it. And
at the same time, we note that the authorities in Tehran have declared and reaffirmed their commitment to their international obligations, including respect for human rights and ensuring conditions for the peaceful expression of public opinion, while at the same time fulfilling their inherent duty to protect citizens' lives, public order, and the country's territorial integrity.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's
as far as we can tell, the protest
Iran
momentum has begun to subside, and the situation is gradually normalizing. The government of Iran has taken the necessary steps to stabilize the economic situation and has established a constructive dialogue with the public in order to address any emerging issues. Mass rallies have taken place in the Islamic Republic of Iran in support of the country's supreme leader and its independent course. The Russian Federation is convinced that today's meeting of the Council should be approached through the lens of its mandate to maintain international peace and security and uphold international law, not through the lens of Iran's internal political affairs.
Many in the MAGA base
violations of the aforementioned norms and principles in the current situation are obvious. They include the extremely dangerous and irresponsible rhetoric employed in recent days by U.S. leadership, which has gone as far as openly calling for the takeover of state institutions in Iran and threats to assist the protesters. Such statements amount to nothing other than incitement to violently overthrow the constitutional order of a sovereign state.
A carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS
they are
Abraham
a
Lincoln,
gross violation of paragraphs 4 and 7 of Article 2 of the UN Charter,
and the regime's brutal
which prohibits the threat or use of force.
At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher.
President
Trump has warned the U.S.
what is happening on the
streets
of Iran in recent days has gone far beyond peaceful protest.
Table, but tonight sources say that
there
Israel
have been documented cases
asked the White House
of
to
firearms
hold off
use,
on striking Iran.
killings of law enforcement officers as well as civilians, arson attacks on medical facilities and public institutions, as well as attacks on emergency service facilities.
Would suggest at least
these
being
actions
in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after
protecting human rights.
Allegedly told by Iran.
What is happening in Iran is yet another example of the use of tried and tested methods for a color revolution.
Anderson, I think part of the challenge
in
this
which
moment
especially
is
trained armed provocateurs transform peaceful protests into senseless violence, riots, destruction of public property,
cavalier way that he's talked about,
brutal killings of police officers,
the way that he's deployed
state security
force.
personnel,
and there is a
peaceful
strong
protesters, including
bipartisan
children.
coalition in Congress who shares his basic view
as we have
that
already
the Iranian
seen
regime
repeatedly
is a brutal and
in a number of
determined enemy of the
states.
United
All these
States,
actions are
and the president should
either
work
directed
with
or
Congress on a
supported by
bipartisan
external
basis
forces
to make sound
that are
decisions
interested in
that
a
are
so-called
rooted
regime
in facts
change.
and that are in the best interest of the American
in the
people.
present situation, these external forces are not even bothering to conceal their involvement in violent actions.
Change on the ground in
especially
Iran
given that the President of the United States has openly called on protesters to take over Iranian state institutions.
The President has encouraged days ago,
the U.S. and its cheerleaders are
actively
actively exploiting the economic and social difficulties faced by ordinary Iranians, difficulties caused by unlawful sanctions pressure imposed on Iran by Western states. They're using this to inflame public tensions and destabilize the domestic political situation.
Our capabilities are truly
the current
unmatched.
Situation is clearly in line
the president has not
Washington's declared
in the way that we've
policy, once supported by its allies, of maximum pressure on
really
Tehran in order to advance their own political interests in the Middle East.
Iranian people
they are using every means available to achieve this.
A state. And
this includes not only unlawful unilateral sanctions imposed in circumvention of the Security Council and in blatant violation of the UN Charter,
but
also unceremonious blackmail of other states by increases in trade tariffs.
To questions that he needs to account
Our
for.
Western colleagues
what comes next?
are not above using the Security Council as a tool to promote their regional agenda.
We've learned that U.S. Attorney
A striking example of this is the attempt by the UK, France, and Germany to create the illusion of reinstating anti-Iranian Security Council resolutions through the purported triggering of the snapback mechanism envisioned in Resolution 2231 of the Security Council. Their justification for this relied on Western states' fabrications about some sort of threat to international peace and security posed by Iran's peaceful
if there's a legitimate investigation, I will.
And this is despite the fact that the IAEA Director General
that the president has targeted
has never reached such conclusions in his reports on the matter, nor found evidence of diversion of nuclear material to military purposes. And the entire crisis surrounding the implementation of the JCPOA was provoked by Washington's unilateral withdrawal from the nuclear deal in 2018. Nevertheless, the EU3 continues to promote its baseless narrative and deepen divisions within the Security Council.
There is no crime here.
What is most concerning is Washington's aggressive course towards the use of military force and threats of its use against Iran.
Upholding my oaths to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
No matter what arguments are used to justify
Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
As a gross violation of
Joining us now,
international
CNN
law
Global Affairs
and
analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the
strongly
National
urge
Security
the
Council.
hotheads
Brett,
in
first of all, what do you make of
Washington and other capitals
mixed
who seem
signals,
to be
if it
contemplating
is that from the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan
to
for
come
Iran?
to their senses and avoid a repetition of the tragedy of June 2025, when U.S.-Israeli aggression nearly resulted in a major nuclear catastrophe with inevitable humanitarian and environmental consequences.
In Syria,
we demand that
in
the United States
2017,
and
Bashar
its
al-Assad had used
like-minded
chemical
partners
weapons
refrain
against his own
from
people.
further reckless
President
steps,
Trump
including
fired
those
59
involving
Tomahawk
nuclear
missiles at the
facilities.
air base
They should rather
where that
focus
strike had
on
taken
providing
place. Kind of a
solid
one and
assurances
done. Iran
against
is very
further
different,
confrontation
and being in the planning of this and the
and
situation
resume joint
room,
efforts
the nomenclature is
to find
turns.
potential solutions.
So turn one would
this
be our
includes
strike.
addressing unfounded
and unlike
concerns
Syria,
regarding
in which
Iran's
they don't
peaceful
have really
nuclear
an option
program.
to respond against us,
All of this should be
Iran
done on the
does have
basis
some
of
options. So you
international
have to be
law
prepared not only
and
for the
seeking
strike,
balance of
then
all
the Iranian
stakeholders'
response,
interests.
and then
Our
what you
country
call a
stands
turn
ready to
3.
assist this
And that would
in
be a
every
much
possible
more
way.
significant
Mr.
operation.
President,
Bottom line, you
the
can't
Russian
do all
Federation
that
decisively
without a
condemns
carrier
all
strike
forms
group,
of external
aircraft carrier in
interference,
the Middle
incitement
East
to
region.
violence,
We don't have one. So I
and
think what
threats of
happened here
use
is as
of
all the
force
facts came
against
in
the friendly
and other
nation
regional
of
partners are
Iran.
weighing in, as your reporting had just said,
We call
the
on the
president
conveners
held
of
back.
today's
But
meeting
now
to stop
there is an
making
aircraft
themselves
carrier
out to be a
coming
global
in.
judge
The
and put an
dynamic
end
in Iran
to
has
their
not changed,
escalatory
Anderson. I think
actions.
Iran might be telling
Your
people through
actions
diplomatic
risk
channels
plunging the
they're
region
not going
into
to
even
execute
bloodier
anybody.
chaos.
They're going to stop the
Chaos that
massacres
could
in the
easily
streets.
spill
I
beyond
doubt
its
that's going to happen in
borders.
Iran. This regime is still
And
the
a separate
regime.
appeal
So I
to
think
our
this has
colleagues
some
on the
time
Council
to
and
play
all
out.
UN member states.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the
call
past
on them
the
to
Iranian
prevent
regime, not only they
a
hang
new
people,
large-scale
but they don't hang
escalation and
people
ensure that
by
the Security Council is
dropping
not
them. They
used to
hang people by
justify
raising
unlawful
them,
regime change
with cranes,
scenarios.
which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly.
Or
it's
to name
a
and
slower,
shame
more
the
painful, agonizing death.
legitimate
as somebody
authorities
suffocates
of a sovereign
to
state.
death.
Thank you.
So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions. You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former National Security Advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
As well as
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression, and the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue, and the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that the decision-making here is still very dynamic, and I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time, but here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
In the need of de-escalation, dialogue, and the peaceful resolution of the current crisis, in full conformity with the Charter of the United Nations and international law. I thank you.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
The ASG
I have
for
ideas
Africa
as to what to do, but I haven't
from
read
the
a file.
Department
I
of
like to
Political
make
and
a final
Peace-Building
decision 1
Affairs
second
and
before
Peace
it's due.
Operations,
Because things change.
Mr. Proby,
especially with
for
war.
her
Things change with war. It can go from
representation. We
one
also
extreme
thank
to the
Mr.
other.
Ahmad Batevi and Ms.
Just days
Masi
after those
Ali-Najid
comments, the United
for
States
their
launched
briefings.
strikes on Iran's nuclear
Moreover,
facilities.
we recognize
So
the
what we don't
representative
know
of the Islamic
is
Republic
President
of
Donald
Iran
Trump
and
trying
their
to keep Iran
delegation.
guessing over U.S.
The
military
Republic of
action.
Panama
Joining me now
expresses
is
its
Nahal
grave
Tusi, a senior
concern
foreign correspondent at
at
Politico. Good to have you with us.
events that are and the people's protests that
so Trump
have been unfolding
those
in the Islamic
on
Republic
Iran's
of Iran.
nuclear facilities back
These
in June
events
last year.
lay
Is he
bare
likely to do it
the
again? What is he
widespread
weighing?
discontent of the civilian population.
He's weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the
protests were
in
originally
Iran
peaceful,
despite
the
down
fact
and dying,
that
and perhaps the regime
ultimately
might
they
be
were
ending
repressed
its
with
crackdown.
violence.
But look,
These
trying to predict what
events
Trump is
have
going to do
been
is a
met
fool's
with
errand.
a
It's usually
disproportionate
best just to be
response
prepared
from
for all
the
scenarios.
Iranian
And he
authorities.
does have a lot of options
The
at his disposal.
authorities are
He did say,
looking
though, on Tuesday,
at stifling citizens' freedom of expression
on the way, and
due
warned
to
Americans to
cuts
evacuate. Americans in
communication
Iran to evacuate. What
blackouts
does that
across the
signal?
country. It is difficult to objectively verify the facts. As such, there is little accurate information available regarding the current state of affairs. We cannot confirm the information that is circulating. However, thanks to the work of several independent media outlets, that of non-governmental organizations and that of brave Iranians,
many of our assets are in Latin America
concerning
right now
figures have emerged. According to these reports,
in fact, they announced
to date, the number of fatalities could stand at 2,000 or more, and a considerable number of people have been wounded or detained.
The regime
Against
is
this
kind of backing
backdrop,
off at the moment
concerns
and not
begin
carrying out
to
some of the
arise,
executions that they
legitimate
have promised
concerns
to carry.
indeed,
Yeah,
at the possibility that the government may use summary trials and executions
Just how much credit can he take for that?
against those detained during national protests. With this in mind, Panama rejects any type of execution
they are trying to stay in power, and so
where the accused has not been offered the right to defense and due process in accordance with international law.
But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing
never
to engage
be
in some
selectively
diplomacy last year with the
applied,
Iranians.
nor can they be applied with
he,
double standards.
Watched as the
Many
Israelis began bombing.
detainees could meet
So
such a fate. This in
again,
flagrant
it's always best
violation
to
of
prepare
all
for
due
any scenario, and
process
if I was the regime in Iran, I would be
of
preparing
the
for the
fundamental
worst-case scenario when
rights
it comes to
protected by international law and
Trump's
enshrined in the UN Charter.
with Iran
President,
is a flashpoint for his MAGA base.
right
Just
to the freedom of
why.
expression, association and peaceful assembly,
there
as
are
enshrined
many
in
MAGA
international
who,
law,
as much as they
must be
despise the
fully
Iranian
respected
regime
and protected
Islamism and things like
by
that, they
all
don't want the
states.
United States to get involved in another
Recent
Middle Eastern
protests
war.
are the
And
consequence
so last year they could
of the
forgive Trump
wearing
for
down
the
of a
nuclear
regime
strikes,
which
the
is
strikes on Iran's nuclear
economically and
facilities, because
socially
it was
exhausted.
basically a
They are
quick
also
thing,
the
in and
consequence
out,
of the
done a lot
actions of the
damage,
regime itself.
but we didn't have to send troops.
These actions have
and we were
gradually
able to
worsened the
respond
day-to-day
to the
lives
Iranian
of
retaliation.
Iranians and have
This time,
specifically
though, if it's more
affected
open-ended
Iranian
and
women and
there's the
children.
possibility of a
The
bigger
regime
Middle
has
East
prevented their
conflagration,
education, their
many in the MAGA
participation
base
in public
are
life,
likely to
and
be
their
kind of
autonomy.
confused and unhappy with
Episodes
that,
in recent
especially when we
years
also
have
are now
already
involved in
laid
Venezuela
bare
and
the fact
threatening
that there is a need
Greenland.
to guarantee
So, you're also seeing,
women's
by the way,
legitimate
many
right
in the
to
Gulf,
exercise their
Israel,
fundamental
as
rights
well,
in a
telling
safe and
Iran
dignified
reportedly,
fashion. However,
and the United
we
States to
must,
please try to calm things down.
it is
and
indeed
not
timely
engage
to
in war.
recognise that the economic isolation imposed by the international community
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells
may
CNN
have
that the
also
Pentagon is now
contributed
moving
to
a
a
carrier
certain
strike group,
extent
most
to the
likely led by
fraying
the
of
USS
Iran's
Abraham
social
Lincoln, to the
fabric.
Middle East. It is
And
due
that
to the
has
anti-government
directly
uprising, obviously, in
affected
Iran
the
and the
civilian
regime's brutal
population
crackdown on
and
protesters.
exacerbated
At least
internal
2,400 people
tensions.
reportedly have been killed by
Consequently,
security
we
forces, though the
appeal
actual
to
number,
all
frankly, is not
actors
known and may be much higher.
to
President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue.
All must
And the White House
also
says
avoid
all options
imposing
are on the
additional
table. But
pressures
tonight,
which
sources
could
say that
further
Israel and
worsen
several
the
Gulf states have
situation.
asked the White House to
It
hold
is
off on
of the
striking
utmost
Iran.
importance that
Joined by
the
Democratic
international
Congresswoman
community
Maggie
act
Goodlander
with a
of New
sense
Hampshire.
of great
She's a member of the Armed
responsibility
Services
and that it
Committee, was a Navy
exercise
intelligence
caution.
officer.
It
Congresswoman,
must
thanks for being
endeavour
here. The
not
deployment of
to
this carrier
create
group to the Middle
adverse
East
effects
would
through their
suggest
actions,
at least
which
being in a
could
forward
have
posture that would allow military
unpredictable
action. President Trump
consequences
has
and
really
further
ratcheted
burden
down his
the
rhetoric in the past
already
24 hours, especially after he was
heavily
allegedly told
tested
by Iran
Iranian
that they would
population
halt
or
the
serve to
executions of
escalate
prisoners. Where do you
tensions.
think this is headed?
This will see us
Anderson, I think part of
ensure
the challenge
that
of this
the
moment
cure
is
administered
it's
is not
anyone's
worse
guess.
than the original illness.
The president
We urge the Iranian
has
authorities to
been
immediately
dizzying
put an
in
end to and
the
avoid
cavalier way that
all
he's talked
violent or
about
disproportionate
use of
actions
force and the
against
way
the
that he's
civilian
deployed
population.
military force.
The Iranian authorities
Look,
must
there is a
urgently
strong
facilitate a
bipartisan
constructive
coalition in
forum for
Congress
peaceful dialogue.
who shares his
Moreover,
basic view
we
that the Iranian
encourage
regime
measures
is a
which
brutal and
guarantee
determined
access to
enemy of the United
information and
States,
communications,
and the president
including
should
the
work with
restoration of
Congress on a
services
bipartisan
that have
basis
been interrupted.
to make sound
This
decisions
is
that are
because
rooted in
transparency is a
facts and that are in the
fundamental
best interest of the
prerequisite
American
to
people.
generate
Unfortunately,
trust
that has not
and
happened.
to prevent rather,
Does
a
it
further
seem to you that the
escalation
U.S.
of
has many
tensions.
options
It
to
is
affect
vital
change
that
on the
human rights
ground
be
in Tehran
respected.
and throughout the
Citizens'
country? Obviously,
safety and security
internet
must
has
be
been
guaranteed,
shut down.
and the
Communication is very
legitimate
difficult
demands of
for
society
protesters.
must
The
be
president has
heeded if
encouraged,
we are to
days ago,
restore
protesters
stability
to
in the
continue
country.
protesting,
Thank
try to
you.
take over government offices, security apparatuses.
Of Panama for the statement.
Do you think
I give the
the U.S.
floor to the
could do much if they wanted
Pakistan.
You know, we've got
President,
the most extraordinary military that the world has ever
Assistant
known.
Secretary General
Our
Martha
capabilities
Poby
are
for her
truly
briefing on behalf
unmatched.
of the Secretariat.
The president has not
Let
worked
me
with
also
Congress in the way
note
that we've
the importance
seen
of
presidents throughout our
objectivity
history work with
and
Congress
competence
to
as
really
regards the
come
briefing
forward with
by
a sound
civil
plan.
society
Look, the
for an
Iranian people
informed discussion.
are showing extraordinary courage.
And
I
needless
represent
to
a state,
re-emphasize
the state of
here
New
the
Hampshire,
respect
whose
for
motto is live free
decorum
or die.
of
And what
this
we see
council.
happening in Iran is inspiring,
we have been carefully
and we stand with the Iranian
developments
people.
in
But if the
Iran
president
and
is
the
going to
region
deploy
in
military force,
recent
he needs to have good reasons
New
and clear
threats to
answers
regional
to
peace and
questions that he's
stability are
needs
emerging at a
to
time
account
of
for to the
heightened
American
tensions.
people. What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here? We're putting American lives on the line.
We've learned that U.S.
Iran
Attorney
is an
Janine Pirro's
immediate
office is
neighbor
investigating
of
you and
Pakistan
other veterans serving
and
in
a brotherly
Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you inform service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
For an early normalization of the situation in Iran.
Anderson, I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate investigation, I will of course participate in it. But what's happened here is that the president has targeted us for doing our jobs. We said something very clearly and simply. We stated an uncontroversial principle of American law at a moment when we need clarity, moral clarity and legal clarity in this country now more than ever before. The president's response to this was to become so unglued that he threatened violence against us, and now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs.
The UN
There is no crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my solemn responsibility, and it's me upholding my oath to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate
Any
your time.
external interference in the domestic
Joining us now,
affairs
CNN
of
Global
states
Affairs analyst Brett
is
McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that for the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for
and
Iran?
in accordance with international
I think,
law.
Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And, I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and being in the planning of this in the Situation Room, the nomenclature is turns. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what we call a turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen in Iran. This regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions, last night we talked to John Bolton, National Security Advisor.
I thank ASG Poby for her briefing
the president
and welcome the participation of the representative of Iran at today's meeting. China and Russia have made their position clear to all council members regarding the United States invitation of the relevant briefers. Recent developments in Iran have drawn widespread attention. China has taken note of the description thereof provided by the Iranian Prime Minister in his letter to the UN Secretary General. For some time now, the United States has continued to make statements on the situation in Iran and has openly issued threats of the use of force against Iran. As a result, clouds of war are gathering over the Middle East and the tensions in the region continue to escalate. China has always advocated adherence to the purposes and principles of UN Charter and international law. We oppose the use or threat of force in international relations, oppose imposing one's will upon other countries, and oppose any regression of the world to the law of the jungle. Sovereign equality and non-interference in internal affairs are basic principles of international law and the most fundamental norms governing modern international relations. Iran is an independent sovereign state. Iran's affairs should be decided independently by the Iranian people.
But here you got
China supports safeguarding Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and calls on the international community to support the Iranian government and people in overcoming current difficulties and in maintaining national security and
that took place over
stability.
the course of a year, which I had completely
The use of force can never solve problems. It will only make them more complex and intractable.
That's a
Any
fascinating
military
statistic.
adventurism would only push the region toward
I've said this is the beginning of the end of the
unpredictable
Islamic
abyss. We
Republic.
urge the United States to abide by the purposes and principles of the UN Charter, abandon its fixation on the use of force,
who's 86
and call
years
on all
old.
parties to exercise restraint and work together to play their due role in maintaining international peace and security.
The U.S. has some options, but
At present, the Middle East remains the most fragile region in the global security landscape, with the risks of turmoil and conflict persistently high.
In response to Iran's
The people of
targeting
the region
of
have a
anti-government
strong desire for
protesters.
peace and
The White House
development.
insists that all options remain
China
on the
has
table.
noted the grave
In the
concerns
Oval Office
expressed
on
by the
Wednesday,
vast
Mr. Trump
majority
seemed to
of regional
suggest
countries
that
regarding
things
military
were looking up.
confrontation, as well as their
We'll
sincere
watch and see what
expectation
the
for resolving
process
disputes
is, but we were
peacefully
given
through
a very
dialogue.
good,
China hopes that
very good
the United
statement by
States
people
and
that
other
are,
relevant parties will take seriously the
aware
voices
of what's
of the
going on.
international community and regional countries
This is not
and
the
do
first
more
time
for
that Mr.
peace
Trump
and stability
has
in the
had to
Middle
decide
East,
whether to
rather than
strike
the
Iran.
opposite.
You might
All
recall last
countries
year during
should play a
intense
constructive
speculation
role in
about
promoting
U.S.
peace
strikes.
and ending
Mr. Trump said he
conflicts,
would open a
avoid
two-week window for
exacerbating
negotiations
tensions, and
and keep
refrain
his
from
options
adding fuel
open.
to the fire. President, peace and
I
development
have
are
ideas
the
as to what
shared
to do, but I
aspirations
haven't
of
made a
all
final. I
peoples.
like to make the
History
final
has
decision
repeatedly
1 second
proven
before
that
it's due.
an
You know, 'cause things
obsession with
change.
force,
Especially
relentless
with war.
pressure,
Things
and
change with war.
wanton
It can go from
interference only
one extreme
generate
to the
more
other.
conflict and hatred.
Well,
No
just
country
days
has
after
the
those
power
comments,
to
the United
dictate the
States
future
launched
of another,
strikes on Iran's
and no
nuclear
action that
facilities.
defies international law
So
can
what
be
we don't know
tolerated.
is President Donald
We call
Trump
on the
trying to keep
international
Iran
community
guessing
to
over
stand
U.S.
on the right
military
side of
action.
history
Joining
and
me
on
now
the
is
side
Nahal
of fairness
Tusi,
and
a senior
justice,
foreign correspondent at
and work
Politico. Good to have you with
tirelessly
us.
for peace and stability in the Middle East
Thanks for having
and
me.
peace and
So
tranquility,
Trump
in the world.
launched those strikes
Thank you,
on
President.
Iran's nuclear facilities back
I
in
thank the
June
representative
last
of
year.
China for the
Is he
statement.
likely to do it again? What is he
give the floor
weighing?
to the representative of Bahrain.
He is weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the
The
protests
Kingdom
in
of
Iran
Bahrain is
are
closely following
simmering
developments
down
in the
and dying,
Islamic
and perhaps
Republic
the
of Iran.
regime
We
might
are
be ending
following
its
these
crackdown.
developments
But look,
closely
trying to
and
predict what
calmly. We
Trump is
call
going
on
to
the
do is a
Iranian
fool's errand. It's
authorities
usually
to
best just to be
exercise
prepared for all
restraint and to
scenarios. And he
avert
does have
any
a lot of
escalation
options
that
at
can
his
lead to
disposal.
He
losses
did
in
say, though, on
lives or
Tuesday to
destruction.
protesters
This will
that
have
help
negative
is on the
repercussions
way,
for security and
and
stability
warned
in the region.
Americans to
We
evacuate,
mourn and
Americans in
express
Iran
our
to evacuate. What does
condolences
that
to the
signal?
families of those affected by
Yes,
these
and actually some
incidents and
Americans have also
developments.
been
In light
moved
of
out
these
of some
developments,
bases
the Kingdom of
in the
Bahrain
Middle East.
reiterates
So that
that the
signals
primary
potential
responsibility
military action,
for
and the U.S. does
promoting
have
and
options
protecting
there.
human
We can send
rights
missiles, other
lies
types of airstrikes.
and
We
rests
can even
with the
launch them
state
from
in
U.S.
accordance
soil if
with
we
its
need to.
international
But we
law
don't
obligations,
have a
including
carrier
the
in the
treaties
region
and
at the moment,
international
although
norms and standards
but
that
we
are
don't
relevant.
have a
In addition, the
carrier
Kingdom
in
of
the region
Bahrain
at the moment,
reiterates
although
that
there's
it's
reports that
important to
one is
preserve
heading
the
to the
higher
Middle
interests
East.
of the
Many
Iranian
of our
people.
assets are in Latin
Their
America right now because of
expectations,
Venezuela.
their
But
aspirations
he also
must be
has other
met in order
options.
to
In
achieve
fact, they
security
announced
and
some new
stability in the
sanctions
region.
today on
In
Iran.
conclusion, Mr.
We have cyber
President,
options,
we
any
remain
number of
committed
things.
to
And look, at the
promoting
end of the day,
peace
if
and
things do calm down
stability
in Iran,
regionally and
Trump could say,
internationally.
look,
At
the
the same
rhetoric
time,
that I
we
used already
reiterate
is the
that
reason
we
that
must refrain from
the
any
regime
action
is
that
kind
could
of
have
backing
broader
off at the
regional
moment
implications.
and
Thank you.
not
Thank the
carrying out some of the
representative of Bahrain
executions that
for
it
the
has promised to
statement.
carry.
Yeah, I mean, he
give the
claims
floor
his
to the
threats has stopped
representative of
those
the United
executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he
Thank
take
you, President.
for that?
And thank you, Assistant Secretary General Poby.
I think it's fair to say that the Iranians themselves want to avoid a military confrontation
welcome
with
this
the
timely
U.S.
meeting.
They are trying to stay in power, and
The United
so
Kingdom
if
is
this
appalled
kind of
by the reports that
basically
potentially
calms
thousands
Trump
of people
down,
in Iran
he
have
might
been
go
killed
for it, and
and many
they
more
might be willing
arrested
to let him have that
in the most
credit.
brutal
But look,
repression
Trump also
of
does
public
have a history of
protests
head
in
fakes, right? right? He seemed like he was willing to engage
Despite the regime's near total internet shutdown, videos emerging from Iran indicate that reports may underestimate the full scale of horror currently underway.
It's always best to prepare for any
The
scenario.
regime will claim that these protests were instigated by foreign-backed forces.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base.
This behavior is not an aberration for this regime. It is the latest manifestation of the repression and brutality we have witnessed
as much as they
time
despise
and
the
time
Iranian regime
again.
and Islamism and things like that. They don't want the United States to get involved in another
the regime's
Eastern
actions
war.
in the strongest possible terms.
So last year they could forgive Trump for the nuclear
we
strikes,
pay tribute
on Iran's
to the courage of the Iranian people, particularly Iranian women.
In and out, done a lot of
Once
damage.
again, they are bravely voicing their aspirations to live in freedom and dignity in the face of repression and violence.
The Iranian retaliation.
As my Prime Minister stated, alongside his French and German counterparts, we urge Iran to respect the fundamental rights and freedoms of its people,
are likely to be
including the right to protest
and unhappy
without
with that,
fear
especially
of
when
violence
we also are now involved
or
in
oppression.
Venezuela and threatening Greenland.
Iranian authorities must protect
you're
their
also
people,
seeing, by the way, many in the
not
Gulf,
brutalize
Israel as well, telling
Iran must urgently change course. We have delivered this message directly to Foreign Minister Araghchi,
and not
as the G7 has made clear. We will act alongside our partners to impose additional restrictive measures.
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East.
The United Kingdom will
due
continue
to the
to
anti-government
confront the
uprising,
regime's
obviously, in Iran
misinformation,
and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. Joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Voice their demands for a better life, a life in freedom,
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is it's anyone's guess.
And once again, they have been met with sheer brutality
been dizzying
and
in
ferocious
the cavalier
violence.
way that he's talked about.
We're deeply concerned by the reports of several thousand protesters killed by the Iranian security forces.
Bipartisan coalition
and as we've heard
Congress
from Assistant Secretary
shares
General
his
Poby,
basic view
more than
that the Iranian
18,000
regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the
Iran's
United States.
brutal crackdown
and
on the
the president should
protesters
work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make
we
sound
strongly
decisions
condemn
that are
these
rooted
killings,
in facts
as well
and
as
that
the
are in
use
the
of
best
violence,
interest of the American
arbitrary
people.
detention,
Unfortunately, that has not
and
happened.
intimidation tactics by the security
Does it
forces
seem to you that the U.S. has many options to effect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the
All
country?
Iranians
Obviously,
must be able to
internet
express
has
their
been
grievances
shut down.
peacefully
Communication is very
and
difficult
without fear.
for protesters. The
We
president
urge
has
the Iranian
encouraged,
authorities
days
to
ago,
exercise
protesters to
maximum
continue
restraint
protesting,
from
trying to take
unnecessary
over
and
government
disproportionate use of
offices,
force.
security apparatuses.
We stand in full solidarity with the Iranian people.
Do you think
while they
the U.S.
exercise
could do
their
much
rights
if they
to
wanted
freedom
to?
of expression, association, and peaceful
we've
assembly.
got the most
We call on
extraordinary
Iran
military
to
that the world
comply
has
with
ever
its
known.
obligations
Our
under
capabilities
international
are
human rights law
unmatched.
and to ensure
The
unhindered
president has
access to
not worked with
information and
Congress in the way that
communication,
we've seen
including access to
presidents
the
throughout our
internet
history work
for
with
all
Congress,
Iranians.
to really come
Mr.
forward with a
President,
sound plan. Look, the
loud and clear,
Iranian people
again
are showing
and again,
extraordinary courage.
we
I
hear
represent
the Iranians
a
lift
state,
their voices
the state of New Hampshire,
for a better
whose
life,
motto is live free or
for
die.
their
And what
lives,
we see
for their
happening
rights
in
to
Iran
be respected.
is inspiring,
For too long,
and we
the
stand
leaders
with
in
the Iranian
Tehran
people.
have not heeded
But
this
if the
call.
president is going to deploy military
The time has now
force,
come
he
for
needs
the
to have
government
good
of Iran to
reasons
finally
and
listen,
clear answers
to
to
respond
questions
to the will of
that
its
he
people
needs to
through
account
peaceful
for
means.
to the American people. What
We
comes
urge
next,
them
and what are
to
we really
start
going to
today.
achieve here?
I think
When we're putting American lives on the line.
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you, informed service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Africa. I also thank the briefers for
Anderson, I
their
worked at the Justice
statements.
Department
Mr.
for
President,
years,
Colombia
and in this job in
reaffirms,
Congress, I work
as it has done
alongside law
historically within this
enforcement every day.
organisation,
If there's a
and
legitimate
as it has
investigation,
also
I will,
done
of
since
course,
its very
participate
first
in
day
it.
as an elected
But
member on this
what's happened
council,
here is
we've
that the president
reaffirmed
has
that our
targeted
position
us
will
for
always
doing
be
our
guided by
jobs.
international
We said
law and the principles
something very
enshrined
clearly
in
and
the
simply.
United
We
Nations
stated
Charter,
an
as well as by a
uncontroversial
commitment to
principle
peace,
of
the
American
peaceful
law.
resolution
At a moment
of
when we
disputes,
need clarity,
the respect
moral
for
clarity and
sovereignty
legal
and the
clarity in this country now
non-interference
more than ever
in
before.
internal
The
affairs of
president's
states,
response to this was to become so
as well
unglued
as
that
by
he threatened violence against
the need
us,
for the
and now
respect for human
the Department
rights,
of
which
Justice
are
is
applicable
targeting
in
us
all
for doing
contexts
our
without
jobs.
exception.
There is no crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my
peaceful assembly and association are universal rights.
Me upholding my oath to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day.
That law must apply without exception. It cannot be watered down or relativized.
Thank you.
These freedoms must be
guaranteed
throughout the world.
Brett McGurk. He previously
No
served as Middle East and North
differentiated
Africa
treatment
coordinator for the
can
National
be
Security
applied.
Council. Brett, first
And
of all, what
the
do you make of
above
the
is a vital
mixed signals,
prerequisite for
if it is that from the
legitimacy,
White
peace,
House in
and
the last
democracy.
24 to 48 hours about
The
the plan for Iran?
systematic nature of
I think, Anderson, we
repression,
previewed some of this on Tuesday night because
criminalization,
we said to do a strike in
and
Iran,
censorship
it's going to be a
as
significant operation. And, you know, I'm
to
thinking,
the
I was
free
serving in the
exercise
Trump
of the right to
administration when he did his
protest
first
are
military operation in the Middle
unjustifiable
East, in
in
Syria,
any
in
circumstance.
2017.
Moreover,
Bashar
they
al-Assad had used
constitute
chemical
grave
weapons against his own
violations
people.
of human rights,
President Trump fired
and they
59 Tomahawk
weaken the
missiles
very
at the air base
foundations of
where
the
that
rule of
strike
law.
had taken place.
Against that
kind of a
backdrop,
one and done.
we
Iran
are
is very
gravely
different,
concerned
and
by
being
the
in the planning
events
of this in the
which
Situation
are
Room,
unfolding
the
in
nomenclature
Iran,
is
including
turns.
the use
So
of the death
turn one would
penalty
be
and
our
other
strike.
forms of
And
repression
unlike Syria,
as a
in which they don't
response
have
to
really an
peaceful
option to respond
demonstrations.
against us, Iran does have some options. So
We
you
are
have to be
also
prepared
alarmed
not only
by
for
the
the
use
strike,
of
then the Iranian
expedited legal
response, and then what you
proceedings,
call a turn
which
three.
do not
And that would be a
guarantee
much more
due
significant
process.
operation.
This
Bottom line,
is
you
in
can't do all
flagrant
that
contradiction
without a
with
carrier strike
international
group, an aircraft
obligations.
carrier in the
Moreover,
Middle
we
East
are
region.
concerned
We
by
don't have one.
censorship
So I think
and
what happened here is
restrictions
as all
on
the facts
information.
came in and other
Consequently,
regional partners are weighing
in
in,
our
as your
view,
reporting had just said,
the safe
the
access of
president held back.
international
But now
press
there is an aircraft
and
carrier
the
coming in.
restoration
The
of the
dynamic
internet
in
must
Iran
be
has not changed,
guaranteed
Anderson. I
immediately.
think Iran might be telling
human
people through
rights
diplomatic
situation of
channels
women
they're
in
not going to
Iran
execute anybody.
continues to
They're
be
going
a
to stop
source
the
of
massacres
alarm.
in the streets.
We
I
are
doubt that's going to happen in
particularly
Iran. This
concerned
regime is
by
still the regime.
the
So I think this has
disproportionate
some
impact
time to play
that
out.
repression against
Yeah, I mean, I've
protests
heard in the
may
past the Iranian
have
regime,
on
not only
women.
do they hang people,
Moreover,
but they don't hang people by
women
dropping
have
them.
played
They
a
hang people
pivotal
by
role
raising
and
them
indeed a leading role
with
in
cranes,
these protests.
which it's
We
particularly gruesome
fervently appeal
because it
to
doesn't
all
break
member
somebody's neck
states
instantly. It's a
respect,
slower, more
protect,
painful,
guarantee,
agonizing death
and
as somebody
enforce
suffocates
human rights
to death.
for all people.
So the idea that
We
there
underscore the
would
need
somehow
to
halt
guarantee
these executions.
accountability
You know,
in
last
all
night we talked
cases.
to John Bolton,
This
former
in
National
order
Security
to prevent
Advisor. He said
impunity
that he thought,
and to
you know,
guarantee
the president emphasizing
access
that
to
Iran
justice
settled,
and
you know, that
reparation
they'd
for
halted
victims.
executions amounted
Mr.
to, in
President,
Bolton's words, Trump
it
looking for
is
an
of
off-ramp.
paramount importance
Maybe.
to mitigate
Look, this is what Iran
tensions
does. The
and
regime
to
is the
avoid
regime.
actions
They
which
spread
may fan the
terrorism,
flames
they
of
repress their own
confrontation.
people. That is the
Moreover, my
system. That
country
is the supreme
emphasizes
leader.
the
That
need
is
for
the Revolutionary
restraint.
Guards.
Any
But then they
rhetoric
also
or
send out their
action
diplomats.
which aims
Abbas
to
Araghchi, the
escalate the
foreign minister,
situation,
was on
including
Fox
the
News yesterday,
threat
kind of sending
of
messages to
of
the
the
United States.
unilateral
They send
use of
messages
force
through back
brings
channels.
with
I'm
it
sure they're in
grave
direct
risk
contact
for
through their
stability.
foreign ministry. I've dealt
to
with those
the
Iranian
stability
diplomats.
in a region
I've also
already
dealt with some of their
marked
intelligence
by a
officials
high degree
in
of
hostage negotiations.
volatility.
But the regime is the regime,
Such
Anderson. They rule
actions
by
could
brutal
also
oppression.
imperil
And
international
this,
peace and security.
protests
To
in the streets
conclude, my
might
country
pause because
insists
they can
that
be suppressed
it is
because
only
they've been mowed
inclusive
down
dialogue,
over
a
the last
dialogue which involves
5
all
days,
strata of
tragically.
Iranian
But
society
this is going to
that
continue.
can offer a
And
sustainable
the
solution.
fact that we are
Lasting
moving military
solutions
forces into
cannot
the region
be
tells me that
imposed
the
through
decision
force.
making here is still
Rather,
very dynamic.
these
And I think
solutions
if
are
Iran
built
does
through
make a wrong
peaceful,
move, the president still has some
participatory
options. So
and
again, I look at that
nationally-led
Syria
processes.
example
In
in
view of the
2017, which I
grave
very much
nature of the
lived through. I was working
situation,
on
it is
Syria at the
incumbent
time.
upon this
But
council
here you
to
got to be
keep their eyes
prepared
trained
for that turn 2
on
and turn 3,
events
and you're going to
and
need
to
more assets
guarantee
in
the
the region.
protection of
So
civilians,
Anderson,
the
this
full
has a ways
respect
to
of
play out,
human
I think.
rights and
Yeah, and I think it
fundamental
was you who
freedoms
pointed out
and
days ago that the
accountability
Iranian
for
Revolution in
violations
79,
perpetrated.
I mean, that took place
Thank
over the
you.
course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people.
And I would like to
this is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene.
The
so
Islamic Republic
this
of
is all
Iran
moving,
has
and
once again
the U.S. has some options, but
its
I don't think
people.
the president's decided exactly what to do.
It is killing
That's very
innocent
clear.
Iranians.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the
streets
table.
across the country,
in the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
And these demands are met with brutality, violence, and censorship.
What the process is, but we were given a very good
the failing Iranian regime is trying to hide its crimes. behind the total telecom and internet
aware
blackout.
of what's going on.
But it is not possible to hide the truth.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran.
Protesters.
You might recall last year during intense speculation about US strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
This complete system design tutorial covers scalability, reliability, data handling, and high-level architecture with clear explanations, real-world examples, and practical strategies. Hike will teach you the core concepts you need to know for a system designs interview.
This is a complete crash course on system design interview concepts that you need to know to ace your job interview. The system design interview doesn't have to do much with coding, and people don't want to see you write actual code, but how you glue an entire system together, and that is exactly what we're going to cover in this tutorial. We'll go through all of the concepts that you need to know to ace your job interview. Before designing large-scale distributed systems, it's important to understand the high-level architecture of the individual computer. Let's see how different parts of the computer work together to execute our code. Computers function through a layered system, each optimized for varying tasks. At the core, computers understand only binary, zeros and ones. These are represented as bits. 1 bit is the smallest data unit in computing. It can be either 0 or 1. 1 byte consists of 8 bits, and it's used to represent a single character like A or number like 1. Expanding from here, we have kilobyte, megabyte, gigabytes, and terabytes. To store these data, we have computer disk storage, which holds the primary data. It can be either HDD or SSD type. The disk storage is non-volatile. It maintains data without power, meaning if you turn off or restart the computer, the data will still be there. It contains the OS applications and all user files. In terms of size, disks typically range from hundreds of gigabytes to multiple terabytes. While SSDs are more expensive, they offer significantly faster data retrieval than HDD. For instance, an SSD may have a read speed of 500 megabytes per second to 3500, while an HDD might offer 80 to 160 megabytes per second. The next immediate access point after disk is the RAM or random access memory. RAM serves as the primary active data holder, and it holds data structures, variables, and applications data that are currently in use or being processed. When a program runs, its variables, intermediate computations, runtime stack, and more are stored in RAM because it allows for a quick read and write access. This is a volatile memory, which means that it requires power to retain its contents, and after you restart the computer, the data may not be persisted. In terms of size, RAMs range from a few gigabytes in consumer devices to hundreds of gigabytes in high-end servers. Their read-write speed often surpasses 5000 megabytes per second, which is faster than even the fastest SSD's disk speed. But sometimes even this speed isn't enough, which brings us to the cache. The cache is smaller than RAM, typically it's measured in megabytes. But access times for cache memory are even faster than RAM, often just a few nanoseconds for the L1 cache. The CPU first checks the L1 cache for the data. If it's not found, it checks the L2 and L3 cache, and then finally it checks the RAM. The purpose of a cache is to reduce the average time to access data. That's why we store frequently used data here to optimize CPU performance. And what about the CPU? CPU is the brain of the computer. It fetches, decodes, and executes instructions. When you run your code, it's the CPU that processes the operations defined in that program. But before it can run our code, which is written in high-level languages like Java, C++, Python, or other languages, our code first needs to be compiled into machine code. A compiler performs this translation, and once the code is compiled into machine code, the CPU can execute it. It can read and write from our RAM, disk, and cache data. And finally, we have motherboard or mainboard, which is what you might think of as the component that connects everything. It provides the pathway interface that allow data to flow between these components. Now let's have a look at the very high-level architecture of a production-ready app. Our first key area is the CI/CD pipeline, continuous integration and continuous deployment. This ensures that our code goes from the repository through a series of tests and pipeline checks and onto the production server without any manual intervention. It's configured with platforms like Jenkins or GitHub Actions for automating our deployment processes. And once our app is in production, it has to handle lots of user requests. This is managed by our load balancers and reverse proxies like Nginx. They ensure that the user requests are evenly distributed across multiple servers, maintaining a smooth user experience even during traffic spikes. Our server is also going to need to store data. For that, we also have an external storage server that is not running on the same production server. Instead, it's connected over a network. Our servers might also be communicating with other servers as well, and we can have many such services, not just one. To ensure everything runs smoothly, we have logging and monitoring systems, keeping a keen eye on every micro-interaction, storing logs and analyzing data. It's standard practice to store logs on external services, often outside of our primary production server. For the backend, tools like PM2 can be used for logging and monitoring. On the front-end, platforms like Sentry can be used to capture and report errors in real time. And when things don't go as planned, meaning our logging systems detect failing requests or anomalies, first it informs our alerting service. After that, push notifications are sent to keep users informed, from generic something went wrong to specific payment failed, and modern practice is to integrate these alerts directly into platforms we commonly use, like Slack. Imagine a dedicated Slack channel where alerts pop up at the moment an issue arises. This allows developers to jump into action almost instantly, addressing the root cause before it escalates. And after that, developers have to debug the issue. First and foremost, the issue needs to be identified. Those logs we spoke about earlier, they are our first port of call. Developers go through them searching for patterns or anomalies that could point to the source of the problem. After that, it needs to be replicated in a safe environment. The golden rule is to never debug directly in the production environment. Instead, developers recreate the issue in a staging or test environment. This ensures users don't get affected by the debugging process. Then developers use tools to peer into the running application and start debugging. Once the bug is fixed, a hotfix is rolled out. This is a quick temporary fix designed to get things running again. It's like a patch before a more permanent solution can be implemented. In this section, let's understand the pillars of system design and what it really takes to create a robust and resilient application. Now, before we jump into the technicalities, let's talk about what actually makes a good design. When we talk about good design in system architecture, we are really focusing on a few key principles. Scalability, which is our system growth with its user base. Maintainability, which is ensuring future developers can understand and improve our system, and efficiency, which is making the best use of our resources. But good design also means planning for failure and building a system that not only performs well when everything is running smoothly, but also maintains its composure when things go wrong. At the heart of system design are three key elements: moving data, storing data, and transforming data. Moving data is about ensuring that data can flow seamlessly from one part of our system to another. Whether it's user requests seeding our servers or data transfers between databases, we need to optimize for speed and security. Storing data isn't just about choosing between SQL or NoSQL databases. It's about understanding access patterns, indexing strategies, and backup solutions. We need to ensure that our data is not only stored securely, but is also readily available when needed. And data transformation is about taking raw data and turning it into meaningful information. Whether it's aggregating log files for analysis or converting user input into a different format. Now let's take a moment to understand the crucial concept in system design, the CAP theorem, also known as Brewer's theorem, named after computer scientist Eric Brewer. This theorem is a set of principles that guide us in making informed trade-offs between three key components of a distributed system: consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. Consistency ensures that all nodes in the distributed system have the same data at the same time. If you make a change to one node, that change should also be reflected across all nodes. Think of it like updating a Google Doc. If one person makes an edit, everyone else sees that edit immediately. Availability means that the system is always operational and responsive to requests, regardless of what might be happening behind the scenes. Like a reliable online store, no matter when you visit, it's always open and ready to take your order. And partition tolerance refers to the system's ability to continue functioning even when a network partition occurs. Meaning if there is a disruption in communication between nodes, the system still works. It's like having a group chat where even if one person loses connection, the rest of the group can continue chatting. And according to CAP theorem, a distributed system can only achieve 2 out of these 3 properties at the same time. If you prioritize consistency and partition tolerance, you might have to compromise on availability and vice versa. For example, a banking system needs to be consistent and partition tolerant to ensure financial accuracy, even if it means some transactions take longer to process, temporarily compromising availability. So every design decision comes with trade-offs. For example, a system optimized for read operations might perform poorly on write operations. Or in order to gain performance, we might have to sacrifice a bit of complexity. So it's not about finding the perfect solution, it's about finding the best solution for our specific use case. And that means making informed decisions about where we can afford to compromise. So one important measurement of system is availability. This is the measure of system's operational performance and reliability. When we talk about availability, we are essentially asking, is our system up and running when our users need it? This is often measured in terms of percentage, aiming for that golden 5 nines availability. Let's say we are running a critical service with 99.9 availability. That allows for around 8.76 hours of downtime per year. But if we add 2 nines to it, we are talking just about 5 minutes of downtime per year. And that's a massive difference, especially for services where every second counts. We often measure it in terms of uptime and downtime, and here is where service level objectives and service level agreements come into play. SLOs are like setting goals for our system's performance and availability. For example, we might set an SLO stating that our web service should respond to requests within 300 milliseconds and 99.9% of the time. SLAs, on the other hand, are like formal contracts with our users or customers. They define the minimum level of service we are committing to provide. So if our SLA guarantees 99.99 availability and we drop below that, we might have to provide refunds or other compensations to our customers. Building resilience into our system means expecting the unexpected. This could mean implementing redundant systems, ensuring there is always a backup ready to take over in case of failure. Or it could mean designing our system to degrade gracefully, so even if certain features are unavailable, the core functionality remains intact. To measure this aspect, we used reliability, fault tolerance, and redundancy. Reliability means ensuring that our system works correctly and consistently. Fault tolerance is about preparing for when things go wrong. How does our system handle unexpected failures or attacks? And redundancy is about having backups, ensuring that if one part of our system fails, there is another ready to take its place. We also need to measure the speed of our system, and for that we have throughput and latency. Throughput measures how much data our system can handle over a certain period of time. We have server throughput, which is measured in requests per second. This metric provides an indication of how many client requests a server can handle in a given time frame. A higher RPS value typically indicates better performance and the ability to handle more concurrent users. We have database throughput, which is measured in queries per second. This quantifies the number of queries a database can process in a second. Like server throughput, a higher QPS value usually signifies better performance. And we also have data throughput, which is measured in bytes per second. This reflects the amount of data transferred over a network or processed by a system in a given period of time. On the other hand, latency measures how long it takes to handle a single request. It's the time it takes for a request to get a response. And optimizing for one can often lead to sacrifices in the other. For example, reliable batching operations can increase throughput but might also increase latency. And designing a system poorly can lead to a lot of issues down the line, from performance bottlenecks to security vulnerabilities. And unlike code which can be refactored easily, redesigning a system can be a monumental task. That's why it's crucial to invest time and resources into getting the design right from the start and laying a solid foundation that can support the weight of future features and user growth. Now let's talk about networking basics. When we talk about networking basics, we are essentially discussing how computers communicate with each other. At the heart of this communication is the IP address, a unique identifier for each device on a network. IPv4 addresses are 32-bit, which allows for approximately 4 billion unique addresses. However, with the increasing number of devices, we are moving to IPv6, which uses 128-bit addresses, significantly increasing the number of available unique addresses. When two computers communicate over a network, they send and receive packets of data. And each packet contains an IP header, which contains essential information like the sender's and receiver's IP addresses, ensuring that the data reaches the correct destination. This process is governed by the Internet Protocol, which is a set of rules that defines how data is sent and received. Besides the IP layer, we also have the application layer, where data specific to the application protocol is stored. The data in these packets is formatted according to specific application protocol data, like HTTP for web browsing, so that the data is interpreted correctly by the receiving device. Once we understand the basics of IP addressing and data packets, we can dive into transport layer, where TCP and UDP come into play. TCP operates at the transport layer and ensures reliable communication. It's like a delivery guy who makes sure that your package not only arrives but also checks that nothing is missing. So each data packet also includes a TCP header, which is carrying essential information like port numbers and control flags necessary for managing the connection and data flow. TCP is known for its reliability. It ensures the complete and correct delivery of data packets. It accomplishes this through features like sequence numbers, which keep track of the order of packets, and the process known as the three-way handshake, which establishes a stable connection between two devices. In contrast, UDP is faster but less reliable than TCP. It doesn't establish a connection before sending data and doesn't guarantee the delivery or order of the packets. But this makes UDP preferable for time-sensitive communications like video calls or live streaming, where speed is crucial and some data loss is acceptable. To tie all these concepts together, let's talk about DNS, Domain Name System. DNS acts like the Internet's phone book, translating human-friendly domain names into IP addresses. When you enter a URL in your browser, the browser sends a DNS query to find the corresponding IP address, allowing it to establish a connection to the server and retrieve the web page. The functioning of DNS is overseen by ICANN, which coordinates the global IP address space and domain name system. And domain name registrars like Namecheap or GoDaddy are accredited by ICANN to sell domain names to the public. DNS uses different types of records, like A records, which map the domain to its corresponding IP address, ensuring that your request reaches to the correct server. Or 4A records, which map a domain name to an IPv6 address. And finally, let's talk about the networking infrastructure, which supports all this communication. Devices on a network have either public or private IP addresses. Public IP addresses are unique across the Internet, while private IP addresses are unique within a local network. An IP address can be static, permanently assigned to a device, or dynamic, changing over time. Dynamic IP addresses are commonly used for residential Internet connections, and devices connected in a local area network can communicate with each other directly. And to protect these networks, we are using firewalls, which are monitoring and controlling incoming and outgoing network traffic. And within a device, specific processes or services are identified by ports, which when combined with an IP address create a unique identifier for a network service. Some ports are reserved for specific protocols like 80 for HTTP or 22 for SSH. Now let's cover all the essential application layer protocols. The most common protocol out of these is HTTP, which stands for Hypertext Transfer Protocol, which is built on TCP/IP. It's a request-response protocol, but imagine it as a conversation with no memory. Each interaction is separate, with no recollection of the past. This means that the server doesn't have to store any context between requests. Instead, each request contains all the necessary information. And notice how the headers include details like URL and method, while body carries the substance of the request or response. Each response also includes the status code, which is just to provide feedback about the result of a client's request on a server. For instance, 200 series are success codes. These indicate that the request was successfully received and processed. 300 series are redirection codes. These signify that further action needs to be taken by the user agent in order to fulfill the request. 400 series are client error codes. These are used when the request contains bad syntax or cannot be fulfilled. And 500 series are server error codes. This indicates that something went wrong on the server. We also have a method on each request. The most common methods are get, post, put, patch, and delete. Get is used for fetching data, post is usually for creating a data on server, put and patch are for updating a record, and delete is for removing a record from database. HTTP is one-way connection, but for real-time updates we use WebSockets that provide a two-way communication channel over a single long-lived connection, allowing servers to push real-time updates to clients. This is very important for applications requiring constant data updates without the overhead of repeated HTTP request-response cycles. It is commonly used for chat applications, live sport updates, or stock market feeds where the action never stops and neither does the conversation. From email-related protocols, SMTP is the standard for email transmission over the internet. It is the protocol for sending email messages between servers. Most email clients use SMTP for sending emails and either IMAP or POP3 for retrieving them. IMAP is used to retrieve emails from a server, allowing a client to access and manipulate messages. This is ideal for users who need to access their emails from multiple devices. POP3 is used for downloading emails from a server to a local client, typically used when emails are managed from a single device. Moving on to file transfer and management protocols, the traditional protocol for transferring files over the internet is FTP, which is often used in website maintenance and large data transfers. It is used for the transfer of files between a client and server, useful for uploading files to server or backing up files. And we also have SSH or Secure Shell, which is for operating network services securely on an unsecured network. It's commonly used for logging into a remote machine and executing commands or transferring files. There are also real-time communication protocols like WebRTC, which enables browser-to-browser applications for voice calling, video chat, and file sharing without internal or external plugins. This is essential for applications like video conferencing and live streaming. Another one is MQTT, which is a lightweight messaging protocol, ideal for devices with limited processing power and in scenarios requiring low bandwidth, such as IoT devices. And AMQP is a protocol for message-oriented middleware, providing robustness and security for enterprise-level message communication. For example, it is used in tools like RabbitMQ. Let's also talk about RPC, which is a protocol that allows a program on one computer to execute code on a server or another computer. It's a method used to invoke a function as if it were a local call, when in reality the function is executed on a remote machine. So it abstracts the details of the network communication, allowing the developer to interact with remote functions seamlessly as if they were local to the application. And many application layer protocols use RPC mechanisms to perform their operations. For example, in web services, HTTP requests can result in RPC calls being made on backend to process data or perform actions on behalf of the client. Or SMTP servers might use RPC calls internally to process email messages or interact with databases.
maybe.
Of course, there are numerous other application layer protocols, but the ones covered here are among the most commonly used and essential for web development. In this section, let's go through the API design, starting from the basics and advancing towards the best practices that define exceptional APIs. Let's consider an API for an e-commerce platform like Shopify, which, if you're not familiar with, is a well-known e-commerce platform that allows businesses to set up online stores. In API design, we are concerned with defining the inputs, like product details for a new product, which is provided by a seller, and the outputs, like the information returned when someone queries a product of an API. So the focus is mainly on defining how the CRUD operations are exposed to the user interface. CRUD stands for create, read, update, and delete, which are basic operations of any data-driven application. For example, to add a new product, we need to send a post request to /API/products, where the product details are sent in the request body. To retrieve these products, we need to send a GET request to /API/products. For updating, we use put or patch requests to /products/the ID of that product. And removing is similar to updating. It's again /products/ID of the product we need to remove. And similarly, we might also have another GET request to /products/ID, which fetches the single product. Another part is to decide on the communication protocol that will be used, like HTTP, WebSockets, or other protocols, and the data transport mechanism, which can be JSON, XML, or protocol buffers. This is usually the case for RESTful APIs, but we also have GraphQL and gRPC paradigms. So APIs come in different paradigms, each with its own set of protocols and standards. The most common one is REST, which stands for Representational State Transfer. It is stateless, which means that each request from a client to a server must contain all the information needed to understand and complete the request. It uses standard HTTP methods, get, post, put, and delete, and it's easily consumable by different clients, browsers, or mobile apps. The downside of RESTful APIs is that they can lead to overfetching or underfetching of data, because more endpoints may be required to access specific data. And usually RESTful APIs use JSON for data exchange. On the other hand, GraphQL APIs allow clients to request exactly what they need, avoiding overfetching and underfetching data. They have strongly typed queries, but complex queries can impact server performance, and all the requests are sent as post requests, and GraphQL API typically responds with HTTP to unread status code, even in case of errors, with error details in the response body. gRPC stands for Google Remote Procedure Call, which is built on HTTP2, which provides advanced features like multiplexing and server push. It uses protocol buffers, which is a way of serializing structured data, and because of that it's efficient in terms of bandwidth and resources, especially suitable for microservices. The downside is that it's less human-readable compared to JSON, and it requires HTTP2 support to operate. In an e-commerce setting, you might have relationships like user to orders or orders to products, and you need to design endpoints to reflect these relationships. For example, to fetch the orders for a specific user, you need to query to get /users/the user ID/orders. Common queries also include limit and offset for pagination, or start and end date for filtering products within a certain date range. This allows users or the client to retrieve specific sets of data without overwhelming the system. A well-designed GET request should be idempotent, meaning calling it multiple times doesn't change the result, and it should always return the same result. And GET requests should never mutate data, they are meant only for retrieval. If you need to update or create a data, you need to do a put or post request. When modifying endpoints, it's important to maintain backward compatibility. This means that we need to ensure that changes don't break existing clients. A common practice is to introduce new versions, like version 2 products, so that the version 1 API can still serve the old clients, and version 2 API should serve the current clients. This is in case of RESTful APIs. In the case of GraphQL APIs, adding new fields like v2 fields without removing old one helps in evolving the API without breaking existing clients. Another best practice is to set rate limitations. This can prevent the API from DDoS attacks. It is used to control the number of requests a user can make in certain time frame, and it prevents a single user from sending too many requests to your single API. A common practice is to also set CORS settings, which stands for Cross-Origin Resource Sharing. With CORS settings, you can control which domains can access to your API, preventing unwanted cross-site interactions. Now imagine a company is hosting a website on a server in Google Cloud data centers in Finland. It may take around 100 milliseconds to load for users in Europe, but it takes 3 to 5 seconds to load for users in Mexico. Fortunately, there are strategies to minimize this request latency for users who are far away. These strategies are called caching and content delivery networks, which are two important concepts in modern web development and system design. Caching is a technique used to improve the performance and efficiency of a system. It involves storing a copy of certain data in a temporary storage so that future requests for that data can be served faster. There are 4 common places where cache can be stored. The first one is browser caching, where we store website resources on a user's local computer. So when a user revisits a site, the browser can load the site from the local cache rather than fetching everything from the server again. Users can disable caching by adjusting the browser settings. In most browsers, developers can disable cache from the developer tools. For instance, in Chrome, we have the Disable Cache option in the Developers Tools Network tab. The cache is stored in a directory on the client's hard drive managed by the browser. And browser caches store HTML, CSS, and JS bundle files on the user's local machine, typically in a dedicated cache directory managed by the browser. We use the cache control header to tell browser how long this content should be cached. For example, here the cache control is set to 7,200 seconds, which is equivalent to 2 hours. When the requested data is found in the cache, we call that a cache hit, and on the other hand, we have cache miss, which happens when the requested data is not in the cache, necessitating a fetch from the original source. And cache ratio is the percentage of requests that are served from the cache compared to all requests, and a higher ratio indicates a more effective cache. You can check if the cache was hit or missed from the Xcache header. For example, in this case it says miss, so the cache was missed, and in case the cache is found, we will have hit here. We also have server caching, which involves storing frequently accessed data on the server side, reducing the need to perform expensive operations like database queries. Server-side caches are stored on a server or on a separate cache server, either in memory like Redis or on disk. Typically, the server checks the cache from the data before querying the database. If the data is in the cache, it is returned directly, otherwise the server queries the database. And if the data is not in the cache, the server retrieves it from the database, returns it to the user, and then stores it in the cache for future requests. This is the case of write-around cache, where data is written directly to permanent storage, bypassing the cache. It is used when write performance is less critical. We also have write-through cache, where data is simultaneously written to cache and the permanent storage. It ensures data consistency, but can be slower than write-around cache. And we also have write-back cache, where data is first written to the cache and then to permanent storage at a later time. This improves write performance, but you have a risk of losing that data in case of a crash of server. But what happens if the cache is full and we need to free up some space to use our cache again? For that, we have eviction policies, which are rules that determine which items to remove from the cache when it's full. Common policies are to remove least recently used ones, or first in first out, where we remove the ones that were added first, or removing the least frequently used ones. Database caching is another crucial aspect, and it refers to the practice of caching database query results to improve the performance of database-driven applications. It is often done either within the database system itself or via an external caching layer like Redis or Memcache. When a query is made, we first check check the cache to see if the result of that query has been stored. If it is, we return the cached data, avoiding the need to execute the query against the database. But if the data is not found in the cache, the query is executed against the database, and the result is stored in the cache for future requests. This is beneficial for read-heavy applications, where some queries are executed frequently. And we use the same eviction policies as we have for server-side caching. Another type of caching is CDNs, which are a network of servers distributed geographically. They are generally used to serve static content such as JavaScript, HTML, CSS, or image and video files. They cache the content from the original server and deliver it to users from the nearest CDN server. When a user requests a file like an image or a website, the request is redirected to the nearest CDN server. If the CDN server has the cached content, it delivers it to the user. If not, it fetches the content from the origin server, caches it, and then forwards it to the user. This is the pool-based type of CDN, where the CDN automatically pulls the content from the origin server when it's first requested by a user. It's ideal for websites with a lot of static content that is updated regularly. It requires less active management because the CDN automatically keeps the content up to date. Another type is push-based CDNs. This is where you upload the content to the origin server and then it distributes these files to the CDNs. This is useful when you have large files that are infrequently updated but need to be quickly distributed when updated. It requires more active management of what content is stored on the CDNs. We again use the cache control header to tell the browser for how long it should cache the content from CDN. CDNs are usually used for delivering static assets like images, CSS files, JavaScript bundles, or video content. And it can be useful if you need to ensure high availability and performance for users. It can also reduce the load on the origin server. But there are some instances where we still need to hit our origin server, for example when serving dynamic content that changes frequently, or handling tasks that require real-time processing, and in cases where the application requires complex server-side logic that cannot be done in the CDNs. Some of the benefits that we get from CDNs are reduced latency. By serving content from locations closer to the user, CDNs significantly reduce latency. It also adds high availability and scalability. CDNs can handle high traffic loads and are resilient against hardware failures. It also adds improved security, because many CDNs offer security features like DDoS protection and traffic encryption. And the benefits of caching are also reduced latency, because we have fast data retrieval since the data is fetched from the nearby cache rather than a remote server. It lowers the server load by reducing the number of requests to the primary data source, decreasing server load. And overall, faster load times lead to a better user experience. Now let's talk about proxy servers, which act as an intermediary between the client requesting a resource and the server providing that resource. It can serve various purposes like caching resources for faster access, anonymizing requests, and load balancing among multiple servers. Essentially, it receives requests from clients, forwards them to the relevant servers, and then returns the server's response back to the client. There are several types of proxy servers, each serving different purposes. Here are some of the main types. The first one is forward proxy, which sits in front of clients and is used to send requests to other servers on the internet. It's often used within the internal networks to control internet access. Next one is reverse proxy, which sits in front of one or more web servers, intercepting requests from the internet. It is used for load balancing, web acceleration, and as a security layer. Another type is open proxy, which allows any user to connect and utilize the proxy server, often used to anonymize web browsing and bypass content restrictions. We also have transparent proxy types, which passes along requests and resources without modifying them, but it's visible to the client, and it's often used for caching and content filtering. Next type is anonymous proxy, which is identifiable as a proxy server but does not make the original IP address available. This type is used for anonymous browsing. We also have distorting proxies, which provides an incorrect original IP to the destination server. This is similar to an anonymous proxy, but with purposeful IP misinformation. And next popular type is high anonymity proxy, proxy or elite proxy, which makes detecting the proxy use very difficult. These proxies do not send X-forwarded for or other identifying headers, and they ensure maximum anonymity. The most commonly used proxy servers are forward and reverse proxies. A forward proxy acts as a middle layer between the client and the server. It sits between the client, which can be a computer on an internal network, and the external servers, which can be websites on the internet. When the client makes a request, it is first sent to the forward proxy. The proxy then evaluates the request and decides based on its configuration and rules whether to allow the request, modify it, or to block it. One of the primary functions of a forward proxy is to hide the client's IP address. When it forwards the request to the target server, it appears as if the request is coming from the proxy server itself. Let's look at some example use cases of forward proxies. One popular example is Instagram proxies. These are a specific type of forward proxy used to manage multiple Instagram accounts without triggering bans or restrictions. And marketers and social media managers use Instagram proxies to appear as if they are located in different area or as different users, which allows them to manage multiple accounts, automate tasks, or gather data without being flagged for suspicious activity. Next example is Internet Use Control and Monitoring proxies. Some organizations use forward proxies to monitor and control employee internet usage. They can block access to non-related sites and protect against web-based threats. They can also scan for viruses and malware in incoming content. Next common use case is caching frequently accessed content. Forward proxies can also cache popular websites or content, reducing bandwidth usage and speeding up access for users within the network. This is especially beneficial in networks where bandwidth is costly or limited. And it can be also used for anonymizing web access. People who are concerned about privacy can use forward proxies to hide their IP address and other identifying information from websites they visit, and making it difficult to track their web browsing activities. On the other hand, a reverse proxy is a type of proxy server that sits in front of one or more web servers, intercepting requests from clients before they reach the servers. While a forward proxy hides the client's identity, a reverse proxy essentially hides the server's identity or the existence of multiple servers behind it. The client interacts only with the reverse proxy and may not know about the servers behind it. It also distributes client requests across multiple servers, balancing load and ensuring no single server becomes overwhelmed. Reverse proxy can also compress inbound and outbound data, cache files, and manage SSL encryption, thereby speeding up load time and reducing server load. Some common use cases of reverse proxies are load balancers. These distribute incoming network traffic across multiple servers, ensuring no single server gets too much load. And by distributing traffic, we prevent any single server from becoming a bottleneck, and it's maintaining optimal service speed and reliability. CDNs are also a type of reverse proxies. They are a network of servers that deliver cached static content from websites to users based on the geographical location of the user. They act as reverse proxies by retrieving content from the origin server and caching it so that it's closer to the user for faster delivery. Another example is web application firewalls, which are positioned in front of web applications. They inspect incoming traffic to block hacking attempts and filter out unwanted traffic. Firewalls also protect the application from common web exploits. And another example is SSL offloading or acceleration. Some reverse proxies handle the encryption and decryption of SSL TLS traffic, offloading that task from web servers to optimize their performance. Load balancers are perhaps the most popular use cases of proxy servers. They distribute incoming traffic across multiple servers to make sure that no server bears too much load. By spreading the requests effectively, they increase the capacity and reliability of applications. Here are some common strategies and algorithms used in load balancing. First one is round robin, which is the simplest form of load balancing, where each server in the pool gets a request in sequential rotating order. When the last server is reached, it loops back to the first one. This type works well for servers with similar specifications and when the load is uniformly distributable. Next one is least connections algorithm, which directs traffic to the server with the fewest active connections. It's ideal for longer tasks or when the server load is not evenly distributed. Next we have the least response time algorithm, which chooses the server with the lowest response time and fewest active connections. This is effective when the goal is to provide the fastest response to requests. Next algorithm is IP hashing, which determines which server receives the request based on the hash of the client's IP address. This ensures a client consistently connects to the same server, and it's useful for session persistence in applications where it's important that the client consistently connects to the same server. The variants of these methods can also be weighted, which brings us to the weighted algorithms. For example, in weighted round-robin or weighted least connections, servers are assigned weights typically based on their capacity or performance metrics, and the servers which are more capable handle the most requests. This is effective when the servers in the pool have different capabilities, like different CPU or different RAMs. We also have geographical algorithms, which direct requests to the server geographically closest to the user or based on specific regional requirements. This is useful for global services where latency reduction is priority. And the next common algorithm is consistent hashing, which uses a hash function to distribute data across various nodes. Imagine a hash space that forms a circle where the end wraps around to the beginning, often referred to as a hashed ring. And both the nodes and the data, like keys or stored values, are hashed onto this ring. This makes sure that the client consistently connects to the same server every time. An essential feature of load balancers is continuous health checking of servers to ensure traffic is only directed to servers that are online and responsive. If a server fails, the load balancer will stop sending traffic to it until it is back online. And load balancers can be in different forms, including hardware applications, software solutions, and cloud-based services. Some of the popular hardware load balancers are F5 Big IP, which is a widely used hardware load balancer known for its high performance and extensive feature set. It offers local traffic management, global server load balancing, and application security. Another example is Citrix, formerly known as NetScaler, which provides load balancing, content switching, and application acceleration. Some popular software load balancers are AJ Proxy, which is a popular open-source software load balancer, and Proxy Server for TCP and HTTP-based applications. And of course Nginx, which is often used as a web server, but it also functions as a load balancer and reverse proxy for HTTP and other network protocols. And some popular cloud-based load balancers are AWS's Elastic Load Balancing, or Microsoft Azure Load Balancer, or Google Cloud's Load Balancer. There are even some virtual load balancers like VMware's Advanced Load Balancer, which offers a software-defined application delivery controller that can be deployed on premises or in the cloud. Now let's see what happens when a load balancer goes down. When the load balancer goes down, it can impact the whole availability and performance of the application or services it manages. It's basically a single point of failure, and in case it goes down, all of the servers become unavailable for the clients. To avoid or minimize the impact of a load balancer failure, we have several strategies which can be employed. First one is implementing a redundant load balancing by using more than one load balancer, often in pairs, which is a common approach. If one of them fails, the other one takes over, which is a method known as a failover. Next strategy is to continuously monitor and do health checks of load balancer itself. This can ensure that any issues are detected early and can be addressed before causing significant disruption. We can also implement auto-scaling and self-healing systems. Some modern infrastructures are designed to automatically detect the failure of load balancer and replace it with a new instance without manual intervention. And in some configurations, DNS failover can reroute traffic away from an IP address that is no longer accepting connections, like a failed load balancer, to a pre-configured standby IP, which is our new load balancer. System design interviews are incomplete without a deep dive into databases. In the next few minutes, I'll take you through the database essentials you need to understand to ace that interview. We'll explore the role of databases in system design, sharding and replication techniques, and the key ACID properties. We'll also discuss different types of databases, vertical and horizontal scaling options, and database performance techniques. We have different types of databases, each designed for specific tasks and challenges. Let's explore them. First type is relational databases. Think of a relational database like a well-organized filing cabinet where all the files are neatly sorted into different drawers and folders. Some popular examples of SQL databases are PostgreSQL, MySQL, and SQLite. All of the SQL databases use tables for data storage, and they use SQL as a query language. They are great for transactions, complex queries, and integrity. Relational databases are also ACID compliant, meaning they maintain the ACID properties. A stands for atomicity, which means that transactions are all or nothing. C stands for consistency, which means that after a transaction, your database should be in a consistent state. I is isolation, which means that transactions should be independent, and D is for durability, which means that once transaction is committed, the data is there to stay. We also have NoSQL databases, which drop the consistency property from the ACID. Imagine a NoSQL database as a brainstorming board with sticky notes. You can add or remove notes in any shape or form. It's flexible. Some popular examples are MongoDB, Cassandra, and Redis. There are different types of NoSQL databases, such as key-value pairs, like Redis, document-based databases, like MongoDB, or graph-based databases, like Neo4j. NoSQL databases are schemaless, meaning they don't have foreign keys between tables which link the data together. They are good for unstructured data, ideal for scalability, quick iteration, and simple queries. There are also in-memory databases. This is like having a whiteboard for quick calculations and temporary sketches. It's fast because everything is in memory. Some examples are Redis and Memcache. They have lightning-fast data retrieval and are used primarily for caching and session storage. Now let's see how we can scale databases. The first option is vertical scaling or scale up. In vertical scaling, you improve the performance of your database by enhancing the capabilities of individual server where the data is running. This could involve increasing CPU power, adding more RAM, adding faster or more disk storage, or upgrading the network. But there is a maximum limit to the resources you can add to a single machine, and because of that, it's very limited. The next option is horizontal scaling or scale out, which involves adding more machines to the existing pool of resources rather than upgrading a single unit. Databases that support horizontal scaling distribute data across a cluster of machines. This could involve database sharding or data replication. The first option is database sharding, which is distributing different portions, shards of the dataset across multiple servers. This means you split the data into smaller chunks and distribute it across multiple servers. Some of the sharding strategies include range-based sharding, where you distribute data based on the range of a given key, directory-based sharding, which is utilizing a lookup service to direct traffic to the correct database. We also have geographical sharding, which is splitting databases based on geographical locations. And the next horizontal scaling option is data replication. This is keeping copies of data on multiple servers for high availability. You have master-slave replication, which is where you have one master database and several read-only slave databases. Or you can have master-master replication, which is multiple databases that can both read and write. Scaling your database is one thing, but you also want to access it faster, so let's talk about different performance techniques that can help to access your data faster. The most obvious one is caching. Caching isn't just for web servers. Database caching can be done through in-memory databases like Redis. You can use it to cache frequent queries and boost your performance. The next technique is indexing. Indexes are another way to boost the performance of your database. Creating an index for frequently accessed columns will significantly speed up retrieval times. And the next technique is query optimization. You can also consider optimizing queries for fast data access. This includes minimizing joins and using tools like SQL Query Analyzer or Explain Plan to understand your query's performance. In all cases, you should remember the CAP theorem, which states that you can only have two of these three: consistency, availability, and partition tolerance. When designing a system, you should prioritize two of these based on the requirements that you have given in the interview. If you enjoyed this crash course, then consider watching my other videos about system design concepts and interviews. See you next time.
So what we don't know is President Donald Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action. Joining me now is Nahal Tusi.
Hello and welcome to the Docker for Beginners course. My name is Mumshad Manambat and I will be your instructor for this course. I'm a DevOps and cloud trainer at codecloud.com, which is an interactive hands-on online learning platform. I've been working in the industry as a consultant for over 13 years and have helped hundreds of thousands of students learn technology in a fun and interactive way. In this course, you will learn Docker through a series of lectures that use animation, illustration, and some fun analogies that simplify complex concepts. We have demos that will show you how to install and get started with Docker. And most importantly, we have hands-on labs that you can access right in your browser. I will explain more about it in a bit. But first, let's look at the objectives of this course. In this course, we first try to understand what containers are, what Docker is, and why you might need it, and what it can do for you. We will see how to run a Docker container, how to build your own Docker image. We will see networking in Docker and how to use Docker Compose, what Docker registry is, how to deploy your own private registry, and we then look at some of these concepts in depth, and we try to understand how Docker really works under the hood. We look at Docker for Windows and Mac before finally getting a basic introduction to container orchestration tools like Docker Swarm and Kubernetes. Here's a quick note about hands-on labs. First of all, to complete this course, you don't have to set up your own lab. Well, you may set it up if you wish to, have your own environment, and we have a demo as well. But as part of this course, we provide real labs that you can access right in your browser, anywhere, anytime, and as many times as you want. The labs give you instant access to a terminal, to a Docker host, and an accompanying quiz portal. The quiz portal asks a set of questions, such as exploring the environment and gathering information, or you might be asked to perform an action such as run Docker container. The quiz portal then validates your work and gives you feedback instantly. Every lecture in this course is accompanied by such challenging interactive quizzes that makes learning Docker a fun activity. So, I hope you're as thrilled as I am to get started. So let us begin.
Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base. Just explain why.
We're going to start by looking at a high-level overview on why you need Docker and what it can do for you. Let me start by sharing how I got introduced to Docker. In one of my previous projects, I had this requirement to set up an end-to-end application stack, including various different technologies, like a web server using Node.js, and a database such as MongoDB, and a messaging system like Redis, and an orchestration tool like Ansible. We had a lot of issues developing this application stack with all these different components. First of all, their compatibility with the underlying OS was an issue. We had to ensure that all these different services were compatible with the version of OS we were planning to use. There have been times when certain versions of these services were not compatible with the OS, and we've had to go back and look at different OS that was compatible with all of these different services. Secondly, we had to check the compatibility between these services and the libraries and dependencies on the OS. We've had issues where one service requires one version of a dependent library, whereas another service requires another version. The architecture of our application changed over time. We've had to upgrade to newer versions of these components, or change the database, etc. And every time something changed, we had to go through the same process of checking compatibility between these various components and the underlying infrastructure.
And the White House
this
says
compatibility matrix issue is usually referred to as the matrix from hell. Next, every time we had a new developer on board, we found it really difficult to set up a new environment. The new developers had to follow a large set of instructions and run hundreds of commands to finally set up their environment. They had to make sure they were using the right operating system, the right versions of each of these components, and each developer had to set all that up by himself each time. We also had different development, test, and production environments. One developer may be comfortable using one OS, and the others may be comfortable using another one. And so we couldn't guarantee that the application that we were building would run the same way in different environments. And so all of this made our life in developing, building, and shipping the application really difficult. So I needed something that could help us with the compatibility issue, and something that will allow us to modify or change these components without affecting the other components, and even modify the underlying operating systems as required. And that search landed me on Docker. With Docker, I was able to run each component in a separate container with its own dependencies and its own libraries, all on the same VM and the OS, but within separate environments or containers. We just had to build the Docker configuration once, and all our developers could now get started with a simple Docker run command, irrespective of what the underlying operating system they run. All they needed to do was to make sure they had Docker installed on their systems. So what are containers? Containers are completely isolated environments, as in they can have their own processes or services, their own network interfaces, their own mounts, just like virtual machines, except they all share the same OS kernel. We will look at what that means in a bit, but it's also important to note that containers are not new with Docker. Containers have existed for about 10 years now, and some of the different types of containers are LXC, LXD, LXCFS, etc. Docker utilizes LXC containers. Setting up these container environments is hard as they are very low level, and that is where Docker offers a high-level tool with several powerful functionalities, making it really easy for end users like us. To understand how Docker works, let us revisit some basic concepts of operating systems first. If you look at operating systems like Ubuntu, Fedora, SUSE, or CentOS, they all consist of two things, an OS kernel and a set of software. The OS kernel is responsible for interacting with the underlying hardware, while the OS kernel remains the same, which is Linux in this case. It's the software above it that makes these operating systems different. This software may consist of a different user interface, drivers, compilers, file managers, developer tools, etc. So you have a common Linux kernel shared across all OSs, and some custom software that differentiate operating systems from each other. We said earlier that Docker containers share the underlying kernel. So what does that actually mean, sharing the kernel? Let's say we have a system with an Ubuntu OS with Docker installed on it. Docker can run any flavor of OS on top of it, as long as they are all based on the same kernel, in this case, Linux. If the underlying OS is Ubuntu, Docker can run a container based on another distribution like Debian, Fedora, SUSE, or CentOS. Each Docker container only has the additional software that we just talked about in the previous slide that makes these operating systems different. And Docker utilizes the underlying kernel of the Docker host, which works with all OSs above. So what is an OS that do not share the same kernel as this? Windows. And so you won't be able to run a Windows-based container on a Docker host with Linux on it. For that, you will require Docker on a Windows server. Now, it is when I say this that most of my students go, hey, hold on there, that's not true, and they install Docker on Windows, run a container based on Linux, and go see it's possible. Well, when you install Docker on Windows and run a Linux container on Windows, you're not really running a Linux container on Windows. Windows runs a Linux container on a Linux virtual machine under the hood. So it's really Linux container on Linux virtual machine on Windows. We discuss more about this on the Docker on Windows or Mac later during this course. Now you might ask, isn't that a disadvantage then, not being able to run another kernel on the OS?
Bottom line,
the answer is no, because unlike hypervisors, Docker is not meant to virtualize and run different operating systems and kernels on the same hardware. The main purpose of Docker is to package and containerize applications and to ship them and to run them anywhere, anytime, as many times as you want. So that brings us to the differences between virtual machines and containers, something that we tend to do, especially those from a virtualization background. As you can see on the right, in case of Docker, we have the underlying hardware, infrastructure, and then the OS, and then Docker installed on the OS. Docker then manages the containers that run with libraries and dependencies alone. In case of virtual machines, we have the hypervisor like ESX on the hardware and then the virtual machines on them. As you can see, each virtual machine has its own OS inside it, then the dependencies, and then the application. The overhead causes higher utilization of underlying resources as there are multiple virtual operating systems and kernels running. The virtual machines also consume higher disk space as each VM is heavy and is usually in gigabytes in size, whereas Docker containers are lightweight and are usually in megabytes in size. This allows Docker containers to boot up faster, usually in a matter of seconds, whereas VMs, as we know, takes minutes to boot up as it needs to boot up the entire operating system. It is also important to note that Docker has less isolation as more resources are shared between the containers, like the kernel, whereas VMs have complete isolation from each other. Since VMs don't rely on the underlying OS or kernel, you can run different types of applications built on different OSs, such as Linux-based or Windows-based apps on the same hypervisor. So those are some differences between the two. Now, having said that, it's not an either container or virtual machine situation. It's containers and virtual machines. Now, when you have large environments with thousands of application containers running on thousands of Docker hosts, you will often see containers provisioned on virtual Docker hosts. That way, we can utilize the advantages of both technologies. We can use the benefits of virtualization to easily provision or decommission Docker hosts as required, at the same time make use of the benefits of Docker to easily provision applications and quickly scale them as required. But remember that in this case, we will not be provisioning that many virtual machines as we used to before, because earlier we provisioned a virtual machine for each application. Now you might provision a virtual machine for hundreds or thousands of containers. So how is it done? There are lots of containerized versions of applications readily available as of today. So most organizations have their products containerized and available in a public Docker repository called Docker Hub or Docker Store. For example, you can find images of most common operating systems, databases, and other services and tools. Once you identify the images you need and you install Docker on your host, bringing up an application is as easy as running a Docker run command with the name of the image. In this case, running a Docker run Ansible command will run an instance of Ansible on the Docker host. Similarly, run an instance of MongoDB, Redis, and Node.js using the Docker run command. If we need to run multiple instances of the web service, simply add as many instances as you need and configure a load balancer of some kind in the front. In case one of the instances were to fail, simply destroy that instance and launch a new one. There are other solutions available for handling such cases that we will look at later during this course. And for now, don't focus too much on the commands. We will get to that in a bit.
Especially with war.
We've been talking about images and containers. Let's understand the difference between the two. An image is a package or a template, just like a VM template that you might have worked with in the virtualization world. It is used to create one or more containers. Containers are running instances of images that are isolated and have their own environments and set of processes. As we have seen before, a lot of products have been Dockerized already. In case you cannot find what you're looking for, you could create your own image and push it to Docker Hub repository, making it available for public. So if you look at it, traditionally, developers developed applications, then they hand it over to ops team to deploy and manage it in production environments. They do that by providing a set of instructions, such as information about how the host must be set up, what prerequisites are to be installed on the host, and how the dependencies are to be configured, etc. Since the ops team did not really develop the application on their own, they struggle with setting it up. When they hit an issue, they work with the developers to resolve it. With Docker, the developers and operations teams work hand in hand to transform the guide into a Docker file with both of their requirements. This Docker file is then used to create an image for their applications. This image can now run on any host with Docker installed on it, and is guaranteed to run the same way everywhere. So the ops team can now simply use the image to deploy the application, since the image was already working when the developer built it, and operations have not modified it. It continues to work the same way when deployed in production. And that's one example of how a tool like Docker contributes to the DevOps culture. Well, that's it for now, and in the upcoming lecture, we will look at how to get started with Docker.
Some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, I mean, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he take for that?
We will now see how to get started with Docker. Now, Docker has two editions, the Community Edition and the Enterprise Edition. The Community Edition is the set of free Docker products. The Enterprise Edition is the certified and supported container platform that comes with enterprise add-ons like the image management, image security, universal control plane for managing and orchestrating container runtimes. But of course, these come with a price. We will discuss more about container orchestration later in this course, and along with some alternatives. For now, we will go ahead with the Community Edition. The Community Edition is available on Linux, Mac, Windows, or on cloud platforms like AWS or Azure. In the upcoming demo, we will take a look at how to install and get started with Docker on a Linux system. Now, if you are on Mac or Windows, you have two options. Either install a Linux VM using VirtualBox or some kind of virtualization platform, and then follow along with the upcoming demo, which is really the most easiest way to get started with Docker. The second option is to install Docker Desktop for Mac or Docker Desktop for Windows, which are native applications. So if that is really what you want, check out the Docker for Mac and the Windows sections towards the end of this course, and then head back here once you're all set up. We will now head over to a demo, and we will take a look at how to install Docker on a Linux machine.
Israel as well, telling Iran reportedly.
In this demo, we look at how to install and get started with Docker. First of all, identify a system, physical or virtual machine, or laptop, that has a supported operating system. In my case, I have an Ubuntu VM. Go to docs.docker.com and click on Get Docker. You will be taken to the Docker Engine Community Edition page. That is the free version that we are after. From the left-hand menu, select your system type. I choose Linux in my case, and then select your OS flavor. I choose Ubuntu. Read through the prerequisites and requirements. Your Ubuntu system must be 64-bit and one of the supported versions like Disco, Cosmic, Bionic, or Xennial. In my case, I have a Bionic version. To confirm, view the etc release file. Next, uninstall any older version if one exists. So let's just make sure that there's none on my host. So I'll just copy and paste that command. And I confirm that there are no older versions that exist on my system. The next step is to set up repository and install the software. Now, there are two ways to go about this. The first is using the package manager by first updating the repository using the apt-get update command then installing the prerequisite packages, and then adding Docker's official GPG keys, and then installing Docker. But I'm not going to go that route. There is an easier way. If you scroll all the way to the bottom, you will find the instructions to install Docker using the convenience script. It's a script that automates the entire installation process and works on most operating systems. Run the first command to download a copy of the script, and then run the second command to execute the script to install Docker automatically. Give it a few minutes to complete the installation.
You know, we've got the most extraordinary military that the world has ever known. Our capabilities
The installation is now successful. Let us now check the version of Docker using the Docker version command. We've installed version 19.03.1. We will now run a simple container to ensure everything is working as expected. For this, head over to Docker Hub at hub.docker.com. Here you will find a list of the most popular Docker images like Nginx, MongoDB, Alpine, Node.js, Redis, etc. Let's search for a fun image called Whalesay. Whalesay is Docker's version of Cowsay, which is basically a simple application that prints a cow saying something. In this case, it happens to be a whale. Copy the Docker run command given here. Remember to add sudo, and we will change the message to hello world.
For an interview with federal investigators, is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Anderson, I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate
On running this command, Docker pulls the image of the Whalesay application from Docker Hub and runs it, and we have our whale saying hello.
Something very clearly and
Great.
simply. We stated
We're all set.
an uncontroversial principle.
Remember, for the purpose of this
American
course, you don't
At a
really
moment when
need to
you
set up a
need
Docker system on your own.
clarity
We
and
provide
legal
hands-on
clarity in
labs
this
that you will
country
get
now more
access
than
to,
ever
but
before.
if
The
you wish to
president's response to
experiment
this was
on
to
your own
become
and
so
follow
unhinged
along, feel
that he
free to do
threatened
so.
violence against us, and now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs.
We now look at some of the Docker
There is no
commands.
crime here.
At
It's
the end
not
of
a
this
crime for me
lecture,
to
you will
do
go
my
through
job. It
a
is my
hands-on quiz
solemn
where you will
responsibility,
practice
and it's
working with these
me
commands.
upholding my oath to
Let's
the
start by
Constitution,
looking
which is
at
what I
Docker
plan to do
run command.
and will do
The Docker
every
run
day
command
that
is used
I am
to
blessed
run
to
a
be
container
serving in
from
this
an
role.
image. Running the Docker run Nginx command will run an instance of the Nginx application on the Docker host if it already exists. If the image is not present on the host, it will go out to Docker Hub and pull the image down. But this is only done the first time. For the subsequent executions, the same image will be reused. The Docker PS command lists all running containers and some basic information about them, such as the container ID, the name of the image we use to run the containers, the current status, and the name of the container. Each container automatically gets a random ID and name created for it by Docker, which in this case is Silly Samet. To see all containers running or not, use the -A option. This outputs all running as well as previously stopped or exited containers. We'll talk about the command and port fields shown in this output later in this course. For now, let's just focus on the basic commands. To stop a running container, use the Docker stop command, but you must provide either the container ID or the container name in the stop command. If you're not sure of the name, run the Docker PS command to get it. On success, you will see the name printed out, and running Docker PS again will show no running containers. Running Docker PS-A, however, shows the container Silly Samet and that it is in an exited state a few seconds ago. Now, what if we don't want this container lying around consuming space? What if we want to get rid of it for good? Use the Docker RM command to remove a stopped or exited container permanently. If it prints the name back, we're good. Run the Docker PS command again to verify that it's no longer present. Good. But what about the Nginx image that was downloaded at first? We're not using that anymore. So how do we get rid of that image? But first, how do we see a list of images present on our host? Run the Docker images command to see a list of available images and their sizes. On our host, we have 4 images: Nginx, Redis, Ubuntu, and Alpine. We will talk about tags later in this course when we discuss about images.
This is what Iran does.
To remove an image that you no longer plan to use, run the docker RMI command. Remember, you must ensure that no containers are running off of that image before attempting to remove the image. You must stop and delete all dependent containers to be able to delete an image. When we ran the docker run command earlier, it downloaded the Ubuntu image as it couldn't find one locally. What if we simply want to download the image and keep so when we run the docker run command, we don't want to wait for it to download. Use the docker pull command to only pull the image and not run the container. So in this case, the docker pull Ubuntu command pulls the Ubuntu image and stores it on our host. Let's look at another example. Say you were to run a Docker container from an Ubuntu image. When you run the docker run Ubuntu command, it runs an instance of Ubuntu image and exits immediately. If you were to list the running containers, you wouldn't see the container running. If you list all containers, including those that are stopped, you will see that the new container you ran is in an exited state. Now, why is that? Unlike virtual machines, containers are not meant to host an operating system. Containers are meant to run a specific task or process, such as to host an instance of a web server or application server or a database, or simply to carry some kind of computation or analysis task. Once the task is complete, the container exits. A container only lives as long as the process inside it is alive. If the web service inside the container is stopped or crashed, then the container exits. This is why when you run a container from an Ubuntu image, it stops immediately, because Ubuntu is just an image of an operating system that is used as the base image for other applications. There is no process or application running in it by default. If the image isn't running any service, as is the case with Ubuntu, you could instruct Docker to run a process with the docker run command. For example, a sleep command with a duration of 5 seconds. When the container starts, it runs the sleep command and goes into sleep for 5 seconds, post which the sleep command exits and the container stops. What we just saw was executing a command when we run the container. But what if we would like to execute a command on a running container? For example, when I run the docker ps command, I can see that there is a running container which uses the Ubuntu image and sleeps for 100 seconds. Let's say I would like to see the contents of a file inside this particular container. I could use the docker exec command to execute a command on my Docker container. In this case, to print the contents of the etc host file. Finally, let's look at one more option before we head over to the practice exercises. I'm now going to run a Docker image I developed for a simple web application. The repository name is codecloud/simple-webapp. It runs a simple web server that listens on port 8080. When you run a docker run command like this, it runs in the foreground or in an attached mode, meaning you will be attached to the console or the standard out of the Docker container, and you will see the output of the web service on your screen. You won't be able to do anything else on this console other than view the output until this Docker container stops. It won't respond to your inputs. Press the Ctrl+C combination to stop the container, and the application hosted on the container exits, and you get back to your prompt. Another option is to run the Docker container in the detached mode by providing the -d option. This will run the Docker container in the background mode, and you will be back to your prompt immediately. The container will continue to run in the backend. Run the docker ps command to view the running container.
And in fact, they announced
now, if you would like to attach back to the running container later, run the docker attach command and specify the name or ID of the Docker container. Now remember, if you're specifying the ID of a container in any Docker command, you can simply provide the first few characters alone, just so it is different from the other container IDs on the host. In this case, I specify A043D. Now, don't worry about accessing the UI of the web server for now. We will look more into that in the upcoming lectures. For now, let's just understand the basic commands. We'll now get our hands dirty with the Docker CLI, so let's take a look at how to access the practice lab environments next.
But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy.
Let me now walk you through the hands-on lab practice environment. The links to access the labs associated with this course are available at CodeCloud at codecloud.com/p/docker-labs. This link is also given in the description of this video. Once you're on this page, use the links given there to access the labs associated to your lecture. Each lecture has its own lab, so remember to choose the right lab for your lecture. The labs open up right in your browser. I would recommend to use Google Chrome while working with the labs. The interface consists of two parts, a terminal on the left and a quiz portal on the right. The quiz portal on the right gives you challenges to solve. Follow the quiz and try and answer the questions asked and complete the tasks given to you. Each scenario consists of anywhere from 10 to 20 questions that need to be answered within 30 minutes to an hour. At the top, you have the question numbers. Below that is the remaining time for your lab. Below that is the question. If you are not able to solve the challenge, look for hints in the hints section. You may skip a question by hitting the skip button in the top right corner. But remember that you will not be able to go back to a previous question once you have skipped. If the quiz portal gets stuck for some reason, click on the quiz portal tab at the top to open the quiz portal in a separate window.
Now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is
the terminal gives you access to a real system running Docker. You can run any Docker command here and run your own containers or applications. You would typically be running commands to solve the task assigned in the quiz portal. You may play around and experiment with this environment, but make sure you do that after you've gone through the quiz, so that your work does not interfere with the tasks provided by the quiz.
Joined by Democratic
So let me walk you through a few questions. There are two types of questions. Each lab scenario starts with a set of exploratory multiple choice questions where you're asked to explore and find information in the given environment and select the right answer. This is to get you familiarized with the setup. You're then asked to perform tasks like run a container, stop them, delete them, build your own image, etc. Here, the first question asks us to find the version of Docker server engine running on the host. Run the Docker version command in the terminal and identify the right version. Then select the appropriate option from the given choices. Another example is the fourth question, where it asks you to run a container using the Redis image. If you're not sure of the command, click on Hints and it will show you a hint. We now run a Redis container using the docker run Redis command. Wait for the container to run. Once done, click on Check to check your work. You have now successfully completed the task. Similarly, follow along and complete all tasks. Once the lab exercise is completed, remember to leave a feedback and let us know how it went. A few things to note. These are publicly accessible labs that anyone can access. So if you catch yourself logged out during a peak hour, please wait for some time and try again. Also, remember to not store any private or confidential data on these systems. Remember that this environment is for learning purposes only and is only alive for an hour, after which the lab is destroyed. So does all your work. But you may start over and access these labs as many times as you want, until you feel confident. I will also post solutions to these lab quizzes, so if you run into issues, you may refer to those. That's it for now. Head over to the first challenge, and I will see you on the
in
other
Iran
side.
is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good reasons and clear answers.
We will now
to
look at
questions
some of
that
the
he's
other
gonna- he needs
Docker
to-
run
to account
commands.
for to the American
At the end of
people.
this
What comes
lecture, you will
next?
go through
And
a
what are we
hands-on
really gonna
quiz where you will
achieve
practice
here?
working with these
When we're putting
commands.
American lives on the line.
We learned that
learned
we
that
could
US
use
Attorney
the
Janine Pirozov
Docker
is
run
investigating
Redis
you and
command
other
to
veterans
run a
serving in
container
Congress
running a
who appeared
Redis
in that
service.
highly
In this
publicized
case,
video,
the
which
latest
you,
version of
you know,
Redis,
inform
which happens
service
to be
members they don't have to follow legal
5.0.5
orders.
as of
Do you
today.
plan on sitting for an interview
But what
with
if we
federal
want to run
investigators? Is it
another
clear to you
version of
what
Redis,
law they think you
like
might
for
have broken?
example an older version, say 4.0? Then you
Anderson, I worked at the
specify the
Justice
version
Department for
separated by
years,
a
and
colon.
this job in Congress,
This is
I work
called
beside-
a tag.
alongside law enforcement every
In that
day.
case,
If there's a
Docker pulls an
legitimate
image
investigation,
of the
I will,
4.0
course,
version of
participate in it.
Redis and
But
runs that.
What's happened here is that the
Also,
president
notice
has
that
targeted
if you
us
don't
for doing our
specify
jobs.
any tag,
We
as in the
said
first command,
something
Docker will
very
consider
clearly and
the
simply.
default
We
tag
stated
to be
an
latest.
uncontroversial principle
Latest is a
of
tag
American law.
associated to
At a
the
moment
latest
when we
version
need
of that
clarity,
software,
moral
which is
clarity
governed
and
by
legal
the
clarity in this
authors of
country
that
now
software.
more than ever before. The
So as a
president's
user,
response to this
how
has
do you
become
find
so
information
unclean
about
that he
these
threatened
versions
violence
and
against
what is
us,
the latest?
And now the Department of
At
Justice is threatening us
dockerhub.com,
for doing our jobs.
look up an image
There
and
is
you
no
will
crime
find
here. It is not a
all
crime
the
for me to
supported
do my
tags
job.
in
It
its
is my
description.
solemn
Each version of
responsibility,
the
and
software can
me
have multiple
upholding my oath
short
to the
and long
Constitution, which
tags
is what I
associated
plan
with
to
it,
do and
as
will
seen
do
here.
every day that I
In
am
this
blessed
case,
to be serving in
the
this
version
role.
5.0.5 also has the latest tag on it.
Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst.
Let's now look
Brett
at
Murdoch. He previously
inputs.
served as Middle East and North Africa
I have a
coordinator
simple
for the National
prompt
Security
application
Council. Brett,
that,
first of all, what do
when
you
run,
make of the
asks for my
mixed
name.
signals, if
And
it
on
is that
entering
from the
my
White
name,
House in the
prints
last
a
24
welcome
to 48
message.
hours about the plan
If
for
I were
Iran.
to Dockerize this
I think
application
Anderson, we
and run
previewed
it
some of
as a
this on
Docker
Tuesday
container
night because
like
we said
this,
to do a strike in
it wouldn't
Iran,
wait for the
it's going
prompt.
to be a significant
It
operation.
just prints
And, I'm
whatever
thinking,
the
I
application
was
is supposed to
serving in the
print
Trump
on
administration
standard
when he
out.
did his first military operation
That is
in the
because,
Middle East,
by
in
default,
Syria,
the Docker
in
container
2017.
does not listen to a
Bashar
standard
al-Assad had used
input.
chemical weapons against his
Even
own
though you're
people.
attached
President
to its
Trump
console,
fired 59
it
Tomahawk
is not able
missiles
to
at the
read
air
any
base
input from
where
you.
that strike had taken
It doesn't
place.
have a
Kind
terminal
of a
to
one
read
and done.
inputs from.
Iran is
It
very
runs in a
different, and being in the
non-interactive
planning
mode.
of this in the Situation Room,
If you'd like
the
to provide your
nomenclature is
input,
turns.
you must
So
map
turn
the
one would be
standard
our
input
strike.
of your host
And
to the
unlike
Docker
Syria,
container
in which they don't
using
have
the
really an
-i
option to respond
parameter.
against us,
The -i
Iran does have
parameter
some
is for
options. We have to be
interactive mode.
prepared not only
And when
for
I
the
input
strike,
my name,
then the
it
Iranian
prints the
response,
expected
and then what you
output.
call a turn 3.
But there is
And that would be a
something
much
still
more
missing
significant
from this.
operation. Bottom line, you
The
can't
prompt.
do all that without a carrier
When we ran the
strike group, an
app,
aircraft carrier in
at
the
first,
Middle East
it
region.
asked
We
us
don't
for our
have
name.
one. So I think what happened
But when
here is as all
Dockerized,
facts
that
came in
prompt is
and
missing,
other regional
even though
partners
it
are weighing in,
seems
as
to
your
have
reporter
accepted
just
my
said,
input.
the president
That
held
is
back.
because
But now,
the
there
application
is an aircraft
prompt
carrier
on the
coming in.
terminal.
The dynamic
And we have
in
not
Iran has
attached
changed,
to the
Anderson. I think
container's terminal.
Iran might be telling people
For
through
this,
diplomatic
use the
channels
-t
they're not
option
gonna
as well.
execute anybody.
The
They're
-t
gonna stop
stands
massacres
for
in the
a
streets.
pseudo-terminal.
I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime.
So
is
with
still
the
a
combination
regime.
of
So I think
-i
this
and
has
t,
some
we're
time to
now
play out.
attached to the terminal
Yeah, I mean,
as well
I've
as
heard
in
the
an
past the Iranian
interactive
regime,
mode
not only they
on the
hang
container.
people, but they don't hang
We will
people
now
by
look at port
dropping
mapping
them. They
or
hang
port
people by
publishing on
raising
containers.
them.
Let's
With
go back to the
cranes,
example
which
where we run
it's
a
particularly
simple web
gruesome
application
because
in a
it
Docker
doesn't break
container
somebody's
on
neck,
my
it's
Docker
at
host.
least a slower, more painful,
Remember, the
agonizing
underlying
death
host where
as
Docker is
somebody
installed
suffocates
is called
death.
Docker host or Docker
so the
engine.
idea that they're
When we
would
run a
somehow
containerized
halt
web
these
application, it
executions.
runs
You know,
and
last
we are
night we
able
talked
to
to,
see see that the server is running. But how does a user access my application? As you can see, my application is listening on port 5000. So I could access my application by using port 5000.
Look, this is what Iran does.
But what IP do I use to access it from a web browser? There are two options available. One is to use the IP of the Docker container. Every Docker container gets an IP assigned by default. In this case, it is 172.17.0.2. But remember that this is an internal IP and is only accessible within the Docker host. So if you open a browser from within the Docker host, you can go to http://172.17.0.1:5000 to access the IP address.
They've been mowed down.
But since this is an internal IP, users outside of the Docker host cannot access it using this IP. For this, we could use the IP of the Docker host, which is 192.168.1.5. But for that to work, you must have mapped the port inside the Docker container to a free port on the Docker host. For example, if I want the users to access my application through port 80 on my Docker host, I could map port 80 of localhost to port 5000 on the Docker container using the -p parameter in my run command like this.
I had completely forgotten about.
And so the user can access my application by going to the URL http://192.168.1.5:80.
Islamic Republic, I think, changes.
And all traffic on port 80 on my Docker host will get routed to port 5000 inside the Docker container.
There will likely be a secession crisis.
This way, you can run multiple instances of your application and map them to different ports on the Docker host.
I don't think the president's decided
or run
exactly
instances
what to do.
of different applications on different ports. For example, in this case, I am running an instance of MySQL that runs a database on my host and listens on the default MySQL port, which happens to be 3306, or another instance of MySQL on another port, 8306. So you can run as many applications like this and map them to as many ports as you want. And of course, you cannot map to the same port on the Docker host more than once.
Aware of what's going on.
We'll discuss more about port mapping and networking of containers in the network lecture later on. Let's now look at how data is persisted in a Docker container. For example, let's say you were to run a MySQL container. When databases and tables are created, the data files are stored in location /var lib MySQL inside the Docker container. Remember, the Docker container has its own isolated file system, and any changes to any files happen within the container. Let's assume you dump a lot of data into the database. What happens if you were to delete the MySQL container and remove it? As soon as you do that, the container along with all the data inside it gets blown away, meaning all your data is gone. If you would like to persist data, you would want to map a directory outside the container on Docker host to a directory inside the container. In this case, I create a directory called /opt/data-dir and map that to var lib MySQL inside the Docker container using the -v option and specifying the directory on the Docker host followed by a colon and the directory inside the Docker container. This way, when Docker container runs, it will implicitly mount the external directory to a folder inside the Docker container. This way, all your data will now be stored in the external volume at /opt/data directory, and thus will remain even if you delete the Docker container. The Docker ps command is good enough to get basic details about containers like their names and IDs. But if you would like to see additional details about a specific container, use the Docker inspect command and provide the container name or ID. It returns all details of a container in a JSON format, such as the state, mounts, configuration data, network settings, etc. Remember to use it when you're required to find details on a container. And finally, how do we see the logs of a container we ran in the background? For example, I ran my simple web application using the -d parameter, and it ran the container in a detached mode. How do I view the logs, which happens to be the contents written to the standard out of that container? Use the Docker logs command and specify the container ID or name, like this. Well, that's it for this lecture. Head over to the challenges and practice working with Docker commands.
Trump down, he might go for it, and I think they might be willing to let him have that credit. But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy.
Let us start with a simple web application written in Python. This piece of code is used to create a web application that displays a web page with a background color. If you look closely into the application code, you will see a line that sets the background color to red. Now, that works just fine. However, if you decide to change the color in the future, you will have to change the application code. It is a best practice to move such information out of the application code and into, say, an environment variable called app color. The next time you run the application, set an environment variable called appColor to a desired value, and the application now has a new color. Once your application gets packaged into a Docker image, you would then run it with the docker run command followed by the name of the image. However, if you wish to pass the environment variable as we did before, you would now use the docker run command's -e option to set an environment variable within the container. To deploy multiple containers with different colors, you would run the docker command multiple times and set a different value for the environment variable each time.
So how do you find the environment variable set on a container that's already running? Use the docker inspect command to inspect the properties of a running container. Under the config section, you will find the list of environment variables set on the container.
Well, that's it for this lecture on configuring environment variables in Docker.
Due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters, at least 2,400 people reportedly have been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known.
Hello and welcome to this lecture on Docker images.
In this lecture, we're going to see how to create your own image.
Tonight, sources say that Israel.
Now, before that, why would you need to create your own image? It could either be because you cannot find a component or a service that you want to use as part of your application on Docker Hub already, or you and your team decided that the application you're developing will be Dockerized for ease of shipping and deployment. In this case, I'm going to containerize an application, a simple web application that I have built using the Python Flask framework. First, we need to understand what we are containerizing or what application we are creating an image for and how the application is built. So start by thinking what you might do if you want to deploy the application manually. We write down the steps required in the right order. I'm creating an image for a simple web application. If I were to set it up manually, I would start with an operating system like Ubuntu, then update the source repositories using the apt command, then install dependencies using the apt command, then install Python dependencies using the pip command, then copy over the source code of my application to a location like OPT, and then finally run the web server using the Flask command. Now that I have the instructions, create a Docker file using these. Here's a quick overview of the process of creating your own image. First, create a Docker file named Dockerfile and write down the instructions for setting up your application in it, such as installing dependencies, where to copy the source code from and to, and what the entry point of the application is, etc. Once done, build your image using the docker build command and specify the Docker file as input, as well as a tag name for the image. This will create an image locally on your system. To make it available on the public Docker Hub registry, run the docker push command and specify the name of the image you just created. In this case, the name of the image is my account name, which is Mumshad, followed by the image name, which is my custom app. Now let's take a closer look at that Docker file. Dockerfile is a text file written in a specific format that Docker can understand. It's in an instruction and arguments format. For example, in this Docker file, everything on the left in caps is an instruction. In this case, from, run, copy, and entry point are all instructions. Each of these instruct Docker to perform a specific action while creating the image. Everything on the right is an argument to those instructions. The first line from Ubuntu defines what the base OS should be for this container. Every Docker image must be based off of another image, either an OS or another image that was created before based on an OS. You can find official releases of all operating systems on Docker Hub. It's important to note that all Docker files must start with a from instruction. The run instruction instructs Docker to run a particular command
on those base images.
There is no crime here.
So at this point, Docker runs the apt-get update command to fetch the updated packages and installs required dependencies on the image. Then the copy instruction copies files from the local system onto the Docker image.
Thank you.
In this case, the source code of our application is in the current folder, and I'll be copying it over to the location OPT source code inside the Docker image. And finally, entry point allows us to specify a command that will be run when the image is run as a container.
Because we said to do a strike in Iran,
when Docker builds the images, it builds these in a layered architecture. Each line of instruction creates a new layer in the Docker image with just the changes from the previous layer. For example, the first layer is a base Ubuntu OS, followed by the second instruction that creates a second layer which installs all the apt packages, and then the third instruction creates a third layer with the Python packages, followed by the fourth layer that copies the source code over, and the final layer that updates the entry point of the image. Since each layer only stores the changes from the previous layer, it is reflected in the size as well. If you look at the base Ubuntu image, it is around 120 MB in size. The apt packages that I install is around 300 MB, and the remaining layers are small. You can see this information if you run the Docker history command followed by the image name.
But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson.
When you run the Docker build command, you can see the various steps involved and the result of each task. All the layers built are cached, so the layered architecture helps you restart Docker build from that particular step in case it fails. Or if you were to add new steps in the build process, you wouldn't have to start all over again.
Dropping them, they hang people by raising them. With cranes, which
all the layers built are cached by Docker. So in case a particular step was to fail, for example, in this case, step 3 failed, and you were to fix the issue and rerun Docker build, it will reuse the previous layers from cache and continue to build the remaining layers. The same is true if you were to add additional steps in the Docker file. This way, rebuilding your image is faster, and you don't have to wait for Docker to rebuild the entire image each time. This is helpful especially when you update source code of your application, as it may change more frequently. Only the layers above the updated layers needs to be rebuilt.
Fox News yesterday kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact.
We just saw a number of products containerized, such as databases, development tools, operating systems, etc.
But
that's just not it. You can containerize almost all of the application, even simple ones like browsers or utilities like curl, applications like Spotify, Skype, etc. Basically, you can containerize everything. And going forward, I see that's how everyone is going to run applications. Nobody is going to install anything anymore going forward. Instead, they're just going to run it using Docker. And when they don't need it anymore, get rid of it easily without having to clean up too much.
But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out
in this lecture, we will look at commands, arguments, and entry points in Docker. Let's start with a simple scenario. Say you were to run a Docker container from an Ubuntu image. When you run the Docker run Ubuntu command, it runs an instance of Ubuntu image and exits immediately. If you were to list the running containers, you wouldn't see the container running. If you list all containers, including those that are stopped, you will see that the new container you ran is in an exited state. Now, why is that? Unlike virtual machines, containers are not meant to host an operating system. Containers are meant to run a specific task or process, such as to host an instance of a web server or application server or a database, or simply to carry out some kind of computation or analysis. Once the task is complete, the container exits. A container only lives as long as the process inside it is alive.
Very good statement.
If the web service inside the container is stopped or crashes, the container exits. So who defines what process is run within the container? If you look at the Docker file for popular Docker images like nginx, you will see an instruction called cmd, which stands for command, that defines the program that will be run within the container when it starts. For the nginx image, it is the nginx command. For the MySQL image, it is the mysqld command. What we tried to do earlier was to run a container with a plain Ubuntu operating system. Let us look at the Docker file for this image. You will see that it uses bash as the default command. Now, bash is not really a process like a web server or database server. It is a shell that listens for inputs from a terminal. If it cannot find a terminal, it exits. When we ran the Ubuntu container earlier, Docker created a container from the Ubuntu image and launched the bash program. By default, Docker does not attach a terminal to a container when it is run. And so the bash program does not find a terminal, and so it exits. Since the process that was started when the container was created finished, the container exits as well. So how do you specify a different command to start the container? One option is to append a command to the Docker run command, and that way it overrides the default command specified within the image. In this case, I run the Docker run Ubuntu command with the sleep5 command as the added option. This way, when the container starts, it runs the sleep program, waits for 5 seconds, and then exits. But how do you make that change permanent? Say you want the image to always run the sleep command when it starts. You would then create your own image from the base Ubuntu image and specify a new command. There are different ways of specifying the command. Either the command simply as is in a shell form or in a JSON array format like this. But remember, when you specify in a JSON array format, the first element in the array should be the executable. In this case, the sleep program. Do not specify the command and parameters together like this. The command and its parameters should be separate elements in the list. So I now build my new image using the Docker build command and name it as Ubuntu Sleeper. I could now simply run the Docker Ubuntu Sleeper command and get the same results. It always sleeps for 5 seconds and exits. But what if I wish to change the number of seconds it sleeps? Currently, it is hard-coded to 5 seconds. As we learned before, one option is to run the Docker run command with the new command appended to it. In this case, sleep10. And so the command that will be run at startup will be sleep10. But it doesn't look very good. The name of the image, Ubuntu Sleeper, in itself implies that the container will sleep. So we shouldn't have to specify the sleep command again. Instead, we would like it to be something like this. Docker run Ubuntu Sleeper 10. We only want to pass in the number of seconds the container should sleep, and the sleep command should be invoked automatically. And that is where the entry point instruction comes into play. The entry point instruction is like the command instruction, as in you can specify the program that will be run when the container starts. And whatever you specify on the command line, in this case 10, will get appended to the entry point. So the command that will be run when the container starts is sleep10. So that's the difference between the two. In case of the CMD instruction, the command line parameters passed will get replaced entirely, whereas in case of entry point, the command line parameters will get appended. Now, in the second case, what if I run the Ubuntu Sleeper image command without appending the number of seconds? Then, the command at startup will be just sleep, and you get the error that the operand is missing. So how do you configure a default value for the command if one was not specified in the command line? That's where you would use both entry point as well as the command instruction. In this case, the command instruction will be appended to the entry point instruction. So at startup, the command would be sleep 5 if you didn't specify any parameters in the command line. If you did, then that will override the command instruction. And remember, for this to happen, you should always specify the entry point and command instructions in a JSON format. Finally, what if you really want to modify the entry point during runtime? Say, from sleep to an imaginary sleep 2.0 command. Well, in that case, you can override it by using the entry point option in the Docker run command. The final command at startup would then be sleep 2.0 10. Well, that's it for this lecture, and I will see you in the next.
That the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States, and the President should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make
We now look at networking in Docker. When you install Docker, it creates 3 networks automatically. Bridge, null, and host. Bridge is the default network a container gets attached to. If you would like to associate the container with any other network, specify the network information using the network command line parameter like this. We will now look at each of these networks. The bridge network is a private internal network created by Docker on the host. All containers attached to this network by default, and they get an internal IP address, usually in the range 172.17 series. The containers can access each other using this internal IP if required. To access any of these containers from the outside world, map the ports of these containers to ports on the Docker host, as we have seen before. Another way to access the containers externally is to associate the container to the host network. This takes out any network isolation between the Docker host and the Docker container, meaning if you were to run a web server on port 5000 in a web app container, it is automatically accessible on the same port externally without requiring any port mapping as the web container uses the host's network. This would also mean that, unlike before, you will now not be able to run multiple web containers on the same host on the same port, as the ports are now common to all containers in the host network. With the none network, the containers are not attached to any network and doesn't have any access to the external network or other containers. They run in an isolated network. So we just saw the default bridge network with the network ID 172.17.0.1. So all containers associated to this default network will be able to communicate to each other. But what if we wish to isolate the containers within the Docker host? For example, the first 2 web containers on internal network 172 and the second 2 containers on a different internal network, like 182. By default, Docker only creates one internal bridge network. We could create our own internal network using the command Docker network create and specify the driver, which is bridge in this case, and the subnet for that network, followed by the custom isolated network name. Run the Docker network ls command to list all networks. So how do we see the network settings and the IP address assigned to an existing container? Run the Docker inspect command with the ID or name of the container, and you will find a section on network settings. There, you can see the type of network the container is attached to, its internal IP address, MAC address, and other settings.
President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base.
Containers can reach each other using their names. For example, in this case, I have a web server and a MySQL database container running on the same node. How can I get my web server to access the database on the database container? One thing I could do is to use the internal IP address assigned to the MySQL container, which in this case is 172.70.0.3.
And that would be a much
but that's not very ideal, because it is not guaranteed
that the container will get the same IP when the system reboots.
We don't have one.
The right way to do it is to use the container name. All containers in a Docker host can resolve each other with the name of the container. Docker has a built-in DNS server that helps the containers to resolve each other using the container name. Note that the built-in DNS server always runs at address 127.0.0.11.
So I think this has some
So how does Docker implement networking?
I've heard in the past the Iranian regime.
What's the technology behind it? Like how are the containers isolated within the host? Docker uses network namespaces that creates a separate namespace for each container. It then uses virtual Ethernet pairs to connect containers together.
So the idea that they're
well, that's all we can talk about it for now. More about these are advanced concepts that we discuss in the advanced course on Docker on Code Cloud. That's all for now. From this lecture on networking, head over to the practice test and practice working with networking in Docker. I will see you
They
in the next
terrorism,
lecture.
they repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araki,
Hello
the
and
foreign
welcome
minister,
to this
was
lecture,
on,
and we are
Fox
learning
News yesterday,
advanced
kind of
Docker
sending
concepts.
messages to the United States.
In
They
this
send
lecture,
messages
we're
through
going to
back
talk
channels.
about
I'm sure they're in
Docker
direct
storage
contact
drivers
through
and
their
file
foreign
systems.
ministry. I've dealt with
We're
those
going to
Iranian
see
diplomats.
where and
I've
how
also dealt
Docker
with some of their
stores data
intelligence officials
and
in
how it
hostage
manages file
negotiations.
systems of
But
the
the regime
containers.
is the regime, Anderson. They
Let
rule
us
by
start
brutal
with how Docker
oppression,
stores
and
data
this,
on the local
the
file system.
protests in the streets might
When you
pause
install
because they can be
Docker on a
suppressed
system,
because
it
they've been
creates
mowed
this
down
folder
over the
structure
last,
at
5 days,
var
tragically.
lib Docker.
But this is going
You
to
have multiple
continue,
folders
and
under it
the
called
fact that we are moving
AUFS,
military
containers,
forces into the
image,
region
volumes,
tells me
etc.
that, the
This is where
decision-making
Docker
here is still
stores
very
all its
dynamic, and I
data
think
by
if Iran
default.
does make
When I
a
say
wrong
data,
move,
I
the
mean
president
files
still has
related
some
to
options.
images
So, again,
and
I look at that
containers
Syria
running on the Docker
example
host.
in 2017, which I
For
very much
example,
lived through. I was working on
all
Syria at the
files
time,
related to
but
containers
here you
are
gotta be
stored under the
prepared
containers
for that
folder,
term 2 and
and the
term 3,
files
and you're
related
gonna
to
need more
images
assets in
are
the
stored
region. So,
under the image
Anderson,
folder.
this has a ways to play
Any
out, I think.
volumes created
Yeah,
by
and I
the
think it was
Docker
you who
containers
pointed
are
out days
created
ago
under the
that
volumes
the Iranian
folder.
Revolution in '79.
Well, don't worry
I mean,
about
that took
that
place
for
over the
now.
course of a
We'll
year,
come
which I
back
had
to that
completely
in a
forgotten
bit.
about. I was
For now,
much younger
let's
then
just
and wasn't a
understand
reporter,
where Docker
but
stores
I looked it
its
up. I mean,
files
that's a fascinating
and in
statistic.
what format.
Again, I think.
So how exactly
I've said
does
this at the
Docker
beginning
store
of
the
end
files
of
of
the
an image and a
Islamic
container?
Republic. I think
To
change is
understand
coming
that,
for a number
we
of
need to
reasons. They've lost
understand
support of their people.
Docker's
This
layered
is going to continue.
architecture.
The supreme leader,
Let's quickly
who's
recap
86
something we
years
learned
old,
when
there will
Docker
likely be a
builds
secession
images.
crisis once he
It
passes
builds
from the
these
scene.
in a layered
So this
architecture.
Is all moving.
Each
and,
line of
the US
instruction
has some
in the
options,
Docker
but
file
I don't think the
creates
president's
a new
decided
layer
exactly
in
what
the
to do.
Docker
That's very
image
clear.
with just the changes from the previous layer. For example, the first layer is a base Ubuntu operating system, followed by the second instruction that creates a second layer which installs all the apt packages, and then the third instruction creates a third layer which with the Python packages, followed by the fourth layer that copies the source code over, and then finally the fifth layer that updates the entry point of the image.
Aware of what's going on.
Since each layer
This is not the
only
first
stores
time
the
that Mr. Trump
changes
has
from the
had to
previous
decide
layer,
whether to
it
strike
is
or
reflected
run.
in
You
the
might recall
size
last
as
year
well.
during intense
If you look
speculation
at
about
the
US
base
strikes,
Ubuntu
Mr. Trump
image,
said he
it
would
is
open
around
a two-week
120
window for
megabytes in size.
and
The
keep his
apt
options
packages that I install is around 300 MB, and then the remaining layers are small.
I like to make the final
To
decision
understand the advantages of this layered architecture, let's consider a second application. This application has a different Docker file, but it's very similar to our first application, as in it uses the same base image as Ubuntu, uses the same Python and Flask dependencies, but uses a different source code to create a different application, and so a different entry point as well. When I run the Docker build command to build a new image for this application, since the first three layers of both the applications are the same, Docker is not going to build the first three layers. Instead, it reuses the same three layers it built for the first application from the cache, and only creates the last two layers with the new sources and the new entry point. This way, Docker builds images faster faster and efficiently saves disk space.
He did say, though,
this is also applicable if you were to update your application code. Whenever you update your application code, such as the app.py in this case, Docker simply reuses all the previous layers from cache and quickly rebuilds the application image by updating the latest source code, thus saving us a lot of time during rebuilds and updates.
We can even launch them from US soil if we need to.
Let's rearrange the layers bottom up so we can understand it better. At the bottom, we have the base Ubuntu layer, then the packages, then the dependencies, and then the source code of the application. And then the entry point.
On Iran.
All of these layers are created when we run the Docker build command to form the final Docker image. So all of these are the Docker image layers. Once the build is complete, you cannot modify the contents of these layers. And so they are read-only, and you can only modify them by initiating a new build. When you run a container based off of this image, using the Docker run command, Docker creates a container based off of these layers and creates a new writable layer on top of the image layer. The writable layer is used to store data created by the container, such as log files written by the applications, any temporary files generated by the container, or just any file modified by the user on that container. The life of this layer, though, is only as long as the container is alive. When the container is destroyed, this layer and all of the changes stored in it are also destroyed. Remember that the same image layer is shared by all containers created using this image. If I were to log into the newly created container and say, create a new file called temp.txt, it will create that file in the container layer, which is read and write. We just said that the files in the image layer are read-only, meaning you cannot edit anything in those layers. Let's take an example of our application code. Since we bake our code into the image, the code is part of the image layer and as such is read-only. After running a container, what if I wish to modify the source code to say test a change? Remember, the same image layer may be shared between multiple containers created from this image. So does it mean that I cannot modify this file inside the container? No. I can still modify this file, but before I save the modified file, Docker automatically creates a copy of the file in the read-write layer, and I will then be modifying a different version of the file in the read-write layer. All future modifications will be done on this copy of the file in the read-write layer. This is called copy-on-write mechanism. The image layer being read-only just means that the files in these layers will not be modified in the image itself. So the image will remain the same all the time until you rebuild the image using the Docker build command. What happens when we get rid of the container? All of the data that was stored in the container layer also gets deleted. The change we made to the app.py and the new temp file we created will also get removed. So what if we wish to persist this data? For example, if we were working with a database and we would like to preserve the data created by the container, we could add a persistent volume to the container. To do this, first create a volume using the Docker volume create command. So when I run the Docker volume create data underscore volume command, it creates a folder called data underscore volume under the var lib docker volumes directory. Then, when I run the Docker container using the Docker run command, I could mount this volume inside the Docker container's read-write layer using the -v option like this. So I would do a docker run -v, then specify my newly created volume name, followed by a colon, and the location inside my container, which is the default location where MySQL stores data, and that is var lib MySQL,
Does it
and then
seem
the
that
image
the US
name
has many options
MySQL.
to effect change on
This
the
will
ground
create a
in
new
Tehran
container and mount the
country?
data
Obviously,
volume we created
internet has
into
been
var
shut
lib
down,
MySQL
communication is very
folder
difficult
inside the
for
container.
protesters. The
So
president
all
has
data
encouraged,
written by
days
the
ago,
database
protesters
is
to
in fact
continue
stored
protesting,
on the
trying to take
volume
over
created on the
government
Docker host.
offices, security
Even
apparatuses.
if the container is destroyed, the data
do you
is
think
still
the
active.
US could do much
Now,
if they
what
wanted
if you didn't run the docker volume create command to create the volume
we've got
before
the
the
most
docker run
extraordinary
command?
military that
For
the world has
example,
ever
if I
known.
run the docker
Our
run command to
capabilities
create
are
a new
truly
instance of
unmatched.
MySQL container
The
with the
president has
volume
not
data
worked
underscore
with
volume
Congress in the
2,
way that we've
which I have
seen
not created
presidents throughout
yet,
our history work with
Docker will
Congress,
automatically
to really
create a
come
volume
forward with a
named
sound plan.
data
Look,
underscore
the
volume
Iranian
2
people
and mount
are
it to the
showing
container.
extraordinary courage. I
You should be
represent
able to
a
see
state,
all these
the state of New
volumes if
Hampshire,
you
whose
list
motto is
the
live free or
contents
die. And
of
what
the
we see
var
happening
lib
in
docker
Iran
volumes
is
folder.
inspiring, and we
This
stand with
is
the
called
Iranian people.
volume
But if
mounting.
the president is going to deploy
As we are
military
mounting
force,
a
he
volume
needs to have
created
good
by
reasons
Docker under the
and clear
var lib
answers to
docker
questions
volumes
that
folder.
he needs to
But
account
what if
for
we
to
had
the
our
American people.
data
What comes next?
already at
And what are we
another
really gonna
location? For
achieve
example,
here?
let's say we
When we're
have
putting
some
American lives
external
on the line.
storage on the
We've
Docker
learned the
host
U.S.
at
Attorney Janine Pirro's office is
/data,
investigating you and other
and we would
veterans
like
serving
to
in
store
Congress who appeared
database
in that
data
highly
on that
publicized
volume
video in which you,
and not in the default
inform
var
service members they
lib
don't have
docker
to follow
volumes
illegal
folder.
orders. Do you
In
plan
that
on
case,
sending for an
we would
interview
run
with
a
federal
container
investigators? Is
using
it
the
clear to you
command
what
docker
law they
run
think you might have
-v,
broken?
but in this case, we will provide the complete path to the
Anderson, I
folder
worked at the
we
Justice
would like to
Department for
mount,
years,
that
and in
is
this job in
/data
Congress,
/ MySQL.
law
And
enforcement
so it
every
will
day.
create a
If
container
there's a
and
legitimate
mount the
investigation,
folder
I will of
to
course
the container.
participate in it. But
This is called
what's happened
bind
here
mounting.
is that
So
the
there are
president
two
has
types of
targeted
mounts,
us for
a
doing
volume
our
mounting
jobs.
and a
We
bind
said
mount. Volume mount
something very
mounts a
clearly
volume
and simply. We
from the
stated
volumes
an
directory, and bind
uncontroversial
mount
principle
mounts a
of
directory
American law.
from
At
any
a moment when
location
we
on the
need
Docker host.
clarity, clarity and legal clarity
One
in
final
this country
point
now
note
more than ever
before
before.
I let you go.
The president's
Using the
response to this was to
-v
become
is an
so
old
unglued
style.
that he
The
threatened
new
violence
way
against
is
us.
to use
And
dash
now
mount
the
option.
Department of Justice
The
is
dash
targeting us for
mount
doing
is
our
the
jobs.
preferred way, as
There
it is more
no crime here.
verbose,
It's not a
so you
crime
have
for me
to
to do my job.
specify
It is my
each
solemn
parameter in a key
responsibility, and
equals
it's
value format.
me upholding my
For
oaths to the
example,
Constitution,
the previous
which is what
command
I
can be
plan to
written
do
with the
and
dash
will do
mount option
every day
as this,
that I am
using
blessed
the
to be
type,
serving in this role.
source, and target options.
Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your
The
time.
type
Thank
in
you.
this case is bind.
Joining us
The
now is
source
Global
is the
Affairs
location
analyst Brett McGurk.
on my
He previously
host,
served as
and
Middle East and
target
North Africa
is the
coordinator
location
for the National
on my
Security Council.
container.
Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals? If it
So
is
who
that
is
from the White
responsible
House
for
in the
doing
last
all
24
of
to
these
48
operations?
hours about the plan for
Maintaining
Iran?
the layered architecture,
Anderson, we
creating
previewed some
a
of this on
writable
Tuesday
layer,
night because we
moving
said to do
files
a strike
across
in
layers to
Iran,
enable
it's going to be a
copy and write,
significant
etc.
operation. And,
It's the storage drivers. So Docker uses storage drivers to enable layered architecture. Some of the common storage drivers are AUFS, BTRFS, ZFS, device mapper, overlay, and overlay 2.
Where that strike had taken
The selection
place.
of the storage
Kind of a
driver
one and done.
depends on the underlying
very
OS
different,
being used. For example, with Ubuntu, the default storage driver is AUFS, whereas this storage driver is not available on other operating systems like Fedora or CentOS. In that case, device mapper may be a better option.
Not only for the strike,
Docker will choose the best storage driver available automatically based on the operating system.
Bottom line, you
the
can't
different
do all
storage drivers
without
also provide different performance and stability characteristics.
We don't have one. So
you may want to choose one that fits the needs of your application and your organization. If you would like to read more on any of these storage drivers, please refer to the links in the attached documentation. For now, that is all from the Docker architecture concepts. See you in the next lecture.
Stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen in Iran. This regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian
Hello and welcome to this lecture on Docker Compose. Going forward, we will be working
raising them
with configurations
with
in
cranes,
YAML file. So it is important that you are comfortable with YAML.
Neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful,
Let's recap a few things real quick. Of course, we first learned how to run a Docker container using the Docker run command. If we needed to set up a complex application running multiple services, a better way to do it is to use Docker Compose. With Docker Compose, we could create a configuration file in YAML format called Docker compose.yaml and put together the different services and the options specific to this, to running them in this file.
But then they also send out
we could simply run a docker compose up command to bring up the entire application stack. This is easier to implement, run, and maintain as all changes are always stored in the docker compose configuration file. However, this is all only applicable to running containers on a single Docker host. And for now, don't worry about the YAML file. We will take a closer look at the YAML file in a bit and see how to put it together. That was a really simple application that I put together. Let us look at a better example. I'm going to use the same sample application that everyone uses to demonstrate Docker. It's a simple yet comprehensive application developed by Docker to demonstrate the various features available in running an application stack on Docker. So let's first get familiarized with the application, because we will be working with the same application in different sections through the rest of this course.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago.
This is a sample voting application which provides an interface for a user to vote and another interface to show the results. The application consists of various components, such as the voting app, which is a web application developed in Python to provide the user with an interface to choose between two options, a cat and a dog. When you make a selection, the vote is stored in Redis. For those of you who are new to Redis, Redis in this case serves as a database in memory. This vote is then processed by the worker, which is an application written in .NET. The worker application takes the new vote and updates the persistent database, which is a PostgreSQL in our case. The PostgreSQL simply has a table with the number of votes for each category, cats and dogs. In this case, it increments the number of votes for cats as our vote was for cats. Finally, the result of the vote is displayed in a web interface, which is another web application developed in Node.js. This resulting application reads the count of votes from the PostgreSQL database and displays it to the user. So that is the architecture and data flow of this simple voting application stack. As you can see, this sample application is built with a combination of different services, different development tools, and multiple different development platforms, such as Python, Node.js, .NET, etc. This sample application will be used to showcase how easy it is to set up an entire application stack consisting of diverse components in Docker. Let us keep aside Docker Swarm, services, and stacks for a minute and see how we can put together this application stack on a single Docker engine using first Docker run commands and then Docker compose. Let us assume that all images of applications are already built and are available on Docker repository. Let us start with the data layer. First, we run the docker run command to start an instance of Redis by running the docker run Redis command. We will add the -d parameter to run this container in the background, and we will also name the container Redis. Now, naming the containers is important. Why is that important? Hold that thought. We will come to that in a bit. Next, we will deploy the PostgreSQL database by running the docker run Postgres command. This time, too, we will add the -d option to run this in the background and name this container DB for database. Next, we will start with the application services. We will deploy a front-end app for voting interface by running an instance of voting app image. Run the docker run command and name the instance vote. Since this is a web server, it has a web UI instance running on port 80. We will publish that port to 5000 on the host system so we can access it from a browser. Next, we will deploy the results web application that shows the results to the user. For this, we deploy a container using the results-app image and publish port 80 to port 5001 on the host. This way, we can access the web UI of the resulting app on a browser. Finally, we deploy the worker by running an instance, the worker image.
And so if this kind of
basically this is all good, and we can see that all the instances are running on the host. But there is some problem. It just does not seem to work. The problem is that we have successfully run all the different containers, but we haven't actually linked them together. As in, we haven't told the voting web application to use this particular Redis instance. There could be multiple Redis instances running. We haven't told the worker and the resulting app to use this particular PostgreSQL database that we ran. So how do we do that?
Yeah, I mean,
that is where we use links. Link is a command line option which can be used to link two containers together. For example, the voting app web service is dependent on the Redis service. When the web server starts, as you can see in this piece of code on the web server, it looks for a Redis service running on host Redis. But the voting app container cannot resolve a host by the name Redis. To make the voting app aware of the Redis service, we add a link option while running the voting app container to link it to the Redis container. Adding a -- link option to the Docker run command and specifying the name of the Redis container, which in this case is Redis, followed by a colon and the name of the host that the voting app is looking for, which is also Redis in this case. Remember that this is why we named the container when we ran it the first time, so we could use its name while creating a link. What this is in fact doing is it creates an entry into the etc host file on the voting app container, adding an entry with the host name Redis with the internal IP of the Redis container. Similarly, we add a link for the result app to communicate with the database by adding a link option to refer the database by the name DB. As you can see in this source code of the application, it makes an attempt to connect to a Postgres database on host DB. Finally, the worker application requires access to both the Redis as well as the Postgres database. So we add two links to the worker application, one link to link the Redis and the other link to link Postgres database. Note that using links this way is deprecated and the support may be removed in future in Docker. This is because, as we will see in some time, advanced and newer concepts in Docker Swarm and networking supports better ways of achieving what we just did here with links. But I wanted to mention it anyway so you learn the concept from the very basics. Once we have the Docker run commands tested and ready, it's easy to generate a Docker Compose file from it. We start by creating a dictionary of container names. We will use the same name we use in the Docker run commands. So we take all the names and create a key with each of them. Then under each item, we specify which image to use. The key is the image and the value is the name of the image to use. Next, inspect the commands and see what are the other options used. We published ports. So let's move those ports under the respective containers. So we create a property called ports and list all the ports that you would like to publish under that. Finally, we are left with links. So whichever container requires a link, create a property under it called links and provide an array of links such as Redis or DB. Note that you could also specify the name of the link this way without the semicolon and the target name. And it will create a link with the same name as the target name. Specifying the DB:DB is similar to simply specifying DB. We will assume the same value to create a link. Now that we are all done with our Docker Compose file, bringing up the stack is really simple. Run the Docker Compose up command to bring up the entire application stack.
What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here? when we're putting American lives
When we looked at the example of the sample voting application, we assumed that all images are already built. Out of the 5 different components, 2 of them, Redis and Postgres images, we know are already available on Docker Hub. They are official images from Redis and Postgres. But the remaining 3 are our own application. It is not necessary that they are already built and available in the Docker registry. If we would like to instruct Docker Compose to run a Docker build instead of trying to pull an image, we could replace the image line with a build line and specify the location of a directory which contains the application code and a Docker file with instructions to build the Docker image. In this example, for the voting app, I have all the application code in a folder named vote, which contains all application code and a Docker file. This time, when you run the Docker Compose up command, it will first build the images, give a temporary name for it, and then use those images to run containers using the options you specified before. Similarly, use build option to build the 2 other services from the respective folders.
Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East
We will now look at
coordinator
different versions of Docker Compose file. This is important because you might see Docker Compose files in different formats at different places and wonder why some look different. Docker Compose evolved over time and now supports a lot more options than it did in the beginning. For example, this is the trimmed-down version of the Docker Compose file we used earlier. This is in fact the original version of Docker Compose file known as version 1. This had a number of limitations. For example, if you wanted to deploy containers on a different network other than the default bridge network, there was no way of specifying that in this version of the file. Also, say you have a dependency or startup order of some kind. For example, your database container must come up first and only then, and should the voting application be started, there was no way you could specify that in the version 1 of the Docker Compose file. Support for these came in version 2. With version 2 and up, the format of the file also changed a little bit. You no longer specify your stack information directly as you did before. It is all encapsulated in the services section. So create a property called services in the root of the file and then move all the services underneath that. You will still use the same Docker Compose up command to bring up your application stack. But how does Docker Compose know what version of the file you're using? You're free to use version 1 or version 2 depending on your needs. So how does the Docker Compose know what format you're using?
As somebody suffocates
for version 2 and up, you must specify the version of Docker Compose file you're intending to use by specifying the version at the top of the file. In this case, version
the president emphasizing that Iran set up
another difference is with networking. In version 1, Docker Compose attaches all the containers it runs to the default bridged network, and then use links to enable communication between the containers as we did before. With version 2, Docker Compose automatically creates a dedicated bridged network for this application and then attaches all containers to that new network. All containers are then able to communicate to each other using each other's service names. So you basically don't need to use links in version 2 of Docker Compose. You can simply get rid of all the links you mentioned in version 1 when you convert a file from version 1 to version 2. And finally, version 2 also introduces a depends on feature. If you wish to specify a startup order, for instance, say the voting web application is dependent on the Redis service. So you need to ensure that Redis container is started first, and only then the voting web application must be started. We could add a depends on property to the voting application and indicate that it is dependent on Redis.
Yeah, and I think it was you
Then
who pointed
comes
out days ago
version
that
3,
the
which is the latest as of today.
I mean, that took place over the course of a year.
Version
which
3
I had
is
completely
similar to
forgotten
version
about.
2
I was much younger
in
during
structure,
then,
meaning
wasn't
it has a
reporter,
version
but I looked
specification
it
at
up.
the top
That's a
and a
fascinating
services
statistic.
section under which you put all
Again,
your
I think
services, just like
I've
in
said this
version
at the
2.
beginning of the end of the
Make sure to specify the version number as 3 at the top.
They've lost support of their
Version
people.
3 comes with support for Docker Swarm, which we will see later on. There are some options that were removed and added.
So
to see details on those, you can refer to the documentation section using the link in the reference page following this lecture. We will see version 3 in much detail later when we discuss about Docker stacks. Let us talk about networks in Docker Compose. Getting back to our application, so far we've been just deploying all containers on the default bridged network. Let us say we modify the architecture a little bit to contain the traffic from the different sources. For example, we would like to separate the user-generated traffic from the application's internal traffic. So we create a front-end network dedicated for traffic from users and a back-end network dedicated for traffic within the application. We then connect the user-facing applications, which are the voting app and the result app, to the front-end network, and all the components to an internal back-end network.
Especially with war, things change with war.
So back in our Docker Compose file, note that I have actually stripped out the port section for simplicity's sake. They're still there, but they're just not shown here. The first thing we need to do, if we were to use networks, is to define the networks we are going to use. In our case, we have two networks, front-end and back-end. So create a new property called networks at the root level adjacent to the services in the Docker Compose file and add a map of networks we are planning to use. Then, under each service, create a networks property and provide a list of networks that service must be attached to. In case of Redis and DB, it's only the backend network. In case of the front-end applications, such as the voting app and the result app, they require to be attached to both a front-end and backend network. You must also add a section for worker container to be added to the backend network. I have just omitted that in this slide due to space constraints.
And actually some Americans have also been
now that you have seen Docker Compose files, head over to the coding exercises and practice developing some Docker Compose files. That's it for this lecture, and I will see you in the next lecture.
Soil if we need to, but we don't have a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our assets are in Latin America right now.
We will now look at Docker registry.
But he also has other options.
So what is a registry? If the containers were the rain, then they would rain from the Docker registry, which are the clouds. That's where Docker images are stored. It's a central repository of all Docker images. Let's look at a simple Nginx container. We run the docker run Nginx command to run an instance of the Nginx image. Let's take a closer look at that image name. Now, the name is Nginx, but what is this image and where is this image pulled from? This name follows Docker's image naming convention. Nginx here is the image or the repository name. When you say Nginx, it's actually Nginx/Nginx. The first part stands for the user or account name. So if you don't provide an account or a repository name, it assumes that it is the same as the given name, which in this case is Nginx. The usernames is usually your Docker Hub account name, or if it is an organization, then it's the name of the organization. If you were to create your own account and create your own repositories or images under it, then you would use a similar pattern. Now, where are these images stored and pulled from?
who, as much as
since we have not specified the location where these images are to be pulled from, it is assumed to be on Docker's default registry, Docker Hub, the DNS name for which is docker.io. The registry is where all the images are stored. Whenever you create a new image or update an existing image, you push it to the registry, and every time anyone deploys this application, it is pulled from that registry. There are many other popular registries as well. For example, Google's registry is at gcr.io, where a lot of Kubernetes-related images are stored, like the ones used for performing end-to-end tests on the cluster. These are all publicly accessible images that anyone can download and access. When you have applications built in-house that shouldn't be made available to the public, hosting an internal private registry may be a good solution. Many cloud service providers, such as AWS, Azure, or GCP, provide a private registry by default when you open an account with them. On any of these solutions, be it Docker Hub or Google Registry or your internal private registry, you may choose to make a repository private so that it can only be accessed using a set of credentials. From Docker's perspective, to run a container using an image from a private registry, you first log into your private registry using the Docker login command. Input your credentials. Once successful, run the application using private registry as part of the image name, like this. Now, if you did not log into the private registry, it will come back saying that the image cannot be found. So remember to always log in before pulling or pushing to a private registry. We said that cloud providers like AWS or GCP provide a private registry when you create an account with them. But what if you are running your application on-premise and don't have a private registry? How do you deploy your own private registry within your organization? The Docker registry is itself another application and, of course, is available as a Docker image. The name of the image is registry, and it exposes the API on port 5000. Now that you have your custom registry running at port 5000 on this Docker host, how do you push your own image to it? Use the Docker image tag command to tag the image with the private registry URL in it. In this case, since it's running on the same Docker host, I can use localhost *5000 followed by the image name. I can then push my image to my local private registry using the command docker push and the new image name with the Docker registry information in it. From there on, I can pull my image from anywhere within this network using either localhost, if you're on the same host, or the IP or domain name of my Docker host, if I'm accessing from another host in my environment. Well, that's it for this lecture. Head over to the practice test and practice working with private Docker registries.
Are truly unmatched. The president has not worked with Congress in the way that we've seen presidents throughout our history work with Congress.
Welcome to this lecture on Docker Engine. In this lecture, we will take a deeper look at Docker's architecture, how it actually runs applications in isolated containers, and how it works under the hood.
In Iran is inspiring.
Docker Engine, as we have learned before, is simply referred to a host with Docker installed on it. When you install Docker on a Linux host, you're actually installing three different components: the Docker daemon, the REST API server, and the Docker CLI. The Docker daemon is a background process that manages Docker objects such as the images, containers, volumes, and networks. The Docker REST API server is the API interface that programs can use to talk to the daemon and provide instructions. You could create your own tools using this REST API. And the Docker CLI is nothing but the command line interface that we've been using until now to perform actions such as running a container, stopping containers, destroying images, etc. It uses the REST API to interact with the Docker daemon. Something to note here is that the Docker CLI need not necessarily be on the same host. It could be on another system, like a laptop, and can still work with a remote Docker engine. Simply use the -h option on the Docker command and specify the remote Docker engine address and a port as shown here. For example, to run run a container based on nginx on a remote Docker host, run the command docker-h equals 10.123.2.1:2375 run nginx.
Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk.
Let's try and understand how exactly our applications containerize in Docker. How does it work under the hood? Docker uses namespaces to isolate workspace. Process ID, network, inter-process communication, mounts, and Unix time-sharing systems are created in their own namespace, thereby providing isolation between containers.
In 2017.
Let's take a look at one of the namespace isolation technique, process ID namespaces. Whenever a Linux system boots up, it starts with just one process with a process ID of 1. This is the root process and kicks off all the other processes in the system. By the time the system boots up completely, we have a handful of processes running. This can be seen by running the ps command to list all the running processes. The process IDs are unique, and two processes cannot have the same process ID.
Bottom line, you can't do all that.
Now, if we were to create a container, which is basically like a child system within the current system, the child system needs to think that it is an independent system on its own, and it has its own set of processes originating from a root process with a process ID of 1. But we know that there is no hard isolation between the containers and the underlying host. So the processes running inside the container are in fact processes running on the underlying host. And so two processes cannot have the same process ID of 1. This is where namespaces come into play. With process ID namespaces, each process can have multiple process IDs associated with it. For example, when the processes start in the container, it's actually just another set of processes on the base Linux system, and it gets the next available process ID. In this case, 5 and 6. However, they also get another process ID starting with PID1 in the container namespace, which is only visible inside the container. So the container thinks that it has its own root process tree, and so it is an independent system. So how does that relate to an actual system? How do you see this on a host? Let's say I were to run an nginx server as a container. We know that the nginx container runs an nginx service. If we were to list all the services inside the Docker container, we see that the nginx service running with a process ID of 1. This is the process ID of the service inside of the container namespace. If we list the services on the Docker host, we will see the same service but with a different process ID. That indicates that all processes are in fact running on the same host but separated into their own containers using namespaces. So we learned that the underlying Docker host, as well as the container, share the same system resources such as CPU and memory. How much of the resources are dedicated to the host and the containers, and how does Docker manage and share the resources between the containers? By default, there is no restriction as to how much of a resource a container can use, and hence, a container may end up utilizing all of the resources on the underlying host. But there is a way to restrict the amount of CPU or memory a container can use. Docker uses C groups or control groups to restrict the amount of hardware resources allocated to each container. This can be done by providing the --CPUs option to the Docker run command. Providing a value of 0.5 will ensure that the container does not take up more than 50% of the host CPU at any given time. The same goes with memory. Setting a value of 100M to the --memory option limits the amount of memory the container can use to 100 megabytes. If you're interested in reading more on this topic, refer to the links I posted in the reference page. That's it for now on Docker Engine. In the next lecture, we talk about other advanced topics on Docker storage and file systems. See you in the next lecture.
People that are aware of what's going on.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike.
Earlier in this course, we learned that containers share the underlying OS kernel, and as a result, we cannot have a Windows container running on Linux host or vice versa. We need to keep this in mind while going through this lecture, as it's a very important concept and most beginners tend to have an issue with it. So what are the options available for Docker on Windows? There are two options available. The first one is Docker on Windows using Docker Toolbox, and the second one is the Docker Desktop for Windows option. We will look at each of these now. Let's take a look at the first option, Docker Toolbox. This was the original support for Docker on Windows. Imagine that you have a Windows laptop and no access to any Linux system whatsoever, but you would like to try Docker. You don't have access to a Linux system in the lab or in the cloud. What would you do? What I did was to install a virtualization software on my Windows system like Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Workstation and deploy a Linux VM on it, such as Ubuntu or Debian. Then install Docker on the Linux VM and then play around with it. This is what the first option really does. It doesn't really have anything much to do with Windows. You cannot create Windows-based Docker images or run Windows-based Docker containers. You obviously cannot run Linux container directly on Windows either. You're just working with Docker on a Linux virtual machine on a Windows host. Docker, however, provides us with a set of tools to make this easy, which is called as the Docker Toolbox. The Docker Toolbox contains a set of tools like Oracle VirtualBox, Docker Engine, Docker Machine, Docker Compose, and a user interface called Kitematic. This will help you get started by simply downloading and running the Docker Toolbox executable. I will install VirtualBox, deploy a lightweight VM called boot to Docker, which has Docker running in it already, so that you are all set to start with Docker easily and within a short period of time. Now, what about requirements? You must ensure that your operating system is 64-bit, Windows 7 or higher, and that the virtualization is enabled on the system. Now remember, Docker Toolbox is a legacy solution for older Windows systems that do not meet requirements for the newer Docker for Windows option. The second option is the newer option called Docker Desktop for Windows. In the previous option, we saw that we had Oracle VirtualBox installed on Windows and then a Linux system and then Docker on that Linux system. Now, with Docker for Windows, we take out Oracle VirtualBox and use the native virtualization technology available with Windows called Microsoft Hyper-V. During the installation process for Docker for Windows, it will still automatically create a Linux system underneath, but this time it is created on the Microsoft Hyper-V instead of Oracle VirtualBox and have Docker running on that system. Because of this dependency on Hyper-V, this option is only supported for Windows 10 Enterprise or Professional Edition and on Windows Server 2016, because both these operating systems come with Hyper-V support by default. Now here's the most important point. So far, whatever we have been discussing with Docker's support for Windows, it is strictly for Linux containers, Linux applications packaged into Linux Docker images. We're not talking about Windows applications or Windows images or Windows containers. Both the options we just discussed will help you run a Linux container on a Windows host. With Windows Server 2016, Microsoft announced support for Windows containers for the first time. You can now package applications, Windows applications, into Windows Docker containers and run them on the Windows Docker host using Docker Desktop for Windows. When you install Docker Desktop for Windows, the default option is to work with Linux containers. But if you would like to run Windows containers, then you must explicitly configure Docker for Windows to switch to using Windows containers.
More breaking news tonight, a source tells CNN
in early 2016, Microsoft announced Windows containers. Now you could create Windows-based images and run Windows containers on a Windows server, just like how you would run Linux containers on a Linux system. Now you can create Windows images, containerize your applications, and share them through the Docker store as well. Unlike in Linux, there are two types of containers in Windows. The first one is a Windows Server container, which works exactly like Linux containers, where the OS kernel is shared with the the underlying operating system. To allow better security boundary between containers and to allow kernels with different versions and configurations to coexist, the second option was introduced, known as the Hyper-V isolation. With Hyper-V isolation, each container is run within a highly optimized virtual machine, guaranteeing complete kernel isolation between the containers and the underlying host. Now, while in the Linux world, you had a number of base images for Linux systems, such as Ubuntu, Debian, Fedora, Alpine, etc. If you remember that is what you specified at the beginning of the Docker file. In the Windows world, we have two options, the Windows Server Core and Nano Server. A Nano Server is a headless deployment option for Windows Server, which runs at a fraction of size of the full operating system. You can think of this like the Alpine image in Linux. The Windows Server Core, though, is not as lightweight as you might expect it to be. Finally, Windows containers are supported on Windows Server 2016, Nano Server, and Windows 10 Professional and Enterprise Edition. Remember, on Windows 10 Professional and Enterprise Edition only supports Hyper-V isolated containers, meaning, as we just discussed, every container deployed is deployed on a highly optimized virtual machine. Well, that's it about Docker on Windows. Now, before I finish, I want to point out one important fact. We saw two ways of running a Docker container using VirtualBox or Hyper-V. But remember, VirtualBox and Hyper-V cannot coexist on the same Windows host. So if you started off with Docker Toolbox with VirtualBox, and if you plan to migrate to Hyper-V, remember you cannot have both solutions at the same time. There is a migration guide available on Docker documentation page on how to migrate from VirtualBox to Hyper-V. That's it for now. Thank you, and I will see you in the next lecture.
What we see happening in Iran is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good
We now look at Docker
and
on
clear
Mac.
answers to
Docker on Mac is similar to Docker on Windows. There are two options to get started. Docker on Mac using Docker Toolbox or Docker Desktop for Mac option. Let's look at the first option, Docker Toolbox. This was the original support for Docker on Mac. It is Docker on a Linux VM created using VirtualBox on Mac. As with Windows, it has nothing to do with Mac applications or Mac-based images or Mac containers. It purely runs Linux containers on a Mac OS. Docker Toolbox contains a set of tools like Oracle VirtualBox, Docker Engine, Docker Machine, Docker Compose, and a user interface called Kitematic. When you download and install the Docker Toolbox executable, it installs VirtualBox, deploys lightweight VM called boot to Docker, which has Docker running in it already. This requires Mac OS 10.8 or newer.
At a moment when we need
the second option is the newer option called Docker Desktop for Mac. With Docker Desktop for Mac, we take out Oracle VirtualBox and use Hyperkit virtualization technology. During the installation process for Docker for Mac, it will still automatically create a Linux system underneath, but this time it is created on Hyperkit instead of Oracle VirtualBox and have Docker running on that system. This requires Mac OS Sierra 10.12 or newer, and the Mac hardware must be 2010 or newer model. Finally, remember that all of this is to be able to run Linux container on Mac. As of this recording, there are no Mac-based images or containers. Well, that's it with Docker on Mac for now.
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he
We will now try to understand what container orchestration is. So far in this course, we've seen that with Docker, you can run a single instance of the application with a simple Docker run command. In this case, to run a Node.js-based application, you run the Docker run Node.js command. But that's just one instance of your application on one Docker host. What happens when the number of users increase and that instance is no longer able to handle the load? You deploy additional instance of your application by running the Docker Docker run command multiple times. So that's something you have to do yourself. You have to keep a close watch on the load and performance of your application and deploy additional instances yourself. And not just that, you have to keep a close watch on the health of these applications. If a container was to fail, you should be able to detect that and run the Docker run command again to deploy another instance of that application. What about the health of the Docker host itself? What if the host crashes and is inaccessible? The containers hosted on that host become inaccessible too. So what do you do in order to solve these issues? You will need a dedicated engineer who can sit and monitor the state, performance, and health of the containers and take necessary actions to remediate the situation. But when you have large applications deployed with tens of thousands of containers, that's not a practical approach. So you can build your own scripts, and that will help you tackle these issues to some extent. Container orchestration is just a solution for that. It is a solution that consists of a set of tools and scripts that can help host containers in a production environment. Typically, a container orchestration solution consists of multiple Docker hosts that can host containers. That way, even if one fails, the application is still accessible through the others. A container orchestration solution easily allows you to deploy hundreds or thousands of instances of your application with a single command. This is a command used for Docker Swarm. We'll look at the command itself in a bit. Some orchestration solutions can help you automatically scale up the number of instances when users increase and scale down the number of instances when the demand decreases. Some solutions can even help you in automatically adding additional hosts to support the user load. And not just clustering and scaling, the container orchestration solutions also provide support for advanced networking between these containers across different hosts, as well as load balancing user requests across different hosts. They also provide support for sharing storage between the hosts, as well as support for configuration management and security within the cluster. There are multiple container orchestration solutions available today. Docker has Docker Swarm, Kubernetes from Google, and MesoS from Apache. While Docker Swarm is really easy to set up and get started, it lacks some of the advanced auto-scaling features required for complex production-grade applications. MesoS, on the other hand, is quite difficult to set up and get started, but supports many advanced features. Kubernetes, arguably the most popular of it all, is a bit difficult to set up and get started, but provides a lot of options to customize deployments and has support for many different vendors. Kubernetes is now supported on all public cloud service providers like GCP, Azure, and AWS, and the Kubernetes project is one of the top-ranked projects on GitHub. In the upcoming lectures, we will take a quick look at Docker Swarm and Kubernetes.
House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We will now get a quick introduction to Docker Swarm. Docker Swarm has a lot of concepts to cover and requires its own course. But we will try to take a quick look at some of the basic details so you can get a brief idea on what it is. With Docker Swarm, you could now combine multiple Docker machines together into a single cluster. Docker Swarm will take care of distributing your services or your application instances into separate hosts for high availability and for load balancing across different systems and hardware. To set up a Docker Swarm, you must first have hosts or multiple hosts with Docker installed on them. Then you must designate one host to be the manager or the master, or the Swarm manager as it is called, and others as slaves or workers. Once you're done with that, run the Docker Swarm init command on the Swarm manager, and that will initialize the Swarm manager. The output will also provide the command to be run on the workers. So copy the command and run it on the worker nodes to join the manager. After joining the Swarm, the workers are also referred to as nodes, and you're now ready to create services and deploy them on the Swarm cluster.
it seems as if the
So let's get
protests in Iran
into some
are,
more details.
simmering
As you
down
already
and
know,
dying, and perhaps
to
the
run an
regime
instance of
might be
my
ending
web
its
server,
crackdown.
I run
But
the
look, trying to
docker
predict
run
what Trump
command
is gonna do
and
is a fool's
specify the
errand.
name of the
It's
image
usually
I
best
wish
just
to
be
run.
prepared for
This
all
creates a
scenarios,
new
and he does
container
have a lot of
instance of
options
my
at his
application
disposal.
and serves
He
my
did
web
say
server.
on Tuesday to
Now that we have
protesters
learned how to create a Swarm
is on the
cluster,
way,
how do I utilize
and
my
warned
cluster to
Americans
run
to
multiple
evacuate,
instances
Americans
of my
in Iran
web
to
server?
evacuate. What does
Now,
that
one way
signal?
to do this would be to run the docker run
Yes,
command
and
on
actually
each
some
worker
Americans
node.
have also
But
been
that's not
moved
ideal,
out
as
of
I
some
might have to log
bases
into each
in
node
the
and
Middle
run
East.
this
So
command,
that signals
and there could be
potential
hundreds of
military
nodes.
action, and the U.S.
I will have
does
to set up
options
load
there.
balancing
We
myself,
can send
I'll have to
missiles,
monitor the
other
state
types
of
of
each
airstrikes.
instance
We can even
myself,
launch
and
them
if
from U.S. soil
instances
if we
were to
need to.
fail, I'll have
But
to
we
restart them
don't
myself.
have
So
a
it's going to be
carrier
an
in the
impossible
region
task.
at the moment,
And that
although
is
there's
where
reports that
Docker
one is
Swarm
heading to the Middle
orchestration
East.
comes in.
Many of our
Docker
assets are in
Swarm
Latin America right now
Orchestrator
because
does
of
all of
Venezuela.
this for us.
But he
So
also has
far,
other options.
we've only
In
set up
fact, they
Swarm
announced
cluster,
new
but we haven't
sanctions
seen
today on
orchestration
Iran.
in action.
We have
The key
cyber
component
options,
of
any
Swarm
number of things.
orchestration
And look, at
is
the end
the
of the day,
Docker
if things do
service.
calm down in
Docker
Iran,
services
Trump could
are
say,
one or
look, the
more
rhetoric that I
instances of
used
a single
already is the
application or
reason
service that
that
runs across the
regime
nodes
is
in
kind
the
of
Swarm
backing
cluster.
off at
For
the
example,
moment and
in this
not
case, I could
carrying out
create
some of the
a Docker
executions that it
service
has
to
promised to
run
carry.
multiple
Yeah,
instances
I mean,
of my web server application across worker nodes in my Swarm cluster.
Can he take
For this, I run the Docker service create command on the manager node and specify my image name there, which is my web server in this case, and use the option replicas to specify the number of instances of my web server I would like to run across the cluster. Since I specified 3 replicas and I get 3 instances of my web server distributed across the different worker nodes. Remember, the Docker service command must be run on the manager node and not on the worker node. The Docker service create command is similar to the Docker run command in terms of the options passed, such as the -e environment variable, the -p for publishing ports, the network option to attach container to a network, etc. Well, that's a high-level introduction to Docker Swarm. There's a lot more to know, such as configuring multiple managers, overlay networks, etc. As I mentioned, it requires its own separate course. Well, that's it for now. In the next lecture, we will look at Kubernetes at a high level.
Trump for the nuclear strikes, the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because it was basically a quick thing, in and out, done a lot of damage, but we didn't have to send troops.
We will now get a brief introduction to basic Kubernetes concepts. Again, Kubernetes requires its own course. Well, a few courses, at least 5, but we will try to get a brief introduction to it here. With Docker, you are able to run a single instance of an application using the Docker CLI by running the Docker run command, which is great. Running an application has never been so easy before. With Kubernetes, using the Kubernetes CLI, known as kubectl, you can run 1,000 instances of the same application with a single command. Kubernetes can scale it up to 2,000 with another command. Kubernetes can be even configured to do this automatically so that instances and the infrastructure itself can scale up and down based on user load. Kubernetes can upgrade these 2,000 instances of the application in a rolling upgrade fashion, one at a time with a single command. If something goes wrong, it can help you roll back these images with a single command. Kubernetes can help you test new features of your application by only upgrading a percentage of these instances through A/B testing methods. The Kubernetes open architecture provides support for many different network and storage vendors. Any network or storage brand that you can think of has a plugin for Kubernetes. Kubernetes supports a variety of authentication and authorization mechanisms. All major cloud service providers have native support for Kubernetes. So what's the relation between Docker and Kubernetes? Well, Kubernetes uses Docker hosts to host applications in the form of Docker containers. While it need not be Docker all the time, Kubernetes supports alternatives to Docker as well, such as Rocket or Cryo. Let us take a quick look at the Kubernetes architecture. A Kubernetes cluster consists of a set of nodes. Let us start with nodes. A node is a machine, physical or virtual, on which a Kubernetes software, a set of tools are installed. A node is a worker machine, and that is where containers will be launched by Kubernetes. But what if the node on which the application is running fails? Well, obviously our application goes down, so you need to have more than one node. A cluster is a set of nodes grouped together. This way, even if one node fails, you have your application still accessible from the other nodes. Now, we have a cluster, but who is responsible for managing this cluster? Where is the information about the members of the cluster stored? How are the nodes monitored? When a node fails, how do you move the workload of the failed node to another worker node? That's where the master comes in. The master is a node with the Kubernetes control plane components installed. The master watches over the nodes in the cluster and is responsible for the actual orchestration of containers on the worker nodes. When you install Kubernetes on a system, you're actually installing the following components: an API server, an etcd server, a kubelet service, a container runtime, engine like Docker, and a bunch of controllers and a scheduler. The API server acts as the front end for Kubernetes. The users, management devices, command line interfaces all talk to the API server to interact with the Kubernetes cluster. Next is the etcd, a key value store. The etcd is a distributed, reliable key value store used by Kubernetes to store all data used to manage the cluster. Think of it this way. When you have multiple nodes and multiple masters in your cluster, etcd stores all that information on all the nodes in the cluster in a distributed manner. etcd is responsible for implementing logs within the cluster to ensure there are no conflicts between the masters. The scheduler is responsible for distributing work or containers across multiple nodes. It looks for newly created containers and assigns them to nodes. The controllers are the brain behind orchestration. They're responsible for noticing and responding when nodes, containers, or endpoints goes down. The controllers make decisions to bring up new containers in such cases. The container runtime is the underlying software that is used to run containers. In our case, it happens to be Docker. And finally, kubelet is the agent that runs on each node in the cluster. The agent is responsible for making sure that the containers are running on the nodes as expected. And finally, we also need to learn a little bit about one of the command line utilities known as the kube command line tool, or the kube control tool, or kubectl, as it is also called. The kube control tool is the Kubernetes CLI, which is used to deploy and manage applications on a Kubernetes cluster to get cluster-related information, to get the status of the nodes in the cluster, and many other things. The kube control run command is used to deploy an application on the cluster. The kube control cluster info command is used to view information about the cluster, and the kube control get nodes command is used to list all the nodes part of the cluster. So to run hundreds of instances of your application across hundreds of nodes, all I need is a single Kubernetes command like this. Well, that's all we have for now. A quick introduction to Kubernetes and its architecture. We currently have 3 courses on Code Cloud on Kubernetes that will take you from the absolute beginner to a certified expert. So have a look at it when you get a chance.
Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is, as all the facts came in,
so we're at the end of this beginner's course to Docker. I hope you had a great learning experience. If so, please leave a comment below. If you like my way of teaching, you will love my other courses hosted on my site at Code Cloud. We have courses for Docker, Swarm, Kubernetes, advanced courses on Kubernetes certifications, as well as OpenShift. We have courses for automation tools like Ansible, Chef, and Puppet, and many more on the way. Visit Code Cloud at www.codecloud.com. Well, thank you so much for your time. And until next time,
because it
goodbye.
doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that would somehow halt these executions. You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said, you know, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression. And the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that, you know, the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So, again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during then and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Well, just days after those comments, the United States launched strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. So what we don't know is President Donald Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action. Joining me now is Nahal Tusi, a senior foreign correspondent at Politico. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump launched those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities back in June last year. Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
He is weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the protests in Iran are simmering down and dying, and perhaps the regime might be ending its crackdown. But look, trying to predict what Trump is going to do is a fool's errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all scenarios. And he does have a lot of options at his disposal.
He did say, though, on Tuesday to protesters that help is on the way and warned Americans to evacuate, Americans in Iran to evacuate. What does that signal?
Yes, and actually some Americans have also been moved out of some bases in the Middle East. So that signals potential military action, and the U.S. does have options there. We can send missiles, other types of airstrikes. We can even launch them from U.S. soil if we need to. But we don't have a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our assets are in Latin America right now because of Venezuela. But he also has other options. In fact, they announced some new sanctions today on Iran. We have cyber options, any number of things. And look, at the end of the day, if things do calm down in Iran, Trump could say, look, the rhetoric that I used already is the reason that the regime is kind of backing off at the moment and not carrying out some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, I mean, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he take for that?
I think it's fair to say that the Iranians themselves want to avoid a military confrontation with the U.S. They are trying to stay in power. And so if this kind of basically calms Trump down, he might go for it, and they might be willing to let him have that credit. But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy last year with the Iranians, and then he watched as the Israelis began bombing. So it's always best to prepare for any scenario. And if I was the regime in Iran, I would be preparing for the worst case scenario when it comes to Trump.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base. Just explain why.
Yeah, I mean, there are many in MAGA who, as much as they despise the Iranian regime and Islamism and things like that, they don't want the United States to get involved in another Middle Eastern war. And so last year, they could forgive Trump for the nuclear strikes, the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because it was basically a quick thing, in and out, done a lot of damage. But we didn't have to send troops, and we were able to respond to the Iranian retaliation. This time, though, if it's more open-ended, and there's the possibility of a bigger Middle East conflagration, many in the MAGA base are likely to be kind of confused and unhappy with that, especially when we also are now involved in Venezuela and threatening Greenland. So, you're also seeing, by the way, many in the Gulf, Israel as well, telling Iran reportedly and the United States to please try to calm things down and not engage in a war.
Nahal Tusi, great to have your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is it's anyone's guess. The president has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about the use of force and the way that he's deployed military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States. And the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to affect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the country? Obviously, internet has been shut down. Communication is very difficult for protesters. The president has encouraged, days ago, protesters to continue protesting, try to take over government offices, security apparatuses. Do you think the U.S. could do much if they wanted to?
We've got the most extraordinary military that the world has ever known. Our capabilities are truly unmatched. The president has not worked with Congress in the way that we've seen presidents throughout our history work with Congress to really come forward with a sound plan. Look, the Iranian people are showing extraordinary courage. I represent a state, the state of New Hampshire, whose motto is live free or die. And what we see happening in Iran is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good reasons and clear answers to questions that he needs to account for to the American people. What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here when we're putting American lives on the line?
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you, informed service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Anderson, I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate investigation, I will of course participate in it. But what's happened here is that the president has targeted us for doing our jobs. We said something very clearly and simply. We stated an uncontroversial principle of American law at a moment when we need clarity, moral clarity and legal clarity in this country now more than ever before. The president's response to this was to become so unglued that he threatened violence against us, and now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs. There is no crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my solemn responsibility, and it's me upholding my oaths to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that, from the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for Iran?
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And, I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and being in the planning of this in the Situation Room, the nomenclature is turns. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what you call a turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is, as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only do they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions. Last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor. He said that he thought, the president emphasizing that Iran said, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression. And the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that, the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. That's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year, during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, because things change. Especially with war. Things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Well, just days after those comments, the United States launched strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. So what we don't know is President Donald Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action. Joining me now is Nahal Tusi, a senior foreign correspondent at Politico. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump launched those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities back in June last year. Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
He is weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the protests in Iran are simmering down and dying, and perhaps the regime might be ending its crackdown. But look, trying to predict what Trump is going to do is a fool's errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all scenarios. And he does have a lot of options at his disposal.
He did say, though, on Tuesday to protesters that help is on the way, and warned Americans in Iran to evacuate. What does that signal?
Yes, and actually some Americans have also been moved out of some bases in the Middle East. So that signals potential military action, and the U.S. does have options there. We can send missiles, other types of airstrikes. We can even launch them from U.S. soil if we need to. But we don't have a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our assets are in Latin America right now because of Venezuela. But he also has other options. In fact, they announced some new sanctions today on Iran. We have cyber options, any number of things. And look, at the end of the day, if things do calm down in Iran, Trump could say, look, the rhetoric that I used already is the reason that the regime is kind of backing off at the moment and not carrying out some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he take for that?
I think it's fair to say that the Iranians themselves want to avoid a military confrontation with the U.S. They are trying to stay in power. And so if this kind of basically calms Trump down, he might go for it, and they might be willing to let him have that credit. But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy last year with the Iranians, and then he watched as the Israelis began bombing. So it's always best to prepare for any scenario. And if I was the regime in Iran, I would be preparing for the worst case scenario when it comes to Trump.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base. Just explain why.
Yeah, I mean, there are many in MAGA who, as much as they despise the Iranian regime and Islamism and things like that, they don't want the United States to get involved in another Middle Eastern war. And so last year, they could forgive Trump for the nuclear strikes, the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because it was basically a quick thing, in and out, done a lot of damage, but we didn't have to send troops. And we were able to respond to the Iranian retaliation. This time, though, if it's more open-ended and there's the possibility of a bigger Middle East conflagration, many in the MAGA base are likely to be kind of confused and unhappy with that, especially when we also are now involved in Venezuela and threatening Greenland. So, you're also seeing, by the way, many in the Gulf, Israel, as well, telling Iran reportedly and the United States to please try to calm things down and not engage in a war.
Now, Hal Tusi, great to have your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the White House to hold off on striking Iran. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is it's anyone's guess. The president has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about the use of force and the way that he's deployed military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States. And the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to affect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the country? Obviously, internet has been shut down. Communication is very difficult for protesters. The president has encouraged, days ago, protesters to continue protesting, try to take over government offices, security apparatuses. Do you think the U.S. could do much if they wanted to?
We've got the most extraordinary military that the world has ever known. Our capabilities are truly unmatched. The president has not worked with Congress in the way that we've seen presidents throughout our history work with Congress to really come forward with a sound plan. Look, the Iranian people are showing extraordinary courage. I represent a state, the state of New Hampshire, whose motto is live free or die. And what we see happening in Iran is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good reasons and clear answers to questions that he needs to account for to the American people. What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here when we're putting American lives on the line?
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you, informed service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Anderson, I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate investigation, I will, of course, participate in it. But what's happened here is that the president has targeted us for doing our jobs. We said something very clearly and simply. We stated an uncontroversial principle of American law at a moment when we need clarity, moral clarity and legal clarity in this country now more than ever before. The president's response to this was to become so unglued that he threatened violence against us. And now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs. There is no crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my solemn responsibility, and it's me upholding my oaths to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that, from the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for Iran?
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And, I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and being in the planning of this in the Situation Room, the nomenclature is turns. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what you call a turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is, as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only do they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions. Last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor. He said that he thought, the president emphasizing that Iran said, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday, kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression. And the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that, the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So, again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during that and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. That's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Well, just days after those comments, the United States launched strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. So what we don't know is President Donald Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action. Joining me now is Nahal Tusi, a senior foreign correspondent at Politico. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump launched those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities back in June last year. Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
He is weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the protests in Iran are simmering down and dying, and perhaps the regime might be ending its crackdown. But look, trying to predict what Trump is going to do is a fool's errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all scenarios. And he does have a lot of options at his disposal.
He did say, though, on Tuesday to protesters that help is on the way, and warned Americans to evacuate, Americans in Iran to evacuate. What does that signal?
Yes, and actually some Americans have also been moved out of some bases in the Middle East. So that signals potential military action, and the U.S. does have options there. We can send missiles, other types of airstrikes. We can even launch them from U.S. soil if we need to. But we don't have a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our assets are in Latin America right now because of Venezuela. But he also has other options. In fact, they announced some new sanctions today on Iran. We have cyber options, any number of things. And look, at the end of the day, if things do calm down in Iran, Trump could say, look, the rhetoric that I used already is the reason that the regime is kind of backing off at the moment and not carrying out some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, I mean, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he take for that?
I think it's fair to say that the Iranians themselves want to avoid a military confrontation with the U.S. They are trying to stay in power. And so if this kind of basically calms Trump down, he might go for it, and they might be willing to let him have that credit. But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy last year with the Iranians, and then he watched as the Israelis began bombing. So it's always best to prepare for any scenario. And if I was the regime in Iran, I would be preparing for the worst case scenario when it comes to Trump.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base. Just explain why.
Yeah, I mean, there are many in MAGA who, as much as they despise the Iranian regime and Islamism and things like that, they don't want the United States to get involved in another Middle Eastern war. And so last year, they could forgive Trump for the nuclear strikes, the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because it was basically a quick thing, in and out, done a lot of damage. But we didn't have to send troops, and we were able to respond to the Iranian retaliation. This time, though, if it's more open-ended, and there's the possibility of a bigger Middle East conflagration, many in the MAGA base are likely to be kind of confused and unhappy with that, especially when we also are now involved in Venezuela and threatening Greenland. So, you're also seeing, by the way, many in the Gulf, Israel as well, telling Iran reportedly and the United States to please try to calm things down and not engage in a war.
Nahal Tusi, great to have your analysis. Thanks for joining us.
Well, more breaking news tonight. A source tells CNN that the Pentagon is now moving a carrier strike group, most likely led by the USS Abraham Lincoln, to the Middle East. It is due to the anti-government uprising, obviously, in Iran and the regime's brutal crackdown on protesters. At least 2,400 people reportedly been killed by security forces, though the actual number, frankly, is not known and may be much higher. President Trump has warned the U.S. will help protesters if the killings continue. And the White House says all options are on the table. But tonight, sources say that Israel and several Gulf states have asked the the White House to hold off on striking Iran. We're joined by Democratic Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander of New Hampshire. She's a member of the Armed Services Committee and was a Navy intelligence officer. Congresswoman, thanks for being here. The deployment of this carrier group to the Middle East would suggest at least being in a forward posture that would allow military action. President Trump has really ratcheted down his rhetoric in the past 24 hours, especially after he was allegedly told by Iran that they would halt the executions of prisoners. Where do you think this is headed?
Anderson, I think part of the challenge of this moment is it's anyone's guess. The president has been dizzying in the cavalier way that he's talked about the use of force and the way that he's deployed military force. Look, there is a strong bipartisan coalition in Congress who shares his basic view that the Iranian regime is a brutal and determined enemy of the United States. And the president should work with Congress on a bipartisan basis to make sound decisions that are rooted in facts and that are in the best interest of the American people. Unfortunately, that has not happened.
Does it seem to you that the U.S. has many options to affect change on the ground in Tehran and throughout the country? Obviously, you know, internet has been shut down. Communication is very difficult for protesters. The president has encouraged, you know, days ago, protesters to continue protesting, try to take over government offices, security apparatuses. Do you think the U.S. could do much if they wanted to?
You know, we've got the most extraordinary military that the world has ever known. Our capabilities are truly unmatched. The president has not worked with Congress in the way that we've seen presidents throughout our history work with Congress to really come forward with a sound plan. Look, the Iranian people are showing extraordinary courage. I represent a state, the state of New Hampshire, whose motto is live free or die. And what we see happening in Iran is inspiring, and we stand with the Iranian people. But if the president is going to deploy military force, he needs to have good reasons and clear answers to questions that he needs to account for to the American people. What comes next, and what are we really going to achieve here when we're putting American lives on the line?
We've learned that U.S. Attorney Jeanine Pirro's office is investigating you and other veterans serving in Congress who appeared in that highly publicized video in which you, informed service members they don't have to follow illegal orders. Do you plan on sitting for an interview with federal investigators? Is it clear to you what law they think you might have broken?
Anderson, I worked at the Justice Department for years, and in this job in Congress, I work alongside law enforcement every day. If there's a legitimate investigation, I will, of course, participate in it. But what's happened here is that the president has targeted us for doing our jobs. We said something very clearly and simply. We stated an uncontroversial principle of American law at a moment when we need clarity, moral clarity and legal clarity in this country now more than ever before. The president's response to this was to become so unglued that he threatened violence against us. And now the Department of Justice is targeting us for doing our jobs. There is no crime here. It is not a crime for me to do my job. It is my solemn responsibility, and it's me upholding my oaths to the Constitution, which is what I plan to do and will do every day that I am blessed to be serving in this role.
Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, I appreciate your time. Thank you. Joining us now is CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk. He previously served as Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council. Brett, first of all, what do you make of the mixed signals, if it is that, from the White House in the last 24 to 48 hours about the plan for Iran?
I think, Anderson, we previewed some of this on Tuesday night because we said to do a strike in Iran, it's going to be a significant operation. And, I'm thinking, I was serving in the Trump administration when he did his first military operation in the Middle East, in Syria, in 2017. Bashar al-Assad had used chemical weapons against his own people. President Trump fired 59 Tomahawk missiles at the air base where that strike had taken place. Kind of a one and done. Iran is very different, and being in the planning of this in the Situation Room, the nomenclature is turns. So turn one would be our strike. And unlike Syria, in which they don't have really an option to respond against us, Iran does have some options. So you have to be prepared not only for the strike, then the Iranian response, and then what you call a turn three. And that would be a much more significant operation. Bottom line, you can't do all that without a carrier strike group, an aircraft carrier in the Middle East region. We don't have one. So I think what happened here is as all the facts came in and other regional partners are weighing in, as your reporting had just said, the president held back. But now there is an aircraft carrier coming in. The dynamic in Iran has not changed, Anderson. I think Iran might be telling people through diplomatic channels they're not going to execute anybody. They're going to stop the massacres in the streets. I doubt that's going to happen. Iran, this regime is still the regime. So I think this has some time to play out.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard in the past the Iranian regime, not only do they hang people, but they don't hang people by dropping them. They hang people by raising them with cranes, which it's particularly gruesome because it doesn't break somebody's neck instantly. It's a slower, more painful, agonizing death as somebody suffocates to death. So the idea that there would somehow halt these executions. You know, last night we talked to John Bolton, former national security advisor. He said that he thought, you know, the president emphasizing that Iran said, you know, that they'd halted executions amounted to, in Bolton's words, Trump looking for an off-ramp.
Maybe. Look, this is what Iran does. The regime is the regime. They spread terrorism. They repress their own people. That is the system. That is the supreme leader. That is the Revolutionary Guards. But then they also send out their diplomats. Abbas Araghchi, their foreign minister, was on Fox News yesterday kind of sending messages to the United States. They send messages through back channels. I'm sure they're in direct contact through their foreign ministry. I've dealt with those Iranian diplomats. I've also dealt with some of their intelligence officials in hostage negotiations. But the regime is the regime, Anderson. They rule by brutal oppression. And the protests in the streets might pause because they can be suppressed because they've been mowed down over the last 5 days, tragically. But this is going to continue. And the fact that we are moving military forces into the region tells me that, you know, the decision-making here is still very dynamic. And I think if Iran does make a wrong move, the president still has some options. So, again, I look at that Syria example in 2017, which I very much lived through. I was working on Syria at the time. But here you got to be prepared for that turn 2 and turn 3, and you're going to need more assets in the region. So, Anderson, this has a ways to play out, I think.
Yeah, and I think it was you who pointed out days ago that the Iranian Revolution in '79, I mean, that took place over the course of a year, which I had completely forgotten about. I was much younger during then and wasn't a reporter, but I looked it up. I mean, that's a fascinating statistic.
Again, I think I've said this is the beginning of the end of the Islamic Republic. I think change is coming for a number of reasons. They've lost support of their people. This is going to continue. The supreme leader, who's 86 years old, there will likely be a secession crisis once he passes from the scene. So this is all moving, and the U.S. has some options, but I don't think the president's decided exactly what to do. That's very clear.
Linda Kincaid, the White House says U.S. President Donald Trump is deciding whether to take any military action in response to Iran's targeting of anti-government protesters. The White House insists that all options remain on the table. In the Oval Office on Wednesday, Mr. Trump seemed to suggest that things were looking up.
We're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
This is not the first time that Mr. Trump has had to decide whether to strike Iran. You might recall last year during intense speculation about U.S. strikes, Mr. Trump said he would open a 2-week window for negotiations and keep his options open.
I have ideas as to what to do, but I haven't made a final. I like to make the final decision 1 second before it's due, you know, because things change. I mean, especially with war, things change with war. It can go from one extreme to the other.
Well, just days after those comments, the United States launched strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities. So what we don't know is President Donald Trump trying to keep Iran guessing over U.S. military action. Joining me now is Nahal Tusi, a senior foreign correspondent at Politico. Good to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
So Trump launched those strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities back in June last year. Is he likely to do it again? What is he weighing?
He is weighing any number of factors, including the fact that it seems as if the protests in Iran are simmering down and dying, and perhaps the regime might be ending its crackdown. But look, trying to predict what Trump is going to do is a fool's errand. It's usually best just to be prepared for all scenarios. And he does have a lot of options at his disposal.
He did say, though, on Tuesday to protesters that help is on the way, and warned Americans to evacuate, Americans in Iran to evacuate. What does that signal?
Yes, and actually some Americans have also been moved out of some bases in the Middle East. So that signals potential military action, and the U.S. does have options there. We can send missiles, other types of airstrikes. We can even launch them from U.S. soil if we need to. But we don't have a carrier in the region at the moment, although there's reports that one is heading to the Middle East. Many of our assets are in Latin America right now because of Venezuela. But he also has other options. In fact, they announced some new sanctions today on Iran. We have cyber options, any number of things. And look, at the end of the day, if things do calm down in Iran, Trump could say, look, the rhetoric that I used already is the reason that the regime is kind of backing off at the moment and not carrying out some of the executions that it has promised to carry.
Yeah, I mean, he claims his threats has stopped those executions of protesters. Just how much credit can he take for that?
I think it's fair to say that the Iranians themselves want to avoid a military confrontation with the U.S. They are trying to stay in power. And so if this kind of basically calms Trump down, he might go for it, and they might be willing to let him have that credit. But look, Trump also does have a history of head fakes, right? He seemed like he was willing to engage in some diplomacy last year with the Iranians, and then he watched as the Israelis began bombing. So it's always best to prepare for any scenario. And if I was the regime in Iran, I would be preparing for the worst case scenario when it comes to Trump.
And Nahal, you also wrote that Trump's involvement with Iran is a flashpoint for his MAGA base. Just explain why.
Yeah, I mean, there are many in MAGA who, as much as they despise the Iranian regime and Islamism and things like that, they don't want the United States to get involved in another Middle Eastern war. And so last year, they could forgive Trump for the nuclear strikes, the strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities, because it was basically a quick thing, in and out,